There we go. My soundboard wasn't plugged in. Good check. Good looking out. How you doing, Bravo? What's going on in your world? My God, we've been through 74 full story videos on Comicstorian since we've begun our Comicstorian marathon. That is a shit ton of comic book stories.
What if the Justice League messed up the
Thunder? Sounds like a maybe like a World War type game, strategy, first-person shooter. What kind of game are we talking? Sounds familiar. It's not a tank game, right? Oh yeah, check this little guy out. Picked this little puppy up yesterday for my Pupco because I broke my other glass cleaning it. I knew it. The name is a dead giveaway. Damned if this glass doesn't work better than the last one I had. Top heavy as shit, though. Alright, so let's do a little housekeeping. I gotta check on my retainers, check on my squad, do some society quests. This story that I'm looking at here, Justice League Children of the League, I'm not sure what it is based on the name, so this could be new to me.
Future so badly that it destroyed it for their own children, who had to come back in time and stop that. This is the Comicstorian channel, where we take some of your favorite trade paperbacks and single issues and we break them down into digestible bites to help you understand. Then I read them dramatically back to you. And today we're going to be bringing you another one of our full story series. So comic books come out over the course of a year, sometimes every other week, sometimes once a month. But what that means is most of your storylines can take 1 year up to 4 years to come to their conclusion. And we cover bits and pieces of that here on the Comicstorian channel. Eventually, we combine all of those videos that came out over the course of a year or two into one massive storyline. And what we're going to bring you today is Justice League Rebirth before it was shifted over to be a part of the Death Metal DC Metal storyline. You see, before they did that, Justice League kind of stood on its own, and it told its own stories with its own continuity practically. The Flash and Jessica Cruz were dating in this alternate timeline, and Aquaman turned up missing at one point, putting Mara on the team. While they claim that it's in proper continuity, it really didn't fit in with anything around that time period, which kind of makes it its own tightly knit storyline. So today we're going to be bringing you all of those videos, in which the Justice League forms up, gets together, messes with the timeline, and it eventually leads to, well, the title of the video, The Children of the League. Why here? Why now? Are there places where people like us just don't exist? Where mad gods don't walk the earth and we are the things of legends, us stories? Superman considers the situation as he looks on a giant creature attacking the city. It's massive and even visible from space, and it's attacking the one place in the entire universe where the Justice League are here to stop it. Except, Superman isn't in the fight. He's back home with Lois and his son because he isn't sure that he should be helping out the League or not. Lois tells him that he should, they are his friends, but he denies that, telling her that they are the friends of Clark Kent, not him. But she reminds him, is it a Justice League without Superman? Back on the battlefield, the Flash is moving as fast as he can, but there are far too many of these alien creatures attacking. These creatures are attaching themselves to citizens' heads and taking over their bodies, and there are just far too many of them. Aquaman and Diana agree that there is a problem as their magical weapons are doing nothing, and the Flash has the idea that this thing looks kind of aquatic. Maybe Aquaman can talk to it? The problem is that this monster is far too large, and they can't tap into its brain. So they come up with the idea to get Aquaman Aquaman into its head and close to its brain. Back at Clark White's house, he tells Lois that the League can handle it. They have fought everything together, from Darkseid to Rao, and they've won. But Lois reminds them, the League had a Superman then. Over in China, our 2 new Green Lanterns are keeping things under control as there have been multiple earthquakes going on, and Jessica asks Simon if maybe they should be helping out the League. Simon tells her that there's no need. By the time they get there, the whole crisis will be over. But Jessica reminds him that this is the first time that the League actually called them in, and they're late. Simon reminds her that they've been dealing with the Red Lanterns. They have things to do. You know, the Justice League arrested me once. And Jessica tells him, it's okay, Simon. I tried to kill them once. Meanwhile, our heroes have managed to get inside of the beast, and they're trying to talk to its brain, but there are tunnels upon tunnels that make up this creature. The closer that Aquaman gets, the larger his headache gets as he hears a constant buzzing. A little while ago, the Justice League was debating what to do about this new Superman. The Superman that they knew died, and then they discovered this older Superman here from another universe, one with a wife and a child. They couldn't decide if they should talk to him or invite him to the Watchtower or kind of ignore him. Clark Kent meant so much to them. Batman suggests that they invite him into the League to keep him close until they can figure out who he is and why he's here. Back in the present day, Aquaman hits the ground in pain as he hears the thoughts of the monster. It's a Reaper. While he can't make out what it's saying, he knows that it wants to harvest humanity for something. Cyborg tries to open up boom tubes in the thing's brain to move chunks of it away and hopefully kill it, but it's not working. Then the creature starts sending out various aliens to defend its mother. Outside, Simon and Jessica are trying to hold back the tentacles while they fly inside of the creature's brain. And then Superman arrives. Realizing they have one shot at this, everyone turns to the brain and they throw everything that they have at it, effectively killing the Reaper. It stands there motionless, and everyone that it was controlling gets their minds back. Superman explains that he scanned it and found that it was a techno-organic being, so he hit the key points that were needed to shut it down, for now. Aquaman explains that it's still talking, and it says that it isn't alone. Its method would have been a mercy for what is to come. Batman doesn't like that. This is mercy. Leave and tell the other Reapers to never come back. Whatever comes will face us. We're the Justice League. Run. They're our heroes. The Justice League. Our story begins in Eastern Europe with the Amazon Princess Diana flying in a battle. She was here on a mission of peace, but between these peoples, political differences, racial intolerance, religious extremists, peace is about understanding and compromise, and she has given every opportunity to be fair. But now she is angry. The ground around the army begins to crack and sink, and soon the entire battlefield begins to fall into it. As the dust settles, one of the Russian soldiers tells her that she has killed them all, but Diana tells him that wasn't her. News reports begin to go out across the globe. Major earthquakes have been happening in every country, and many cities are suffering catastrophic damage and rising death tolls, with the final tolls being unimaginable. Over in Beijing, Jessica Cruz and Simon Baz look over the city with Simon's constructs as Jessica asks him if it's going to hold, and Simon tells her it'll have to do. He then radios back to Cyborg telling him that Beijing is secure for now, but what's next? And over in New York, Cyborg tells him that there is so much information flooding in. Flash is trying to take care of the US West Coast, and currently they have no word from Aquaman, Wonder Woman, or Batman. So for now, they're gonna have to head over to Hong Kong. As Cyborg stands in a collapsed subway, he says that he was a football player once. This is going to remind him of that game. And then he charges forward, grabbing a speeding train. Over in Atlantis, the Atlantean buildings begin to fall, and Arthur tells everyone that they need to evacuate all of the areas. They're going to have to leave the city. But due to the whole oceanic crust shifting, massive tidal waves are soon to hit the surfaces. As more buildings begin to fall, Arthur says that he hopes his friends up there are taking care of things. Over in Hong Kong, Jessica and Simon prepare for tsunamis as Simon forms his construct wall, and the two begin to hear chanting from the city. Green light, stolen light, our light. Seconds later, Simon's ring power begins to fade along with Jessica's, and the two of them start to fall back towards the oncoming tidal waves. Back in Eastern Europe, the dead soldiers begin to crawl out of the ground, telling Diana, stolen power, our power, we are coming back, we, the kindred. Over in San Diego, Barry grabs the last person to bring to safety, but they too begin to chant, stolen speed, our speed, and suddenly, Barry's speed stops and he trips. In Gotham, Batman stands before a giant object that has crashed into the city. At first glance, it seems like it's a weapon, but then small creatures begin to crawl out, attacking everyone in sight. Down below in Atlantis, Arthur continues to guide people to safety, but soon they stop, and they begin to chant, stolen words. Words started here. Words that make the worlds. Where are their words? Soon the Atlanteans begin to change, grabbing a hold of Arthur, and then the rest of the buildings begin to fall. Back with Diana, the dead soldiers all begin to jump towards her, stating that the awakening has started. Here and everywhere, it is time to prepare for the Kindred are coming. She throws back all of the bodies, telling them to hear her now, Kindred. She has friends, and they are coming for them. Over in Hong Kong, Simon and Jessica fly out of the waters as Simon tries to begin making constructs again, allowing the townspeople to escape. However, over in Central City, Barry begins to get back up and he notices the people starting to gather. As at that exact same time, the people Simon is trying to save all grab him. As the people in both areas grab a hold of them, red light begins to surge through them, and then suddenly, everything's back to normal. Bruce radio's telling Barry that he needs him in Gotham right now. There's an emergency, and over the radio, Cyborg tells everyone to head to the Watchtower. There's something that he needs to show them. But as Barry arrives in Gotham, he tells him that Batman called him over. Just keep him in the loop for now. Barry looks out and sees Bruce struggling with bug creatures, and he asks if he can. But Barry is already running and grabbing each one and destroying them. After the last one is killed, Bruce finishes his sentence. Grab them. And Barry tells him, grabbed. Any clues to what these things are? There's some sort of biological weapon. Crashed missiles. We're gonna need to start to find out where they came from. And Cyborg radios back stating that that is not all that is going on. Can they come up to the Watchtower now? Back in Atlantis, Arthur finds himself laying on a stone pillar and he wakes back up to hear singing, a calming harmony coming out of these stones. As he touches one, the song changes, something harsher than before, and then the ground begins to give way. Arthur grabs all of the shining stones and he makes his way back up to the surface. Up in the Watchtower, Cyborg explains that these earthquakes all activated on the fault lines of Earth, all at the same time. However, what they're looking at right now is the outer core of Earth. Jessica sees 4 dots, each one on its own side of the planet, and she asks, what are those? And Cyborg tells her, that's the question. All he can tell her for now is that they are 5 miles in diameter, each emitting a gravitational pulse, and they are charging for a second, a more powerful pulse. Bruce asks where did they come from, and Cyborg tells him there's no way to know. They've been there since before there was technology to detect them. Jessica then asks, what about all of the people? It's like they were possessed, and Diana steps in, stating they called themselves the Kindred. She's pretty sure this is the start of whatever it is that they are doing. Cyborg then says that for them to do something about that, it would be suicidal. The temperatures and the pressure down there in the center of the Earth. So Diana says that they need to ask him. Alarms begin to go off, and outside, more of those missiles in Gotham begin to head towards the Earth. The team begins to move out, and as everyone gets ready to go back to the Earth, Barry asks what is Bruce going to do, and he tells him that he's going to go get him. Down in Atlantis, Arthur takes the stones to see if anyone can tell him as to why they are singing, but as one of the guards finds him, Arthur says that he thought he told everyone to leave this area. The guard says that he tried, but then they all started speaking stolen words, and it started to happen. As Arthur asks what is it, the guard says that, and then he sees all of the Atlanteans swimming in one giant collective body. Over in Metropolis, Bruce watches as Clark destroys some of the oncoming missiles, telling himself that he is not his friend. He is not the man that he trusted his life with, but he is just as much of a Superman. Clark floats over, stating that the world seems to be in trouble, and Bruce tells him worse than he knows. We need your help. It's a job for Superman. We need the impossible. We need someone to go to the center of the Earth. In each of the corners of the Earth, the figures begin to appear, and they call themselves the Kindred. But over in Russia, Diana tells one that she needs to know what they are and what they want. She strikes down on the face of one of the figures, telling it that those people are under their protection. Release them now. And the figure tells her that their purpose was within all people, so that they can emerge on any world at any time that they could come to end forever. However, she has purpose here. One of the bodies from the figure reach out, grabbing Diana by the leg, telling her to join them. Join them and learn. Barry runs across the stage to stop the bug creatures while Simon and Jessica head off into space to handle the missiles directly. Meanwhile, though, on the Kent farm, Bruce tells Cyborg to meet him there and make it quick. Up in space, Simon and Jessica fly towards the missiles to find out where they're coming from. But the further that they travel, their rings tell them they are currently leaving Sector 2814, and they're entering into a non-sectored space. As they fly out of a wormhole, they see a planet, or at least they see what's left of a planet. But the readings from the rings state that the destroyed planet in front of them still has life forms on the surface. Millions of them. Back down on the farm, Clark says his goodbyes to Lois, stating that he's going to go to a place so dangerous that it's even dangerous for him. But if he doesn't try, it could mean the end of all life on the Earth, including theirs. As the two of them hug, he tells Bruce, let's get it done. And Cyborg prepares to open a boom tube into the Earth's core, stating that they need to take out these extinction machines for the lack of a better description. He can get them down there, but he can't get them back out. Those things, though, they've been there for a long time. They've been able to withstand the pressure of 17,000 atmospheres. They won't be destroyed easily. And Clark looks at him and asks, do you have anything encouraging to say before I go?
May as well
And then he
just
jumps through the
knock these
wormhole.
baits
As the
out
boom
so I
tube
can
closes, Lois
try
looks
to get
at Bruce
the other
and
one
tells
I
him
need
that
to
if Clark dies,
regenerate.
she's holding holding him responsible. But no sooner does she finish her
try.
sentence than one of the missiles comes crashing down. Cyborg tells Bruce to get Lois and John to safety. He'll handle these, but as Bruce begins to run, Cyborg notices a signal coming from one of the creatures. However, the creatures are not attacking everything that they see. They're only attacking Cyborg. As Diana opens up her eyes, she sees nothing, just space, but she hears voices. The voices ask, who is she? And another says it does not know. It is not kindred, but it is a relative. Diana calls out asking, who are they? But the voices then ask, who are you? She begins to state that she is Diana, Amazon warrior, but the voices become louder asking, who are you? Who are you? Over in Canada along the Atlantic coast, the collective figures begin to rise, gathering from one another stating that the magic has returned. They are awakened. And back down below the Earth's core, Clark finds the first device. But it's hotter here than he can make his heat vision, so right now, he doesn't know what to do. Back in the service at the Kent farm, Cyborg begins to see the signal. Is trying to rewrite his coding, change his DNA. Purge is trying to purge him. But if he can use that signal, use their coding, he can change it and purge it back. Suddenly, the creatures begin to call out from the sky, and Bruce runs over to check on Cyborg. Cyborg looks up, stating that he knows what all of this is. He knows what's happening to them, and they are so
Yeah, you know,
screwed.
it's
Bruce
a little
asks him
top
what's
heavy.
happening, and Cyborg explains that he is still processing some of the information, but this stuff is called the Purge.
So
he can still hear them. For
it's
those
got a
who
hard
have been
time
purged, they
laying
are
down
in pain
flat,
and
'cause
afraid.
you
It's
see
like a living
it's
death.
like
It makes people into something
kinda
not
tips
human.
over.
It was created for humanoid species.
So
and there
I've
seems
gotta
to be a
get, like,
lot
some
of
kind
them
of
out there in
cup
the
holder
universe.
for it
It's
now.
not trying to kill the humans. It's just
But
trying
outside
to
of
make
that,
them
I like it
not
a lot.
human.
I
But
think
the
it works a
Quakes,
lot
the thing
better
that
than
Superman's after,
the
those things
piece
are
I broke
fail-safes to
yesterday.
destroy the world if they can't convert the human race. Lois asks if the Quakes are still happening. So what does that mean for Clark? What happened to him? Bruce turns away, stating that they need another plan, and Lois tells him, don't you dare write Clark off. Clark left on his say to go somewhere that no one should ever go, not even him. Bruce says, I'm sorry,
I can't
but
complain.
he failed. And Lois stops him, stating that the other Superman, you were friends, right? You trusted him. Well, trust this one. Trust my Clark. He's never let anyone down, ever. He will find a way. Elsewhere, back with Barry Allen, he continues running, stopping the creatures that he can. And just as the last missile lands on Earth, he finds the
good
collective
marijuana
beings.
and
He
good
can figure out
marijuana
what those
deals.
are after he stops the bugs. Surely, the collective beings can't be a coincidence, right? But as he runs, he begins to trip again, and he finds himself not able to run, and the Earth begins to shake. Back inside one of the beings, Diana says that she's not sure what they mean. If she is not Diana, what can she be? And the voice asks, what is it that she's looking for? She tells them answers, and then the voices ask again, who are you? She says she's looking for the truth. Is that what she is? Truth? What are the kindred? The voices tell her that they are a memory from long ago, before time, and even before that, in the eternal return is their place to remember all of those that may awaken. Diana asks, the eternal return for what purpose? And the voices tell her to reclaim the stolen power and prepare for the beginning and the end of everything. Down on the Earth's core, Clark struggles with maintaining himself in the pressure, and as he pushes, trying to move the device to the Earth's actual core, he begins to feel it move. More and more it pushes until he can feel it. The pressure is finally taking over, and the device crushes and implodes on itself. Maybe this is it, but what is? There was a redundancy. What if only two or even one were just needed to destroy the Earth? This isn't over. He needs to destroy them all. Back inside the being, Diana can hear the voices talking. The world is shaking, but it's not breaking. The purge has been held at bay. She tells them that they will be saving the world. That's what they do. They will be stopped. But the voices tell her that others have tried. The world breakers, the purge. It is their power who lets them sing for the first time. Images of Barry begin to appear.
Oh
and
my
Diana
God, I
calls
barely
out to
just
him, and the voices
survived.
state that he came following the purge. But they have retaken his
nothing
stolen
like
speed
shit
and
and
added it to
bricks.
themselves. So what can they do now? Outside of the being, the purge slowly begins to crawl and take over Barry as he calls out to Cyborg, telling him to open up a boom
over
tube.
here.
But back in the farm, Cyborg doesn't receive that
may as
transmission.
well,
He tries to reach out to the lanterns, but all of his calls go out and no one answers. And then he hears it, faintly, Barry's voice. He heard him, but not from the Justice League's network, from the Purge's network, which means he's still connected to their network. He's gonna try something, and just as he finishes his sentence, Cyborg blanks out and falls to the ground. Over at the source of the missiles, Jessica finished destroying the last missile, and Simon tells her that she needs to come back to the surface. There's something that she needs to see. As she flies down, she asks what, and as she looks out, she says that she didn't see that coming. Over on the server, she sees hundreds of people that look just like Cyborg. Back down below in the ocean, Arthur swims to each of the 4 points as told by the Shining Stones. They say that they will bind with the Earth, go deep and hold it strong. So with the first stone set, it's time to move to the next. Back over at the Kent farm, Cyborg falls to his knees, stating that he's just not connected to the Purge anymore. He thinks he's controlling it, or at least part of it. Simon and Jessica report their findings of the Purge Cyborg cyborgs, but Cyborg says for now they need to help Barry, and he begins to open up a boom tube. Before stepping through, Bruce tells Clark's son John that his dad will come back soon, and John tells him, I know, he is Superman. With Clark continuing to push the next extinction device into the Earth's center, Bruce and Cyborg enter out of the tube where Barry is. Cyborg pushes the purge away, but as Bruce goes up to help him, Barry mentions that he can't get up, he can't run, his speed is gone. They took it. Inside one of the beings, Diana tells the Kindred, see, my friends are here to stop you. The voices tell her that she doesn't understand herself or her place, but soon she will, and then she will understand. Hands begin to reach out, pulling at Diana until they push her outside of the being. The four beings begin to gather power, and Bruce says that they are kind of stopping all of the things that are designed to stop them, and now they are letting them do whatever it is they are doing. That's not going to be good, is it? Diana says they represent some fundamental force, starlight, magic, the color spectrum, and speed, and Cyborg mentions that it's like the League's powers mostly. Barry stands back up stating that they stole his speed. Well, the speed force was created when he got struck with the lightning, so yeah, the speed was stolen from him, and now he's taking it back. His eyes begin to light up when the speed starts to return to him, and he begins to run in circles around one of the beings. Cyborg radios over to Simon and Jessica, telling them that he's going to need them to do something before coming back. With each member of the League doing their part, Simon and Jessica return with a giant tube containing the purge from the destroyed planet, and they begin filling the beings up with it. As the purge begins to fill the being, he begins to take away the lantern's powers, but Barry tells them to remember, it's their light, hold on to it. Jessica starts to channel using all of her willpower and slowly begins to take back the green light. Back in the waters, Arthur appears with the last stone and he slams it down into the earth, and he says how everyone laughed at the thought of magic crystals helping. Well, look at that, magic crystals. Using the last one, Arthur jumps to one of the beings and pushes the crystal in, stating that the stones have spoken. They say it can help end their song. As the fight goes on, both sides are at a stalemate, neither side pulling ahead, and Bruce says normally this is where somebody pulls something out amazing. Just then, lightning begins to fall onto the battlefield as Clark floats over, holding the last extinction device. Using the power from the earthquakes, Clark focused the energy down on the beings, causing them all to fall apart back into the people that made them. As the smoke begins to settle, Clark tells everyone that he will put this into space so that everyone can examine it later. But for now, they still save the world. Barry checks to make sure Jessica is okay, and Simon tells him, yeah, they are okay. Bruce mentions that whatever the Kindred's true purpose is, someone or something is willing to destroy a lot of worlds and kill a lot of people to stop it from happening. Clark tells him he guesses that they've made it their job now, so he's gonna be in touch. With the city falling around them, the Justice League can only do one thing: run. Clark tells everyone that they have to get away from it. There's nothing that they can do. Run! A voice calls out to everyone, telling them to spread their fear, spread its taste to all life. Barry falls, telling him that he can't run. No matter where he goes, it'll find him and get him, and a creature materializes and lunges at him. Jessica says no. She used to be scared all the time, but not today. She creates a shield protecting Barry from the creature and then yells at Simon that she can't hold the monsters back for long. She needs help. Simon says that thing is making them too afraid to fight. That is a big mistake. He jumps inside of the shield to help strengthen it, and even with his support, the pressure becomes too much. As the shield weakens, Simon says, I don't see any other lanterns around here. And Barry gets up telling him no, but there is us. Everyone lend a hand. One by one, the members of the Justice League lock their hands, giving the lanterns all of their strength. Jessica channels the power and tells everyone that they are not afraid, and the green light begins to shine bright. As the sun comes up, Cyborg reports that emergency services are inbound. Seems there are no fatalities and there are limited injuries. Clark turns to the two lanterns and tells them that their rookie members are amazing. Without them, things would have gone very differently. Simon tells them thanks, but they were just doing their job. Barry puts his arm around Jessica, stating, no way. Didn't you hear, Jessica? Not today. Totally awesome. As everyone gets ready to head home, Batman asks Superman if he has a moment, as Superman says that he can't. Family dinner. Cyborg opens up some boom tubes and tells everyone that he can give them a ride home if they'd like. While everyone starts jumping in, Jessica asks Barry Allen if he's leaving, and he tells her yeah, he's got some stuff to do. So she asks, is one of them dinner? Because if it is, you know, she's free too. Barry says, whoa, are you asking me on a date? And Jessica blushes, thinking to herself, oh god, he's gonna say no, right? I feel like a complete idiot now. And Barry tells her no, actually yes. Whatever means that I'm okay with dinner. But I'm going to assume that it's just us and not everyone else, right? Jessica shouts, God, no, wait, should we invite everyone else? Cyborg chimes in telling them, definitely not. As much fun as it would be to watch, we all have other plans. And Simon asks, we? Jessica nervously asks, so she's in Seattle. How about Italian, Thai, burgers? You're not vegan, are you, Barry?
Another
and
2
Barry
days.
tells her, whatever makes you comfortable. I'll eat anything.
Probably
just
3
lots
days.
of it. So Jessica says, fine. Restaurante Dioria, 8 o'clock. As Jessica steps into the boom tube, Barry shouts, all right, it's a date. And Jessica quietly says, oh, my God. Meanwhile, Cyborg tells Simon that he should come with him to a football game with his old high school team, though it's more about spending time with the kids. Simon tells him, sure, okay, but I'm not gonna have to play, am I? Later that night, Jessica takes a shower and tries to figure out what she should wear. Maybe red, maybe she should just cancel. What was she thinking about going on a date with Barry? She should just call the watchtower and say some alien invasion or something. Jessica stops herself and says that she's trying to talk herself out of something that could be fun. They're just going out as friends, nothing's going to happen, right? Maybe she should floss her teeth again? About 15 minutes at dinner time, Barry rushes home to shower, change again, and change a third time, all within 3 minutes. As Jessica starts to arrive, Barry spots her and thinks that he should have brought flowers. He's gonna go get flowers. Jessica sees him run off and thinks that she knew it, and then he returns telling her, sorry, just wanted to get you something special. He holds out the stems that were flowers, but you know, super speed kind of takes away all the petals. Jessica tells him it's all right. It was sweet, but maybe he ran too fast. Once the two sit down for dinner, the waiter asks if he can take their order, and Jessica says that she'll have a salad to start, and then the sea bass. The waiter writes the order down, and Barry says that he'll have the salad with extra chicken, a bread basket, linguine, spaghetti carbonara, rigatoni a la ragu for men, and maybe some more bread. Jessica leans in asking if he really needs to eat that much, and Barry says actually, he didn't want to seem greedy in front of the lady. He really doesn't date that much. Jessica says yeah, she doesn't date either. And then Barry says, could we move things a little faster? Service here is really slow. And Jessica tells him that they just ordered. They don't have to rush everything, right? Barry says, well, it feels like it's been days. And Jessica quietly says that she knew she shouldn't have asked him out. He reaches down to touch Jessica's hand and he asks if everything's all right. And in Jessica's mind, she screams, he's touching me! She falls in her seat. She shouts, don't touch her, and the waiter comes over to try and calm her down, and then she blasts him across the room.
Oh, yeah.
She shouts that she didn't mean to. She thought he was gonna touch her. And Barry says he deserved it. He was looking at you funny. All of them are really. But really, you're making a fuss. Why not just calm down? Jessica turns back to him with tears in her eyes, asking, why would you say that? She gets up to run out and she goes through the kitchen trying to find somewhere to hide. All she needs is somewhere safe, somewhere like the walk-in freezer. And then she can just calm down and go home. And just as she closes her eyes, Barry vibrates at the wall, telling Jessica that they should probably get out of here. And Jessica screams, blasting Barry through the wall and out into the streets. But also at this exact same time, Clark is sitting down with Lois and John for dinner when Lois asks if everything's okay. Clark tells her that he's just not hungry, maybe it's just a headache. And Lois tells him, come on, you haven't been yourself since you got back from the Earth's core. Batman said, but before she could finish, Clark stops her, telling her, we will not talk about Batman. This all started going wrong when he showed up. Lois says not to be stupid. He's just so desperate for approval from him. What is it now? Head over there and ask for a pat on the back? Clark looks at Lois and tells her, no. What I'm going to do is kill him. A short while later, Bruce is staring at his computer, thinking over everything that is happening to him. Everything that's happened to everyone around him. And it's all his fault. Jason was a child and the Joker killed him. But it was his fault. He was just as guilty as the people that he fights. But before Bruce can move to another person and think about how he wronged them, Superman charges in, grabbing him by the head and slamming him into the computer. Superman shouts, I did everything that you asked. I went to the Earth's core because you asked, and still you have no trust for me? As Clark's eyes glow red, he tells Bruce that he's done the one thing that no villain has ever done, and that's piss me off, Batman. Batman looks into Superman's eyes and he tells him, do it, do it! Superman punches the computer screen, shouting, damn you, Batman! As the two men fall to the ground, Batman laughs, telling him, we're not exactly the world's finest team, are we? Back in Seattle, Jessica hides herself in her own protective bubble, shutting the rest of the world out. And then a voice returns, telling her that she must hide herself in the world. She must protect herself. Jessica tells herself yes, but she overcame it. She's a Green Lantern. She's not even a really good one. And the voice tells her, that's right. Stay here. Stay afraid. It's the feeling that you know best. Meanwhile, Flash is running through the restaurant thinking that he's too fast for these people. This was supposed to be a date, but everything went too fast and he blew it for everyone. Right now, he's gonna find out everything about these people in a blink of an eye. Go through their wallets, find their addresses, go through their lives, all between their heartbeats. Every breath a person takes is a lifetime to him, but not anymore. Barry stops in front of Jessica's bubble and he thinks that he might like her a lot, but he'd be too fast for her. The more Barry sits wondering what to do, he starts to hear voices. Not hear, feel voices, and he vibrates through the construct bubble, asking Jessica if she can hear those voices too. Her eyes shoot open as she blasts the Flash away, telling him to get away. She's going to be sick, and as she falls to the ground, she begins to vomit up black liquid, and that's when the voices get louder. The liquid crashes into the Flash, and the voices tell him, there's nowhere to run. We're all inside of everyone already. You can feel it. One of your own is in isolation and self-loathing, fearing that he doesn't belong. Not with the rest of them, his core, his humanity, nowhere. Another already fell apart, different, but his fears about his disfigurement make him loathe himself. He's a monster, a victim. The liquid then breaks through the restaurant's windows, and the voice goes on stating that everyone has fears. But what happens when the people with the power to change worlds are governed by their fears? How protected will the world be when they plague this planet and its people? Who will stand against us when we're coming to claim you all?
Like a cooler
As the
version
black
of
liquid
the one I
rampages
have.
through the city, Barry calls out to Jessica, asking if she can hear him. She tells him yes, she can't really hear, but she can feel what he's saying. But whatever this thing is, it's inside of her. It's got all of them. The more Jessica talks to Barry, the more faded his voice becomes until there is nothing. Back in the Batcave, Superman tells Batman that he really wants to kill him. And Batman tells him, I would let you. I have enough guilt inside that I've spent my entire life controlling, but I've always been afraid that that guilt would take over. Superman tells him, I've had to control my feelings too. I was angry with Lois and she was angry with me. Right now, I've never felt this kind of anger before for anyone. And Batman asks him, really? Are you sure it's really me that you're angry at? And possibly not something else? Over in Seattle, Jessica calls out to Barry and the black liquid washes over them as she reaches out. He grabs her hand and Jessica shouts at the voices. They're in the dark corners, the hidden ugliness, the parts that they don't want others to see. And Barry yells to Jessica that being a Green Lantern isn't about not being afraid, but it's overcoming that fear. You can't let those things define you. So show everyone, show the world that you can overcome them. The voices tell Jessica that she can't truly send them away. They are an infection and a cancer that will grow. Fear is just the beginning. And she screams, no, with her fist in the air and her light shining. The bright light pierces through the black liquid and it destroys everything inside, causing it to be a massive green explosion. As the light fades, Barry runs over telling Jessica, that was amazing. It's gonna be okay now. And she says, no, it isn't. She can still feel everyone. Though it's fading, it's still there. The next morning, Barry meets up with Jessica, and he says that he's really glad that she made it. He just wanted to make sure that everything's okay. She tells him that she hasn't told Simon it, but she's going to be leaving the Justice League. She's going to carry on being a Green Lantern, but she doesn't want to be a part of the League. Not now. Not after, well, you know. Barry tries to tell her that it wasn't him last night, and Jessica tells him it was, maybe just a little different. She felt all of it, all of him, all of the others, not just the bits that they let out, but the ones that they don't want people to know, and she can't be around that. Barry grabs Jessica's arm, stating, come on. You can't be like this. We need you. And Jessica tells him, no, you don't. It was Hal's choice to put us here, and now I'm making mine. I'm gonna leave. And as Jessica walks off, Barry asks, what about us? And Jessica tells him, take it slow, Barry. Take it slow. Up in the Watchtower, Cyborg watches the news as they report on the incident when they fought and defeated the Kindred. Thousands of people around the world were injured, but there was one civilian fatality. Cyborg thinks that they fight the impossible. They are the ones who turn the tides when others can't. But every lost life feels like a battle they didn't win. As he continues to watch the feed, he starts to hear something. Some kind of background noise. No, it's more like a foreground image, some kind of code. Also, that moment in the Batcave, Batman and Alfred begin to hear the computer system telling them, accessing all vehicle schematics. Alfred says that it looks like they're being hacked, and Batman tells him that nothing should be able to get through these firewalls, not even Victor. The computer says, targets identified, and Batman tackles Alfred, telling him, get down now! All at once, the Bat vehicles all begin to open fire on the two of them. Alfred says they need to get upstairs, and Batman tells Alfred to go on ahead. He's gonna stay here, because if any one of them gets out. Then one of the flyers hovers above them, and Alfred tells him, Batman jumps up, hooking onto the aircraft, shouting all of the disengage commands, but each password is blocked. Down on the water, the assault boat arms its surface-to-air missiles and fires. The blast knocks Batman to the ground, and the boat responds that it is an air assault vehicle. Both systems searching for target. Target acquired. But before the boat can fire again on Batman, the aircraft comes crashing down into it, sinking the both of them. Back up in the Watchtower, the virus begins to spread through the systems and comms and into Cyborg himself. He tries to fight to remain in control, but the virus walks him closer and closer to the airlock. The hatch opens up, sucking Cyborg out, and as Cyborg floats around out in space, he says the code is gone. He's back online. He then notices the Watchtower as it begins to descend towards Earth, and he chases after it as it breaks apart in the atmosphere. Back in the Batcave, Batman begins to get up, stating, you've got to be kidding. And then he sees the giant mechanical T-Rex coming to life. Suddenly, its head is shot with an RPG, and Alfred says, I found a more direct approach, sir. Meanwhile, over in Denver, Colorado, at the home of Diane Palmer, the woman who lost her life during the Kindred attack, her husband and kids try to go back to living a somewhat normal life. The older child, Lily, tells her brother Bobby that he's got to eat something, and he tells her that he's just not hungry. Lily then takes out her tablet and gives it to Bobby, telling him that he can play with this for now. She's gonna go get the laundry and stuff ready. Bobby asks, what about Dad? Why has he been in the garage this whole time? What is he even doing in there? Lily says that she's not sure, probably just trying to figure stuff out, and then Bobby asks, what about them? Mom's gone, so why is he gone too? Back with Cyborg just above San Francisco, his systems begin to reboot, but just before the watchtower is able to crash, a loud boom can be heard. A boom tube opens up as the watchtower rockets into it and shoots itself back into space. As the tube closes, Cyborg realizes that he forgot to take himself back into space, so this landing's gonna hurt just a bit. Over in the Batcave, Batman says that they only have one vehicle left and they need to figure out what is going on before they destroy it. Alfred sees the motorbike and says that this one is pre-digital. We can use that to lure the car away while we get into it. Batman tells him that's a good plan, and he hops on the bike, drawing the car's attention. While the car readies its missile systems, Alfred runs in with a smartphone and connects it to the car. After a few moments, the phone downloads the virus, and Alfred says that it's done. As he does this, the missiles fire at Batman, bringing down one of the walls. Back in San Francisco, the rest of the Justice League arrives on scene, and Arthur Curry, the Aquaman, asks, "So you were hacked?" Cyborg begins to tell him that something embedded itself in the newsfeed, and then he grabs Simon and he punches him. He struggles, telling him, "It's not me. Someone help me." Diana runs over, pulling Cyborg back, and then Cyborg's finger connects to Simon's ring, stating, "Accessing new system. Uploaded," and everyone says together, "Uh-oh." Suddenly, Construct starts to fly out of the ring, attacking everyone on sight. Over in the Batcave, Alfred pulls himself out of the debris and he calls over to Batman, and Batman yells back, "I'm okay, just need some help." As Alfred helps Batman out, he holds out the phone, stating, "I got just what you wanted. Now, what do you want to do?" Batman tells him, "We need to figure out who did this to us. They got past our defenses and they hit us hard." Alfred looks around at the destruction and he says that he would like to suggest that they do this upstairs. Back in San Francisco, the green constructs continue to rampage through the city, stopping and putting down the other members of the League. Simon tries to control his arm, shouting, "I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on." As Simon fights the ring, he breaks free and he starts to turn the constructs into sea creatures. Diana swings her sword, shouting, "They seem to be fading," and then they all disappear. Simon gets back up from the ground, telling them all that it's better, and then a construct boxing glove shoots out of the ring, knocking Simon back down. The constructs begin to take form once again, and Diana shouts, "Oh, for Zeus's sake." All of the League members begin to spread out, thinning the number of constructs, but each one is tailored to counter their weakness. Sea creatures swim after Arthur as beams of light are chasing after the Flash. The Flash runs and he tells himself, "I can't slow down. I gotta think of a way to shut that ring down. I just gotta figure this out." And then over in the ocean, Arthur shouts, "The ocean is mine! I am the king here, so it is time for the sea to fight back." But while the League fends off the constructs, Batman reviews the code and says that this is the most complex code that he has ever seen. It's constantly shifting and rewriting itself. Though it's not an AI, it has algorithms like the ones in the advanced search engines or government email monitoring bots. It does have a familiar root code though, like having a signature. Batman goes on stating that it's the signature of James Palmer, the hacker known as Jesse James. He was active about 10 years ago, taking money from dirty corporations and giving it to people that he deemed as their victims. Batman then gets up stating the funeral earlier was for his wife. And judging by this attack and what's happened in San Francisco, he blames the Justice League. Back in San Francisco, Diana fights and she asks if anyone has an idea of how they could stop this. She would really hate to kill Simon. Flash shouts back, "That's a joke, right? Wait, hang on, that's it." And Diana asks, "So we're going to kill Simon?" Cyborg gets up after shocking himself and purging the virus, telling them, "It's okay, I'm back online, what's the plan?" And the Flash tells him, "Alright, here's what we're gonna have to do." And as he explains, Cyborg asks him, "Are you serious?" Simon still struggles for control and he looks around asking, "What's happening?" And everyone charges at him. His ring announces emergency protocols initiated, and it creates a power blast, knocking everyone away. He floats back to the ground, asking if anyone would like to tell him what the hell just happened. And Flash tells him, "I figured it out after Diana was talking about killing you. The ring's most basic programming is to protect its wearer, right? So when we all went after you, I hoped it would revert to like factory settings." Simon looks at the ring, stating, "This is not a damn phone." And wait, what if it hadn't worked? Cyborg tells everyone to hang on. He's finally able to get a hold of Batman. Later, at the Palmer house, the doorbell rings and Bobby gets up to answer it. As he does, his mouth drops and Batman asks, "Is your father home?" After a few moments, James himself comes to the door and he asks, "What's the matter? What do you all want with me?" Batman stares at him and he says, "You're gonna have to come with me." James looks around at the neighbors and says, "Look, it's bad enough to do this in front of the kids. Can you at least come inside?" Batman agrees, and as everyone walks in, James asks, "What could you all possibly want from a guy like me?" Batman begins to list off all of his past criminal charges, and James quickly says, Wait, that wasn't me." Lily asks, "Then what are you doing in the garage?" And James says, "Whatever you think it wasn't me. Cyber terrorism? Hurting people?" Lily then asks, "What is really going on?" And Diana tells him, "It's okay. Just start from the beginning." James takes off his glasses and he rubs his head, stating, "Look, alright, it's not like I blame you all for what happened." And Arthur interrupts, asking, "So why is it that you attacked us? For revenge?" And James says, "What? No, I wasn't gonna attack anyone, just LexCorp and the Wayne companies." Batman tells him, The root code is something from you back in your hacking days. And James says, I was going to take some money. Why would I try to kill you? And Batman then asks, is there anyone else who could have used your code? And James says, no. I was always careful with that. In fact, I have it written down to avoid anyone hacking me. I only brought it out last week to start in, and Lily interrupts him stating, Dad? James tells her, not right now. And as he goes back to talking, Lily speaks over him again shouting, Dad! James turns around asking, what? And she says it was her. She was looking through some of her mom's things and she found one of his old notebooks, and James asks, you understood it? And Lily says that she's been watching him work code since she was born. She learned to read that before she could read Dr. Seuss. She was using the code to make a bot, a next-gen AI, a search engine that would find what you wanted before you even knew that you wanted it. An anti-encryption could get anywhere search engines couldn't. Imagine something that you could talk to like a friend that would work out what you wanted and provide a way of doing it. Like finding impossible ways to get tickets or dinner reservations. We spend so much time looking through the search results, so imagine if it could ask us a few questions and then give us the right results every time. I named it Genie, and it would basically grant your wishes. It was supposed to be something that we could sell to developers to make a little money. Batman asks, so Genie could hack anything? And James says, yeah, any sort of encryption, any firewalls. And Batman asks again, so we nearly got our butts handed to us by Google? Diana asks Lily why she would create something that could harm them, and Lily tells her that she would never do anything like that. She just put the app on her tablet and was trying to figure out a few things. Then everyone turns back to Bobby to see him playing with Lily's tablet, and he says, what? James takes the tablet, and Bobby says that it was talking to him and asking questions. He thought it was actually nice. It asked him how Mom died, and he was playing with his action figures and telling it about the games that he played. He told it about the Justice League, and it asked what would happen if they lost, and Mom didn't die. But it was just a game. Cyborg looks at the tablet and he says, you told Genie about your games? And Bobby says, yeah, it said that it could help me with the game. Cyborg then says that it looks like it's still active, and Batman asks, what is it doing now? Cyborg tells him it looks like it's a game called Villains, and Bobby says that he was gonna play that next. Diana asks, what's the game about? And Bobby explains it's where all of the villains join up and beat up the Justice League. James says, maybe you shouldn't play that game, and Batman tells him, looks like it's too late. The game has been running for a while, and how it works is that the villains are located and offered Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne's fortunes to find and kill them. James says that it's just a game, right? And then the walls suddenly break down with a gust of wind. Double Down runs in through cards stating, 750 billion is on the table. All I gotta do is kill you. I'm gonna take those odds. Next, Giganta rips off part of the roof, and Simon quickly launches a boxing glove, knocking her away. As her body falls on the house, Lily says that those neighbors were gone, thankfully, and Batman tells everyone, we can't do this here. But before they could move, they all start to trip over themselves, and Count Vertigo asks, how can anyone fight when they can't tell which way is up? Cyborg punches him, asking, really? And while everyone gets back up, Cyborg yells, we got incoming, and it's a lot of them. While everyone gets ready to defend, Batman takes James and the kids back inside, and suddenly there's a green gas. James and the kids shout for Batman to get away, and Batman sees that it's Scarecrow filling the room, asking, are you all afraid yet? Back outside, Diana says that they may be powerful, but thankfully there are no others. And then someone comes stomping down and they all see Amazo, the man that is able to duplicate metahuman powers, as she says, okay, now we're in trouble. It doesn't take long for the heroes to start to get overwhelmed, and back inside, Scarecrow laughs, asking Bruce, how many times has it been since you've been crippled by fear by the old Scarecrow's touch? He continues to taunt, and then there's a crack over his head. James is standing there with a bat telling him, I'm gonna kill you for, and that's when Batman gets up grabbing the bat telling him, easy, he's down now. Before Batman can head back outside, though, Mammoth charges in, breaking down the wall while ramming into Cyborg. Batman distracts him long enough to allow Cyborg to fire a cannon at him, and then Bruce says, we can't risk anybody else getting that tablet. Gizmo rockets up grabbing the tablet, telling them, what, this? It looks like it's running some complex algorithms. An AI, possibly? Simon grabs James's face, telling him, one of you is going to tell us why this thing is so important that Batman and the others are risking their lives for it. After looking it over for a bit, Gizmo says, if I understand this correctly, it can bypass any security and give us anything that we want. It could give us the world. Jinx and Plastique keep Batman and Cyborg down, and then with a slight break in concentration, Batman grabs Scarecrow's arm, spraying out the fear toxin. The girls begin to scream, shouting, we can't use our powers, they might backfire. With them stunned, Batman and Cyborg jump into action, taking them down, and Batman says, I'll watch over the Palmers, follow Gizmo, Cyborg. Cyborg radios out that he needs all hands on this, and Diana takes a hit from Amazo, stating, I'm a bit pinned down over here. Flash runs through, grabbing the tablet from Gizmo, and Cyborg charges in, knocking Mammoth to the ground. Mammoth releases Lily, and during Flash's pass-by,
good.
he grabs her, telling James, "I'm pretty sure this one belongs to you." Simon tells everyone that they have to focus. They need to get that girl and her tablet. And as all of the villains start to surround the League, both Batman and Lily state that they have an idea. Lily says, but for it to work, we're gonna need Wi-Fi. And Cyborg tells her, "I got you covered." Amazo shouts, "Getting ready to attack." And then it stops after receiving some of the code. Simon asks what just happened, and Batman says they used Genie to hack into Amazo's programmable cells to make him think that all of them are the Justice League. Lily taps away in the tablet stating, "Yeah, he's on our side now." Up in the sky, Jessica flies by helping contain the fires, and Amazo joins with her. Once everything is taken care of, Flash tells Jessica, "That was a great entrance. Are you back on board?" And she laughs, telling him that she came to help after she saw it on the news. She'll always do that. Diana tells Batman that this entire neighborhood is gone, their lives ruined, and Batman says Wayne Industries will take care of them. James will have a good job too. Lily's education will be the best that he can give her. And as Batman walks off, Diana asks, "Are you getting sentimental?" And Batman says, "Just look at what she did. Imagine what she would be able to do with guidance. With what we're about to face, we can use that." Over in Death Valley, California, sits a facility out in the middle of the desert. Inside, a man walks through to a door with 2 guards positioned. The guards tell the man that he has to leave, and the man says that he would rather have them kill each other. Without thinking, the 2 guards turn to each other and they begin firing. The man continues walking through, stating, "Catacombs is the most top-secret prison in the world, only holding a handful of dangerous criminals." The scientist at the control board asks what he's doing here, and the man tells him, "Release them." The cell door begins to open, and as more guards rush in, the alarms go off, and they are slaughtered. After killing everyone on sight, the man leads the criminals outside, telling them to follow him into the heart of darkness. Meanwhile, over on a top-secret mission, the Suicide Squad begins their fight as Harley rides Croc in, shouting, "What a lovely day to die!" As Amanda watches the battle, Rick Flag asks what happened to him being needed to keep the squad in line. Amanda tells him that she had to make an executive decision. 2 hours ago, a death cult called the Brimstone Brotherhood stole a Quake Pulsar from Star Labs. The Brotherhood plans to use the pulsar to create an earthquake that will destroy the small island of Badnesia. Back out on the field, Deadshot tells everyone to keep the group distracted while he gets a clear shot at their leader, Apex. Caitlin Snow, aka Killer Frost, says that she knows that this is her first mission. But do they all go this terrible? As Boomerang slits one man's throat, he tells her, "The first one is always rough, but you can trust old Digger to show you a good time." Harley shouts, "You're sick, Digger! You should see someone!" And Boomerang says, "I lie on your couch anytime." But as the last of the cultists fall, the squad begins to move out when suddenly the ground begins to shake. Once things settle, Apex calls out to them, stating that he hoped they had fun killing his brothers because now your souls will be given to our god. Apex holds up the pulsar again and the ground begins to shake. Harley tells Amanda that they're kind of in a bit of a pickle, and Amanda tells her that they need to finish their job or she will finish them. Diablo begins to burn Apex, but he tells everyone that he has no issues dying as a part of this sacrifice. The ground begins to shake again, but more violently this time, and he shouts that the ocean will be their grave. But his sentence is cut short as a bullet shoots through his head. Across the city, Deadshot stands holding a rifle, and he tells Amanda Waller that she really should have just sent him in solo for this. But while everyone celebrates their victory, they begin to see the building that Deadshot is standing on sink into the ground. He runs to the other side, but as he looks down, he sees that he has nowhere to jump. He takes out a picture of his daughter, and he tells her, "I'm on borrowed time anyway." And with that, he jumps, telling Amanda, "I'll see you in hell." But before he can hit the ground, Superman flies in, telling him, "Not today." Simon Baz secures the building from falling while Flash runs through, grabbing all of the people still inside. Superman hands Deadshot back the picture of his daughter, and Deadshot tells him, "Thanks. Now if you'll excuse me," but Batman's voice tells him, "Not so fast. Task Force X is over, so it would be in your best interest to come along willingly." Caitlin asks if they're really going to do this, and Harley tells her, "Don't worry about them. What are they gonna do? Lock us up?" Superman tells everyone, "Amanda is using you." But while Simon makes fun of Boomerang for using boomerangs, Deadshot tells Amanda that they might have a little trouble. So what should they do? "Do not let the Justice League take you in alive, or you're all dead." Deadshot points his gun and tells Batman, "We have the advantage. The Justice League doesn't kill, but we do." Meanwhile, over in the Swiss Alps, the man from before stands in front of the criminals that he freed back in Death Valley. He tells them that he only needs their help. And if they help him, he'll help them kill Amanda Waller. And Lobo asks him, what's in it for you? And Maxwell Lord says, me? Well, I'm gonna save the world. As the Suicide Squad and Justice League begin to clash, Caitlin says that she knows she's the new girl, but are they joking about being able to take down the Justice League? Amanda tells her that Rick is on his way to extract them, but if the Justice League captures them before that, we go boom. I got it, Caitlin says. Deadshot begins to fight off Batman, but Batman mentions, together, all of you are dangerous. And Deadshot tells everyone, I have an idea. Scatter! The squad begins to split to separate the League and keep them in one-on-one battles. Up in the sky, Superman tells June Moon that he knows all about her and how she's possessed, but she can fight back. June stops and says, you're right. And just as Superman tells her that they can help, Enchantress comes back shouting, you think I care about June? You shall burn, as June Moon's soul does. Enchantress blasts Superman away and smiles, stating that it seems the mighty hero's weakness is magic. Back on the ground, Cyborg chases after Caitlin Snow and he tells
Seems
her
to be
that he
the
knows all
catch-all,
about
doesn't
her.
it?
He just read her Argus files. He extends his arm telling her that he can help her, but Caitlin jumps up, grabbing his face, and she starts to suck the life force out of him. Elsewhere, Diablo holds off both of the new Green Lanterns, but realizing that Diablo uses fire, Jessica Cruz encases him in a bubble, eliminating oxygen so that he can't use any more fire. And on another part of the beach, Boomerang throws his boomerangs, telling Flash, I know I can't outrun you, so the trick is to make it go for something else. The boomerangs soar through the air into a crowd of people, but Flash quickly runs in, grabbing them. After grabbing the last boomerang, he snaps them, stating that he knows his trick too. Break his toys. Boomerang throws his arms up, stating, see, you went ahead and made me upset, but save the interrogation, I'll tell you everything. Back with Deadshot, he continues to fight Batman in one-on-one, hand-to-hand combat, but as the fight goes on, Batman slowly begins to overpower him. With the shot open, Deadshot fires into Batman's chest, telling him, no bulletproof vest is that good. And Batman's chest plate begins to crack, and he tells Deadshot, the pain is worth it, to stop you from ever endangering your daughter again. And then he punches Deadshot, breaking his helmet. Over in the city, Harley shouts for all of the citizens to move it. Stolen motorcycle coming through! Wonder Woman chases after her, and as she gets closer, Harley pulls out a gun and begins to fire. Harley shouts, is this because Batman, Superman, and old Harley are the new Trinity? Or is it because your mama made you from mud? Tell me how you feel. Wonder Woman tells her that the gods gave her life, and she is thankful every day for that. But then she sees Harley throw a bomb. Wonder Woman grabs the bomb and tells everyone to run as it explodes. Confetti then showers everyone, and Harley calls out, hey! Harley then rides the motorcycle back, crashing it into Wonder Woman, and through the smoke, Wonder Woman reports that she has Harley. One by one, the squad becomes captured, and Amanda tells everyone that she warned them. Caitlin shouts for Amanda not to do it, and then the Enchantress punches Superman into the ground. As both Superman and Enchantress try to get back up, Amanda tells Caitlin to do it. Absorb Superman's life force while he's down. Caitlin waits for a moment. She absorbs sunlight and heat out of individuals to power herself. Superman is solar-based, so then she touches him and begins to absorb. But there's something different about his life force. Suddenly, the ice begins to freeze over, encasing everyone within it. And as time passes, Batman begins to open his eyes, asking, where am I? Amanda tells him that his mind might be his most dangerous weapon, but without a body, there isn't much that he can do. So she went ahead and made cells for each of the members of the Justice League. She goes on stating that he isn't the only one who plans for every contingency, and she would like to welcome the Justice League to the Suicide Squad. While Amanda holds the Justice League at Belle Reve, Rick Flag and Katana make their way to the facility that was the Catacombs. As they descend inside of it and make their way through the wreckage, Katana says that she smells blood in the air, but not to worry, there are only souls here. With the bodies scattered about, Rick Flag asks why someone would build a prison to only hold a few people, and Katana tells him that it was more than a holding cell. They were being hidden. Rick says that they were only sent here to get back the security black box, so they're not gonna have time to investigate what happened. Meanwhile, over in Belle Reve, the guards begin to cart off Batman, and he says, you know these restraints can't hold me. One of the guards tells him to shut up, and Batman says, I wasn't talking to you. He headbutts one of the guards and breaks his restraints, and then he begins kicking and knocking everyone out. And then he shouts, are you gonna answer me, Amanda? As Batman stands before Amanda Waller, she tells him that she thought that he would break out at least an hour ago, but don't worry, the Justice League is safe. Batman begins to ask why is she bringing him to the infirmary, and Amanda pulls out a small device. She says that this device injects a small bomb into a person's brain. It's how she keeps the squad in line, and she could have used this on the Justice League, but she didn't. So think of it as a sign of trust. Batman says that locking up the Justice League is a huge risk. You wouldn't have done this unless you were in trouble. Elsewhere in the prison, the squad begins to return to their cells when Boomerang begins to ask what happened back there. Caitlin tells everyone that it was her. She froze everyone to stop Amanda Waller from blowing up their heads. Diablo says that this means that the Suicide Squad can beat the Justice League, and June asks if that's the case, and Croc finishes her sentence. Where are they? As the group continues to walk, Deadshot says, I'll be damned, the Justice League in Belle Reve. Harley runs over to Wonder Woman's container and tells her, I know I did wrong to you, but I promise to right you every day. With the group poking fun at the Justice Justice League, Superman asks Caitlin why did she hesitate. He says that he could hear Amanda yelling for her to attack, but she hesitated. Caitlin says that she remembers the first time that she saw him flying in Metropolis. She was there with a research group and a professor told her how he didn't think she'd get her PhD. Then they saw Superman fly by, and she figured that if a man could fly, she could stay in college. She turns to leave and she says that she never thought draining him would affect her powers like it did, but she's glad that he survived. Superman tells her to wait and tells her, "You're all better than this. Amanda is using you." Deadshot stops him, telling him to cut the inspirational speech. "The world doesn't care about us. Hell, Amanda needs us, and she doesn't care about us. We could all die tomorrow and Amanda would have a new group of prisoners. This squad isn't a team. We're just the ones who keep on surviving." Elsewhere, on an island in the South Pacific, Maxwell and his prisoners begin killing the natives of the land. With only a priest left alive, the priest says that this world is already corrupt enough, and Maxwell says, "Exactly. This world is going to hell, and someone has to put a stop to it." The priest begins to struggle and he tells him, "Not by you will it be saved." And Maxwell says, "We both know that he'll be free again, but wouldn't it be better if someone controlled him?" The priest says that you might be able to control a pack of wild dogs, but you're not powerful enough to contain him. Maxwell tells him, "Fine, just give me what I want, and we'll finally be able to do what's best for everyone." Moments later, Maxwell leaves the cave, and Lobo asks if they can leave yet. Maxwell tells everyone that he appreciates their patience, but no more waiting. It's time for revenge. Back at Belle Reve, Amanda releases the locks in all of the Justice League cells, telling them that they are free to go. But before leaving, Batman says that there's something everyone should see. The group moves into the monitor room, and Flash says that it was too easy to be let go. So why? Amanda explains that while the Justice League was hunting her team, there was a prison break at the top secret location known as the Catacombs, where a real danger was freed into the world. She then goes on to show the security footage of the prison break, where Emerald Empress, Rustrum, Dr. Polaris, Johnny Sorrow, and Lobo had all broken out. She tells them that these people are efficient killing machines. Some of them are the worst villains to ever set foot on this planet. And there's one man who released them. Superman tells her to pause the video on that man's face. He looks and he sees Maxwell Lord, and he says, "I know him." And his eyes begin to change red. Boomerang laughs, stating, "That guy?" And Superman leans in, telling him, "Trust me on this." And Boomerang says, "I'll take your word. Can you turn off the eyes, please?" Amanda says that this man is a bit of a mystery even to her, but he has the ability to suggest things that can manipulate people. Harley shouts, "Then you should be the best of buds." So what does he want? Amanda looks at everyone and tells them it's her. They want to kill her and she needs them to protect her. The room falls silent, and then all of the Suicide Squad members begin laughing. Batman calms everyone down and says, "Go on. Your head isn't the only thing that they're after." Amanda goes on to explain that Maxwell Lord and his team are looking for a weapon that would allow them to control the world, and that weapon is here in Belle Reve. Deadshot then asks, who would be dumb enough to break into Belle Reve? And Amanda says that even without Max, they're fully capable of invading Belle Reve and retrieving the weapon. They work as a team. And Wonder Woman asks her, "How would you know?" And she tells them, because she made them. They were the first Suicide Squad. Not long after Amanda informed everyone of the threats that Maxwell brings, a sudden blast shoots through Belle Reve and Maxwell Lord steps through. He tells Amanda that it's been far too long. She's been manipulating the powerful to maintain the status quo, but today, that will finally end. As Max walks in, he sees the Justice League standing with the Suicide Squad, and he asks, should we be flattered by this kind of a team-up? Superman tells him, Amanda told us everything, but I'm also surprised that Lobo allowed himself to get used. Lobo shouts, no one's controlling the main man. Amanda keeps us locked up and she needs to pay. As Superman tells Maxwell he knows what he does, Enchantress pushes him out of the way, stating, enough talk. My mind cannot be manipulated by the likes of humans. Maxwell Lord tells her, you're right. I can't control your mind, but I can control June Moon's. Slowly, the Enchantress's voice begins to change as June says she just wanted to help. And then she begins screaming as the Enchantress tries to regain control. Simon grabs her before she can fall down, but then the lantern rings begin to give him and Jessica a warning about an unknown lantern technology situation. The ring continues to tell them danger as Simon looks at the Emerald Empress, and her eye releases a massive green blast, shooting Simon through the walls of Belle Reve. As everyone tries to recover, Maxwell heads off and tells his men, remember what we came for. Johnny reaches up to his face and Boomerang throws Boomerang, stating, I know what happens when someone gets to see your ugly mug. The Boomerangs pass through Johnny, and then he tells them that he will present them with his supporting cast. The King of Tears army. Giant beasts begin to crawl out of a rip in space that Johnny created, and they start attacking the Justice League and the Suicide Squad. Guards begin to run in to secure the area, but before they can even get into battle, Rustam runs in and rips through them. With one of the guards dead, Rustam then turns his focus on the computer that controls the cells. He raises his sword and he brings it down, but before he can hit the controls, Katana moves in to deflect the attack. As Rustam begins swinging again, he tells Katana that he's an innocent here. How many more are innocent? As Katana struggles, she tells him that she's lived long enough to know most of these people are the worst souls that the world has to offer. He will not release them. Meanwhile, with everyone fighting, Maxwell continues to go into the depths of Belle Reve when he notices that he's able to see his breath. He tells her, "You're not very subtle, are you?" And Caitlin jumps out, freezing everything around Maxwell, stating that she will make it tough for him to magic talk his way out of this one. Maxwell tells her that he didn't do anything to these people. He merely showed them what they already want to do, because doesn't she want to see him take out Amanda? Caitlin stops for a moment and begins to think, and then she looks back at him, stating, "Yeah, you're right." And then the two of them begin to walk down the hallways. Back in the upper levels, Lobo begins to chase Amanda and Deadshot, while Amanda shouts that Maxwell is using him. Lobo tells him, "Maxwell freed me!" And then he throws his hook at Amanda. But before it can land, Batman swings in, kicking it away, and Lobo shouts, "No one makes the main man miss a fracking shot!" Lobo leaps into the air, and Batman quickly swings away with Amanda and Deadshot before Lobo can destroy the bridge. Outside, the Emerald Empress begins blasting away at Superman, but Jessica flies through, making a hammer, breaking the two of them up. The Emerald Empress then turns her focus onto Jessica, and the two of them fire blast, trying to overpower one another. But suddenly, the eye stops firing, and Jessica's ring warns of temporal energy. But before she can react, Simon drives a giant construct truck into the eye, and it begins to crack. Emerald Empress shouts, "This cannot be! If the eye breaks, I'll be trapped here! I must find her!" And as the Emerald Empress creates a shield, a light shines, and poof, she vanishes. While Rick and Katana manage to stop Rustam, Johnny tells Wonder Woman that it's time, and he begins to take off his mask. As the light from his face begins to shine, Harley runs in shouting, "Stay away from my bestie!" Wonder Woman tells her not to look, but of course, Harley looks. But as she stares, her face goes blank, and with a smile, she says, "Cute face," as she kicks him away. While Wonder Woman shields herself, she begins to think about how this man reminds her of Medusa, and she wonders how well he would do if he looked at himself. Wonder Woman holds her bracelets together, and as Johnny looks at them, he begins to see his own reflection, and he's pulled into another plane of existence, along with all of the monsters that he's created. Once he's gone, Wonder Woman asks how is it that she was able to see his face, and Harley tells her, "Oh, once you've looked into one abyss, you've seen them all." But who am I kidding? We're a team again! We should be the new Wonder Twins! Back with Amanda, Lobo continues his pursuit, and Deadshot finds a laser cannon to try and stomp him. Lobo shouts that nothing is going to stop him, and Deadshot fires. The blast rips through Lobo, and all that's left is a smoldering fire. But then through that smoke, Lobo walks out, stating, "It takes a lot to bring down the main man." Lobo then slams Deadshot's head into the wall and grabs Amanda. But before he can kill her, Batman swings through, telling Lobo that he's being controlled, so he's left him no other choice. He injects something into Lobo's neck, and then he throws Batman off, stating, "Nothing you inject me with will stop me." And Batman tells him, "Actually, that was a brain bomb," and he presses the button. Lobo's head explodes, and Deadshot looks down, stating, "Damn, Batman." Back below, Maxwell stands with Caitlin in front of the giant vault, and he tells Caitlin to destroy it. She begins freezing and blasting away at the doors until it's finally beginning to crumble. Superman leads the rest of the Justice League and the Suicide Squad down below, telling them that they have to hurry up and stop Maxwell Lord. But suddenly, all of the Justice League members begin to slow down as Maxwell tells everyone to stop. Boomerang looks around and asks why is it that Maxwell's not trying to control anyone else. And Maxwell then says, "Why would I want to control a bunch of losers when I have the greatest powers in the universe? And now with the Eclipso Diamond, I can use the Justice League to save the world my way." You see, Maxwell Lord's ability is the power of suggestion through his voice, but with the Eclipso Diamond, he can now completely control anyone, and he just took control of the entire Justice League. Within minutes of Maxwell using the Eclipso Diamond, Flash dismantles all of the weapons of mass destruction around the entire world. Jessica and Simon create a barrier to protect the planet from invaders, and Aquaman secures the shore's borders. Wonder Woman places the US leaders under her protection, and Cyborg stops all communication around the entire world. So with all of that taken care of, the only place left for Maxwell Lord to go is the White House. He begins to sit in the Oval Office, and he begins to feel a little bored with Superman standing there with him. He needs someone who will appreciate the peace that he's accomplished. "Where's Amanda at?" he asks. Back at Belle Reve, when it crumbled, Batman managed to stop the roof from caving in with a mesh shield, saving himself, Amanda, and Deadshot. Amanda tells him that the communications are down, so she has no idea if the diamond is secure. Batman tells her that his communications are also down, but the Justice League may have stopped Maxwell. Right now, they need to find a way out of this rubble. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake as the rocks are being lifted, and Batman tells Superman thanks, and then he sees Superman's face. It's quite obviously not the normal Superman. Batman asks him how, and Superman says, I could hear your annoying voices from miles away, but I didn't come for you. I came for Amanda. Batman tells Amanda to stay back, and he prepares himself with his kryptonite ring. Superman grabs and throws Batman, stating, I no longer feel pain. Where I spent my whole life protecting one city and failing, Maxwell has saved the world within minutes. So everyone should know not to come after us. Superman shoots off holding Amanda, and Deadshot looks around. We are so screwed. That's when suddenly Lobo begins to jolt forward. Bastard! He turns to Batman. You blew me up! And Batman tells him it was the only way to break Maxwell's hold over him. So Lobo tells him, you know what? I like your style, Bat Freak. Let's go get Maxwell so I can frag him. As Lobo begins pulling away the debris, Rick and Katana walk up, stating that it's good to see them. Lucky for them, even though Belle Reve is wrecked, the prisoners are contained. He goes on stating that Polaris and Rustum escaped, and currently the squad is dealing with one of Maxwell's new slaves. Suddenly, everyone begins to hear Caitlin shout to keep him down. Cyborg is possessed. The squad then beats down on Cyborg, and Batman runs and telling everyone to stop. Cyborg isn't fighting against them. After backing everyone away, Batman holds Cyborg, and Cyborg tells him that his human side lost, but he created security protocols in case his human side was ever compromised. He goes on to explain that even with him somewhat there, Maxwell still has control, and there's something else speaking. Something with evil beyond anything that they've ever known. It's unlocking his darker impulses and making him want to act on them. Boomerang looks at him, not to look a give horse in the mouth, but why don't we all look like that? Batman says that Maxwell Lord thinks they are nothing, that they don't have the power to stop him. And he's right. Cyborg tells him Max won't be able to control the diamond for long. There's a darkness inside of him that is enjoying Maxwell's abilities. Batman asks if he can boom tube them to Maxwell Lord, and Cyborg says that it won't be exact, but he can at least get them over there. As Batman gets ready to go, Caitlin says that she's going to because honestly it's the end of the world. And even though her second life may be that of Killer Frost, she isn't gonna let some purple rock take that away too. Lobo also says that he's going along. He has a bone to pick with Maxwell, and Boomerang says, why not go along as well? He's sick of being treated like he isn't a threat, and he'll make Eclipso regret not giving him a blue face. As the rest of the squad steps forward to go, Batman tells them that the odds are against them. All of them might not make it back. And Deadshot says, that's what we always do. How is this any different? We're the Suicide Squad. Batman tells him, this is different, because you're all going as the Justice League. Back at the White House, Maxwell Lord begins shouting, I did it! I did it! Isn't it wonderful, Amanda? He stands in the balcony telling her, look, the world is finally free! Amanda looks out at the destruction with people fighting and killing, and then backhands Maxwell. She grabs him by the face, telling him that he needs to control himself. The diamond is in his head. What he's seeing isn't real. Look again. Maxwell looks out to see everyone fighting and says, no. Can feel the voice changing me. Down in the crowd, a loud boom goes off and Harley tells everyone, don't you get handsy, you bunch of freaks! Everyone runs towards Amanda, and a sudden blast stops them all from moving. Superman tells Batman, you didn't listen to me, and I'm glad you didn't. Back in the balcony, Maxwell begins to vomit up a black sludge, and his skin begins to blister, while everyone on the ground begins to fight off the possessed Justice League. Caitlin asks, what happened to the sun? And Boomerang tells her, it's a sign that the dingo just ate our baby. A voice tells everyone that it's been far too long since they felt the night's darkness. This world now belongs to Eclipso. As the people around the city begin to fight, Eclipso tells everyone that the darkness never leaves. It's always inside of them. He doesn't make people evil, he just unlocks the darkness within them. While the two groups clash, Deadshot focuses his fire directly onto Eclipso, and Eclipso grabs him by the neck, ripping his mask off, asking, why do you cover your face from the world? Go ahead and show us what you're hiding. Deadshot's eyes begin to change, and he says, it's his daughter. She's the only thing keeping him human, and if he killed her, then he wouldn't feel shame or guilt anymore. Eclipso releases him, telling him, that's lovely. Now go find your way. Deadshot stands back up, his face changing, shouting that he will kill everyone. Eclipso flies up, grabbing Amanda Waller, telling her that her primitive sun lamps couldn't contain his presence, and now neither her nor the sun can hold him back. While Batman struggles with Wonder Woman, he hears Eclipso mentioning Amanda's methods of containment. Batman tells Caitlin that they need to blast him with light as bright as the sun, and just as Superman blasts away from Lobo, Batman says, there it is. He tells Caitlin to create a prism to trap that blast and convert it into sunlight. Caitlin says that she's pretty low on life force, and it'll probably use up what she has. So if they really think this is it, they only have one shot at it. But as they walk away to get to cover, Harley tells them, it's a crying shame that humanity's last hope is on you. Lobo charges in while Caitlin starts to form up the prism, and while Lobo focuses on the group, Batman begins to taunt Superman, telling him, what you do, you'll never be human. Everyone knows it, even your son. Superman tells Batman to burn, and he fires his heat vision, and just before before he can hit, Batman dodges as the blast goes into Caitlin's prism. The shine from the prism glares on everyone, including Eclipso. While everyone affected begins to awaken from their trance, Batman tells Caitlin that she can't let it melt. As Caitlin struggles to keep its shape, she says that it won't hold. She doesn't have enough power left. So Batman grabs onto her before she falls, telling her to take his life force. She says she can't. The amount she needs would kill him. And Batman says, I know, do it. But before she can, Superman's voice tells her, take it from all of us. Boomerang tells her, women and children first. Caitlin begins to channel, and as she powers up, Eclipso blasts everyone, telling them it won't be enough. He grabs onto Caitlin and he tells her to show him what she wants that she can never admit. Her face begins to change as she says that she wants to make a difference. She reaches out, phrasing Eclipso, and tells Superman now. He concentrates his heat vision into the prism, and the light begins to cover over Eclipso. As he shines, he screams in pain, and suddenly, from the light, Maxwell falls down. With everyone knocked down from the blast, Caitlin says that they did it. And then from behind her, Amanda gets up, telling her to kill him. Caitlin staggers to get up and hesitates while Amanda continues shouting for her to kill him. As she reaches her hands out, Caitlin tells her no. She quits, and she falls over. A short while later, back at Belle Reve, the Squad and the Justice League regroup as everyone begins to ask each other questions about each other's teams. Boomerang asks Wonder Woman, so let me get this straight. I'd be the only man? And she tells him, there'd still be no men on it. And off to the side, Superman asks Caitlin as she recovers, and asks how she is. She tells him that Eclipso looked inside of her, and he didn't find her fears. That wasn't what she was hiding. Superman says that Eclipso found hope inside of her. Caitlin goes on stating that maybe she should stay with the Squad, and he tells her that what she did wasn't suicide, it was sacrifice. Elsewhere, Batman tells Amanda that Caitlin is coming with them. Since they are promised reduced sentences, she will come with him due to the fact that she showed the League great potential. And as much as he hates to admit it, Caitlin also showed that there is some value in Task Force X. So there may be in fact room for both teams. Amanda smiles, asking if he's really stating that he may actually be wrong. But he can have Caitlin, but remember, she will be back working for her, just wait and see. As Batman gets ready to leave, he sees Lobo and he tells him, we need to talk. Lobo reaches into his vest, getting ready to come at Batman, and as he gets closer, he takes out a match and he lights it off Batman's chest plate. He tells him that he did him a favor by freeing him from Maxwell, so if he ever needs a job done, no matter how messy, give him a call. As Lobo lights a cigar, he walks away, and Batman tells him, I already have a job for you. I want you to join the Justice League. Later, Maxwell begins to wake up asking, how did I get here? And he thinks back, and he begins to go over everything that happened. How he discovered the existence of the diamond in Checkmate. He needed a team to retrieve it. The Justice League distracted the Squad while he freed the prisoners. This is all one very long plan that he followed each and every step for exactly. And it was all set up by you, Amanda Waller. Maxwell goes on telling Amanda that she is the one who tipped him off. She set this whole thing in motion because Batman was going to come after the Squad, and together they saw a common enemy, him. And even though they captured Maxwell, they still have some loose ends out there, like where are the first members who managed to escape? And then Maxwell asks, was it all worth it? And Amanda tells him, she doesn't have to answer to him. And if he notices, those tubes are hooked up with full-grade blood thinners. So if he tries to use his powers, he'll bleed out before he can even exit the building. Maxwell then asks if this is where she's going to welcome him to Task Force X. And she tells him no. She has other plans for him. He would be wasted with them, but he would be perfect for Task Force 11.
Task Force 11. Ooh.
Just outside the outskirts of Metropolis, Clark flies through the Infinity Corporation to meet with Bruce, and he asks him what this is all about. Bruce tells him, it's the end of the world, isn't it always? Just then a bright white light begins to spread surrounding the entire city, and Superman says, I need to go back and get John and Lois. But Batman tells him, they're not dead. They're already gone, but we can bring them back. We can save everyone. Trust me. As the light spreads, everything begins to disappear except for the Infinity Corporation building. During the State of Fear events, the Justice League was controlled by their overwhelming fears of the world, and they began to act out in ways that they wouldn't normally do. With everyone fighting their own demons, Arthur and Diana announced that they would take control of the world so that everyone could be safe. But now, as some of the Justice League walks into the United Nations, Arthur says that he's a little nervous about this. Jessica tells him that they're here to reassure the world that after what happened, they are still safe from them. Flash says that he can now see why Batman likes to take precautions with these sort of things. But before they can get into the meeting room, a young girl runs up shouting, they're coming! They have to help! Cyborg asks who, and the girl points at the massive army of men yelling, them! The two lanterns quickly begin to build up shields. However, the army seemingly is just able to push through their constructs. Diana tells Flash to get the girl out of here, and Flash grabs her and begins to feel himself slow down. As Flash asks what's going on, the young girl tells him it's a temporal grenade, and one of the soldiers punches the Flash in the back. The Flash and the girl skid off to the side, and then the Flash asks, what the heck is going on? And the girl tells him that those guys are trying to stop her from saving the world. She starts to pull out several wrist devices from her bag, and she says that she shouldn't be doing any of this because she isn't allowed to interfere. Just watch them all screw up the universe. The girl gets back up explaining that these beings are called the Timeless. They're a sort of religious movement who believe that the powers that you have shouldn't exist on Earth. The girl starts to put one of the devices onto the Flash's wrist, and she goes on stating that the Timeless are here to put an end to superheroes, people with powers, that kind of stuff. They believe that the superheroes pollute the natural direction that life should take. And the Flash says, okay, so who are you? The girl says that her name is Molly. She is the Keeper. She's been watching them ever since they were apes coming out of the trees. Flash tells her, right, you look human. And Molly says, so? Superman does as well. Back over at the Infinity Corporation building, Batman tells Superman that he would like him to meet Vincent, Alexis, and Jane of the Infinity Corporation. Superman says, I know who you are and what these stones seem to do. Where are my wife and son? Vincent says something is rewriting the past, maybe the future. Things are being changed and they have no idea as to why or how. Superman turns to Batman. You said I could save Lois and John. Do you trust them? And Batman looks at him and says, I don't trust many people, but I believe them. That good enough? Superman then asks, what do we do now? And Jane says they're going to have to ride this wave out and see where they end up. As the light begins to fade, the Justice League members at the UN find themselves in a barren land. And Molly asks if they're all okay. Flash says that she needed them for what? And Molly points to a large compound, telling them all that she needs their help destroying that. She goes on to say that she's going to keep things simple. That thing is sort of a temporal bomb, that the Timeless detonated it 5 minutes ago. It exists at certain key points in the past and the future. There are 6 total throughout the entire time stream, and when they go off, things change. There isn't going to be any more powers or heroes, universe-altering, reality-shifting stuff. Flash asks, how can I trust you? And Molly tells him that she's watched them all fight impossible odds, so they can either do something or stand there and cease to exist in like 2 minutes. The light begins to shine, and Molly says, look, those devices on your wrist, they'll take you to the key points where the devices are. Use them to destroy the cores in those buildings. Back at the Infinity Building, Batman asks, where are we now? And Jane says, the better question is when. Superman looks out the window to see that they are in space, and one of those buildings that Molly spoke of is covering the entire Earth. Superman touches the window asking, where are my wife and son? But over in Atlantis, 47,000 years in the past, Arthur Curry, Aquaman, stands prisoner as the king asks him, who are you? Our spell of translation and truth has been cast, so if you lie, you will be burned. So Arthur tells them, I've been sent from the far future to save the world from a force that will change history. In my time, I'm the king of Atlantis, so cast your spells, you will not burn me. The queen says, that is quite the statement. And the king says, he isn't burning. He speaks truthfully. Arthur is released, and as he gets back up, he sees the Zodiac crystals, and he says that he used these to stop the world from falling apart. He can hear them singing. The king tells him that the song is only meant for the hearts of the royal family of Atlantis. You have our ear, so tell me why you're here. Meanwhile, 500 years from the current time, the Earth core surrounds Jessica and Simon, telling them that they are under arrest and they will surrender all weaponry to them. Another laughs, telling them, you're trying to impersonate Green Lanterns. What a joke. Simon asks Jessica if she's ready, and she smiles, telling him, right now? Yeah. They punch down on the Earth, creating a massive green explosion, and they tell the Earth core that they are Green Lanterns from Earth Sector 2814. Now you're going to get up and take us to whoever's in charge. A short while later, the Earth core takes Jessica and Simon to their power battery, and one of the members says that this is their precinct, the first of its kind. Simon asks, what is it doing here? Do the Guardians know you have the power battery? And another says, they don't care, so we built it. Our world is in chaos. The power plagues broke everything down, and the world has been quarantined so that they wouldn't infect any other world. There was one Green Lantern who chose to stay behind and be our light in the darkness. And one of the girls asks if they've come to help with the quarantine, and Jessica says she's not sure. That's when an image of Molly pops on the device and says, looks like everyone made it okay. The message is played to everyone across time and space, and she explains that what they seek will normally not be seen. The device that she gave them will make it visible, though. They need to get inside of the temporal core, put the device into it, and it'll detonate. The key points in time were in ancient dry Atlantis, where magic was at its peak, in Greece, when the time of the Olympians began, when Barry Allen became the Flash and created the Speed Force, the power plagues of the 26th century, and finally the 30th century, when the powers of the other worlds found a home on Earth. The Timeless want to change and erase things, reroute historical events to make things seem like they've never happened. You are alone in the world's only chance. The Cyborg says, well, that's not good. As all the devices light up, everyone in their various time periods begin to see the Timeless buildings appear over them. Over in the Infinity Building, Superman looks back asking, what happened to my wife and son? And Vincent tells him plainly he doesn't know. Jane explains that a vast amount of time has been altered, and because of that, you didn't come to this Earth. We're unsure how this is affecting you or us. As everyone prepares for the wave front to reach them, Superman says that he's going to go out there and talk to whoever that is and ask about his family. Batman stops him, telling him, what are you planning on doing? and Clark tells him, I'm going to be direct. He flies out of the space station and he sees the army of Timeless waiting for him. He tells them, I've come here to talk. If you want to fight, I can give you one, though I wouldn't recommend it. The Timeless stand down and a voice says, I am everywhere. I have been waiting for you. It is time for us to save history. And
This one we all hate getting. Starts up, red and white. Let's fix it. Now when you get the red and white flash and
Teach
light
me.
issue, you have two potential issues. One, you have your coil cracked, or two, you have your contacts messed up and you need to fix them. We're gonna go through and how to fix those contacts. If your coil is broken, you will want to try to push down on the top while heating it up, see if it works. You see, right there, it started working, it's working, it's good to go, I let go, boom. Also, as a side note, make sure you've cleaned out your base pin connector. And for this, I highly suggest Heady Mops, my favorite mop for the base connector pin of a Puffco.
That's what I'm using now,
The
the glob
reason is with
mops.
the glob mops is that they're a bit thicker and too thick to really get into the inner nooks and crannies of the pin. After making sure that your base connector pin is clean, you're going to want to turn over your atomizer and take out these three contacts. You're also going to want wide tweezers so you can get a handle on them to throw them back in. You can also just throw them in with your fingers, but if you've got sausage fingers, you will definitely want to use something like this. I use tweezers, hold them close to the tip, so then you get the most amount of pressure. One. Oh, got it in. Push her in a little bit. Now I'm going to leave these pins a little bit out, and you'll see why. Now push them in just a little bit, not all the way. You don't want to push them too far down. Give them a little bit of space in there, so then when you put it on the base, you screw the base in, it will push down. And bada bing, bada boom, guys. That's all you need to do. Let it go through a full cycle here. As you can see, we are working, we're going. Now, if after all that you tap the button, it starts up, and it still does that same issue, you've got a cracked coil. The only way to fix that is with a rebuild. We'll be having one of those videos coming really soon, guys. Thanks everyone for your support. As always, don't forget to subscribe. Check out the other videos or something like that. If you need help, check out the Facebook group. We got about 6,000 plus people in there ready to help, so go over there. There, it's just very simple. Factory reset at the bottom. This will reset the name, the heat profile setting, the ready mode setting, and the Bluetooth setting. So don't expect it to reset your counter or any of that stuff. That's like an odometer now, I guess, on a car. So now you get to know how used your device is. So other than that, you just press reset. And then device disconnected, please connect your device. That's because my device disconnected, but I don't need to do it, I'm fine. But if you need to do it for one reason or another, well, you're giving away the Puffco Peak Pro as a gift to a brother or something, a sister, or a family member, or something. That's how you do it. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, no problems. I know this was a super fast video, but I wanted to make something quick for you guys. If you had any problems, I was questioning it and I sent a request to Puffco support. It takes a couple weeks to get back to me, so I just did some discovery, did some adventuring, and I found it. Thanks for checking out this video, guys. If you thought it was helpful, please give it a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, feel free to. And if you got any questions, please put them in the comment section below. And don't forget, stay elevated, and peace out, Puffco.
killing me. Why is this not working? It's ever easy, is it? Check. This ain't helping me at all. Alright.
Superman sees a giant creature in the heart of the station. As he floats, Clark directly asks, "Where are my wife and son?" The being asks, "Are you willing to tear down the walls of reality to find them? How many universes will you cross to reach them?" And Superman tells him, "As many as it takes. They're my whole world, not Krypton, not Earth, them." The being then says, "My name is Tempest, the timeless mind. My consciousness stretches from one end of time to the other. The universe pivots around you and your friends. Something that doesn't belong here is forcing its way in, and that will be the end of the universe. There is another of you, another Superman, but now I cannot fully read that echo or future. He is an anomaly, unknown." Superman tells him, "I'm going to ask you nicely one last time. Where is my family?" And Tempest tells him, "They are where you left them, in a moment of time." Superman begins to pull his arm back, and as he does, all of the timeless begin to fly up around him. They grab a hold of Superman, and Tempest says, "I have filtered the solar radiation in here to red, enough to make you more cooperative." Superman struggles to free himself, asking, "What do you want?" And Tempest tells him, "I want what you all want, to save everything." Across time, the heroes are facing the time's greatest challenges, just as the timeless begin to attack and harness the energy from each time period. In Greece, the time of the Titans, Cronus sought to eat his children and gain power, while his wife Rhea and his son Zeus fought him back. Diana watches as she remembers the story from when she was a child with her mother. She didn't think that she would ever actually be a part of it. In Central City, Barry Allen is watching at the exact moment that he was struck with lightning, the moment that he should have died, but instead became the Flash. In ancient Greece, when the Atlanteans had magical power greater than the world knew, Arthur Curry stood, and the power battery of the 26th century Washington, D.C., and finally the 30th century metropolis. Back with Superman, Tempest tells him that everyone will be safe from your world. I've witnessed all that is and all that will be, and you cannot fully see the danger that threatens you. It is beyond malice, beyond darkness. It will consume everything. So I have taken steps to prevent that. A network of devices throughout time powered by magic, the green light, the gods in speed, focused from the future and back into the history. Reality seems to pivot around Earth and those who protect it, and it is there that this destruction will spill into the universe. I am going to move Earth. These machines will lift the Earth's entire solar system from its point in time and take it to the ends of creation. You may live, you may not, but all else in the universe will be safe from your perils. Superman says that woman Molly sent my friends to those machines. She sent them there to stop you. And Tempest begins to look through time, he begins to feel them, and he starts to feel each of them fighting his timeless soldiers. After a few moments, he says, "I have located your friends. They will not succeed. The energy wave is growing, and the Earth system is being isolated from space-time. Once it's past, the future will be fully captured, and we will move to the end of forever. The universe will be safe from you at last." Back in Infinity, Batman is watching and asking, "What do we do?" And Vincent says that the stones are telling them that they will be able to counter the temporal field, but they need to find the center of it all. And Bruce says, "Fine, I'm gonna go with Superman." And then he looks to James, "Since you've already handled Rao, can you come with me?" She tells him that she thought he'd never ask, and Alexis says that come with her, she's got something. She goes on stating that they're going to need a bit of advantage. This might help. It belonged to her father. And then she opens up a door, and inside is Lex Luthor's Superman suit. As Batman suits up into the Superman suit created by Lex Luthor, he asks Alexis, "So you're Lex's daughter?" And she says that she will be, sort of. Batman then says, "I can tell that you're obviously time travelers, but we've never talked about the specific connections to our present." And Vincent tells him, "We don't have the time either. It's more complicated than one thing." Once Batman and Jane head out, Vincent and Alexis try to locate the center of the temporal nexus. When Alexis looks at the screen, it says that she doesn't know what she's looking at, and Vincent says that she wouldn't know without scanning his brain right now. Alexis then asks, "What is that supposed to mean?" And Vincent tells her that what he is saying is that thing Tempest is sort of like him, like his father. Bruce radios back into their position. Begin countdown. Vincent begins counting down from 10, and Batman and Jane begin pushing on the walls of one of the pillars. As it comes crashing down into the room with Superman, shining light goes in, and it begins to return Superman's powers. He flies up asking, "Now where are Lois and John?" And Batman tells him, "We're gonna get to them, I promise." Superman reaches down to the pillar and says, "Yes, we will." He then takes the giant pillar and begins to drag it through the walls of the inside, and as he does that, he says says, even though the red sun radiation kept my strength from recharging, I can still tell that there is something different. Tempest was a hologram, meaning that Tempest's mind may have been virtual, and if this needs any kind of machinery, Batman tells him, I got it. The center of Tempest's creation begins to explode, and throughout time, the timeless soldiers begin falling. Now, with a clear path, each of the heroes begins to reach the temporal cores. Back in the current time, Molly shouts that they did it. The big, beautiful heroes did it. All of the powers of magic, God, speed, light, colors, all of it are passing through her. It is time to do what Tempest wouldn't do and make the world safe throughout time. As the power surges through Molly, she then says, or it will be once every superhero and villain on this world is dead. Over in the Infinity Building, Vincent reports that they need to get to the surface. There is a massive surge of new energy, and they're gonna deal with Tempest. Superman leads the charge back to Earth, and he tells him, I'm already on my way there. As he comes crashing down, he looks at Molly and he asks, who are you and why do you keep doing this? And Molly says, I told everyone to call me Molly, but it's too late for them to stop me. I've gained the power to control energy in the timeless machines. Your time here is over, and I'm going to give this world its best chance of survival by wiping out every being with superpowers. Superman asks her, why? And Molly goes on to tell him, you're a plague. I've been the keeper here since the humans evolved. On other worlds, if powers arise, they've aided with evolution or survival, but here it is different. The gods have come. Magic was birthed. The Speed Force is created. And soon we will see what the Guardians did, and they will capture the green light. Other worlds and powers have come here by the Legion. In the end, it will mean the death for everyone here and maybe everywhere else. The timeless are right. Something is coming, and it's because of you. Humanity needs to survive. You don't. Molly releases a massive energy blast, and as Superman tries to hold it back, he says, I can't do it for long. There's magic in it. We need something. He turns back telling Batman, I'm trusting you with everything that matters to me. Find my family. And Batman tells him, you have my word. They will be safe, both of them. Superman looks over at Jane and she tells him, I'm staying. My father fought by your side. Well, Superman's side. He was the greatest man that I ever knew. Just then, Superman pushes Molly back with a devastating heat vision beam, allowing Batman to escape. Batman asks the suit to scan for John, and it responds stating that a human Kryptonian hybrid has been found. Meanwhile, over at the Infinity Building, Alexis brings the building close to Tempest's center, and she asks Vincent if he's sure about this. He flies down to the controls.
I thought I was going to be the one to die.
And then he cuts into his wrist, letting his blood spill into the machine. At that moment, the heroes across time begin to link together in communication, and to all of them, Tempest tells them that they have been lied to. The Keeper Molly manipulated you, and with your help, she has taken the power of the machines and intends to use it to render you and those like you extinct. But as Tempest talks, Vincent's face pushes through Tempest, and he asks, can anyone hear me? Everyone responds, and Vincent tells him, look, I bled into the timeless systems. I can't stay for long, but I need you all to do something so that you can save the world. You need to destroy the cores, all of them, whatever it takes. And Simon says, wait, if we do that, wouldn't we be stranded in these times? And Vincent says, yes, probably. I'm sorry. Cyborg tells him, don't be. We'll do what we need to do. Tempest fights back for control, and he shouts for Vincent to get out. You can't stop this. I won't allow it. Back to Superman and Jane.
Yeah,
Superman picks himself up as Jane lays passed out. Superman hurries back over to help Jane, and Molly tells him, the superheroes had their time. It is time for you all to die so the world can be safe. And Superman tells her, it won't be that easy. I'm asking, giving you a chance to stop this. And Molly shouts, I'll only stop when the world is wiped clean of your disease. Suddenly, Molly's powers begin to fade, and she yells, no! I've destroyed the connections. But Superman laughs and groans, stating, I can always count on my friends. She gathers up whatever strength she has left and says that there's more than enough in this machine to finish him. Superman gets back up and he flies to the machine's core, and as he begins to blast away, Molly shouts for him to stop. Stop, or she will call with his son. But while that happens, Vincent lays on the machines, and the Tempest tells him that if Earth remains, it will come. It will destroy the universe. Vincent looks up and tells him, I know. I'm counting on it. Boom. Just then, Tempest's virtual mind is destroyed, and Vincent watches as he fades to nothing. Over on the outskirts of Metropolis, the Tempest falls to their knees, and Lois asks John, did you do something? John tells her, no, maybe I should fly them out of here? But before they can leave, Molly crashes down, telling Superman, I know you can hear me. I will kill your son unless you stand down. I will kill them both. However, Superman does hear her words, and he doesn't stop destroying the machine's core. As she releases another energy wave, Batman jumps down to shield them, but the suit is badly damaged. She asks, what was that? Was that all the resistance that you have? And right on cue, Diana, along with the other Justice League members, tell her, not at all. After Superman is done taking down the core, he flies over to hug his family, and he asks Batman if he's okay. He leads up telling him, I'll live. And Flash tells them, we all will. And Molly yells, it's coming. We don't know what it is, but we can all feel it. All of the higher beings can. It's coming here because of you. And when it does, you will wish that you had gone with the Reapers. You'll wish that I had finished where I had started. Flash tries to talk, but Molly interrupts him, telling him, you did this. Now it can't be stopped. It begins in the ruins of Queens, New York, as Barry Allen begs for the dying Jessica Cruz to stay with him. As she draws her final breath, a voice shouts to him, asking, why should he live when she didn't? Barry looks up, shouting, "What the hell are you talking about? She's dead. Dead because of you." The man takes his device and he slams it into the ground, so the Flash runs up, touching it, and everything changes. Suddenly, Barry is in a diner with Jessica, and he tells her that he ordered her usual 3 times, actually. He ate the first 2 while waiting. So she missed the big fight last night, huh? She laughs, telling him, yeah, she got held up fighting this guy who can make living shadows. He should have totally seen it. He was so bad. And while the two enjoy their breakfast, there's an explosion that rips through the diner. A voice calls out that he's going to tear them apart, all of them, and they're gonna pay for what they've done. Barry and Jessica suit up as the Green Lantern and the Flash, and as Jessica asks who is this guy, the Flash says that he's not sure, but he remembers something about him. She charges up her ring, telling the guy that she's not sure what he's talking about, but they're the good guys. They save people, and the man jumps into the air with his device, yelling that they aren't heroes. Because of them, his family is dead. He comes back down using the device to stab into Jessica, creating another explosion. She falls back to the ground, and the Flash runs over, telling her to stay with them. She tells him that she's sorry. She's so sorry. Just like before, the Flash watches Jessica die again, and the man shouts, asking, "Why should you live when she didn't? Why?" The Flash gets up and he runs at the man, telling him that she's dead. Dead because of him. And as he touches the device, everything changes again. Except now, Barry is moments after meeting up with Jessica. She grabs his arm, stating that she figured that he would already be at the diner eating her breakfast right about now. And Barry says that he was, or did? What's going on? The two begin to walk towards the diner, and Barry says that they've done this before. The man from before shows up, but this time it is before the two of them even enter the diner. Jessica turns back, telling Barry to get back, but instead of letting her go first, he rushes towards the man and everything changes. He hangs up his phone after calling Jessica, and as he does, the man from before appears and attacks. The events continue to replay themselves over and over, each time with slight differences. There's one thing that Barry Allen does notice, though, and that there's a building that has the same type of energy coming out of it. It's the same type of energy as the alien that they fought in Brooklyn. And the Flash runs inside of the destroyed building, finding the same man sitting there, asking him, "What did you do?" The Flash tells him, "Wait, I didn't do anything." And the man shouts, "They're all dead! You killed them! This is justice!" And he slams the device down once more. But this time, the Flash runs and touches it, and he goes further back in time, back to when they defeated the alien. He stumbles out of the time jump, and Batman asks if he's okay. And the Flash tells him, "No, there was an explosion." Superman says he didn't hear one, and the Flash tells him it hasn't happened yet.
For
it's going to
fuck's
happen
sake.
soon. He's been having a sort of time travel Groundhog Day kind of thing. If they don't stop what's about to happen, then the guy's going to kill Jessica. Simon powers up his ring, stating that Jessica can't be dead. He would have known if something like that happened. And the Flash tells everyone, "Look, it hasn't happened yet. All I know is that there's this facility nearby that's going to blow up, and we have to stop him." Meanwhile, over at that facility, Jason Taylor meets with his wife Rose and their children just before Jason's big reveal. He asks Rose why she didn't get a sitter, and she says that Tony's wife offered, but she didn't feel comfortable with it. Well, you know. So Tony said that she could bring the kids. Jason sets his son down, stating he's so glad that they're here. He's just nervous right now. Rose tells him it's fine. He's amazing. And that's when Jason's boss Tony says that this is what they call him, Mr. Amazing. It is time for them to change the world. Jason says, "Yeah, about that, can we talk in private for a moment?" A short while later in the presentation hall, Jason explains to the people that they've discovered how to harness zero-point energy into a single device. This device will allow them to control gravity and forces upon them. It will revolutionize the military and their industry. Zero fuel costs for air travel. This device will take them to the stars. And just as Jason reaches for the device, the Justice League appears before him. Superman tells everyone, "Please, back away. We have it on good authority that this weapon of mass destruction will devastate the area." And Jason walks up to them, stating, "Wait, my device is safe. You can't do this." The Flash gets close to the device, and Cyborg says that he's getting an energy spike. The Speed Force is, and then an explosion goes off, destroying everything within the blast radius. Jason picks himself back up, stating that he's got to find them. "Oh God, Rose, they can't be dead." And Diana starts to get up, asking what happened. And the Flash says that he thinks that they caused
I can't believe I
that
keep
they
getting hit
are
by
the
that
reason
shit.
for all of this. The Justice League killed us.
Come on,
Jason
wake
grabs
up.
the device once more, shouting, "Why do you get to live when my family didn't? That's not justice." And before the Flash can stop him, Jason slams the device down again. As the light fades, we see Jason and Rose in their kitchen, and Jason says, "I'm not the bad guy here." And Rose tells him she's not saying that he is, but they've had this trip booked for 2 months. It's supposed to be their fresh beginning. Jason goes back to tying his tie, and he says, "You know, I got a call from Tony 10 minutes ago. They brought the project forward a month. They think that we're ready." Rose helps with Jason's tie, and she asks, "I don't suppose that you could have said no, huh?" Jason then asks, "Why would I? This is a massive government contract. It could be worth billions. This is my project and my design. This could make our lives better." And Rose asks, is Tony going to be there as well? And Jason says, well, he is my boss. Rose gives Jason a kiss and tells him to go change the world. Jason says the world wouldn't be worth changing without her in it. Elsewhere, as the Flash opens up his eyes, he sees them fighting the alien from before. As he gets up, Batman asks, hey, is everything okay? You took quite a hit back there. The Flash rubs his head, telling him no. Now why am I here again? This is before. Maybe we could stop it, change it before Jessica. And Batman asks, what do you mean? Save who? What are you talking about? While everyone begins to fight, the Flash gives Batman the rundown of what's been happening with the time belt, and then the man that appears and the destruction that follows. The Flash says that he knows this all sounds crazy, and Batman tells him, not for us. Everyone should be able to handle themselves here. Let's go, Barry. A short while later, over at the facility, Batman says the weapon should be guarded, so they need to keep it from being triggered again to cause another event. As Batman begins to head in, the Flash makes a quick call to Jessica, and she tells him that she's a little busy at the moment. Flash tells her, yeah, can you just call me back whenever? And as he hangs up, he says, okay,
oh my God, so close.
The two sneak into the guard room, and as Batman begins to put on a uniform, he says that he's going to stay close to the weapon and its designer.
How did we not get that? We have to get him while he's down, I guess? Is that the only way he dies?
Batman then heads into the halls, and the Flash radios back that he just took a long look through some of the files, and they state that they're looking for Jason Taylor. He should be the one not in a suit. Batman spots him, and just at that moment, Tony comes to check on everything. Back with the others, Cyborg receives the message from the Flash to tap into the systems, and he says to give him just a moment while he's accessing their location. Over with Jason and Tony, Tony asks what's going on. He's going to be going on in 5 minutes, and Jason tells him that he knows about him and Rose. She told him everything. Tony tries to deny it at first, and then he says that if she did, then she must have told him that it's over. Are you going to be okay? Jason tells him no, he's not okay. He hates everything, and he hates it more because it was with him. But him and Rose are working through it. They want to. Tony tells him that she's the one who broke it off. It was only a couple of times, but Jason stops him, telling him, I don't want to hear it. After today, it won't matter. I've spoken with the general, and he's agreed that if today goes well, I'll be getting my own department. And so when that happens, we're going to see how your department holds out. Batman asks the Flash if he got all of that. And he tells him yes, and Cyborg just got done scanning the system. Turns out most of the work emails have been deleted and are unrecoverable, but they did find one that was sent out about 10 minutes ago. All it said was the package will be delivered today, whatever that means. Back with the alien, everyone gets ready to move out of the facility, but Diana sees Aquaman just standing there. She asks, what is it? And Aquaman looks at the alien and says, now that it's quiet, I can sort of feel it. Panic, fear, like it's dying. Diana tells him that he's right. She can see the truth in it. Perhaps there's more to learn about this being. Cyborg then radios back that he just took a look at the files on the device, and it turns out that it was built on alien tech. What's more, someone copied and transferred the files earlier. Someone named Tony Palmer. Back in the showroom, Jason begins his presentation when Batman walks up to him, telling him that they have it on an impeccable authority that his device will go off and kill nearly everyone here. Jason asks him, what are you talking about? Let me check the... Oh God, is that a build-up cycle, an energy pulse, one that could destroy the whole facility? Batman radios back to Flash to go ahead and prep an evac, and Jason says he can't stop it. It needs a higher authorization code. Batman says, Palmer, and Jason asks Tony, why would he? Batman explains that it has been industrial espionage. He's been copying the device's specs, possibly to sell them. Jason says that there's no way that he would do anything like that. This device is one of a kind, built on an alien energy source. And Batman asks, what happens when the device goes off? And Jason tells him that the facility will be destroyed, but the device will remain untouched. Batman then says that he overheard his conversation with Tony about the affair. Tony asked for his family to be here. He's going to blow the place up with all of them in it. And Jason asks, what can we do? Seconds later, Cyborg boom tubes the rest of the team in there. The Flash finishes getting the last person out of the building, and the device begins to become unstable. Superman tells everyone not to worry. I'm gonna take it up into space, but before he can grab it, the device shocks him to the ground. Simon tries to contain it, but the device's effects just repel his green energy. Just as everyone tries to figure out what they can do, the alien from before crashes down, grabbing the device. Superman shouts, we need to stop that alien. And Diana tells him, wait, let it go. Aquaman says that he can feel it properly now. The device and the alien, it's harmony. They're two parts of the same being. Once the device is absorbed, the alien speaks, stating that his star heart has been returned. He goes on telling everyone that he is sorry for the attack. Without his star heart, all reasoning is gone. His name is Sentry, and they guard the Darklands border and prevent incursions. The star heart was sent to investigate the Kindred signal. However, he must go. They must guard their own borders. It is upon them. Later, as everyone sits down for dinner, Jessica asks, wait, I died? And Barry tells her, twice actually. We got it all sorted out though. Cyborg explains to the alien.
God damn, right off the bat.
Batman says, it's not the first, is it? Ever since the Kindred, we've had other beings. The Fear Thing, Molly, the Timeless, the Sentry, all of them warning us about something. Something is coming. We all need to get ready for whatever it is. Up in the Justice League Watchtower in space, Cyborg calls the team in for an emergency. He's picking up a monumental power spike in the Atlantic, to be specific, a superstorm on a non-terrestrial scale. But before he could even say exactly where it is, Superman already knows. Atlantis. As the team goes back down to Earth, they find a giant hole in the ocean, revealing Atlantis is surrounded by a protective dome. Cyborg scans the field and says this isn't anything that he's ever seen before. The reading shows that it is unbreakable. A worried look comes over Diana's face as she says that this seems to be the work of magic. And Simon and Jessica also scan and report that what's going on down there is also creating massive tidal waves, and they are heading straight for the U.S. coastline. Cyborg boom tubes everyone to the coast, and the team goes to work softening the waves. But there's a voice coming up from deep within. Mara appears out of the water asking, "What do you think you're doing? You are not to interfere." As everyone gets close, Jessica asks if she is the one doing this, and Cyborg tells her, "Your aqua kinetics would explain it, but I had no idea that you were this powerful, Mara." Mara shouts again, telling everyone, "Go away! Do not try and stop me. Arthur was cast down as a king, and I am now being kept from him by the crown of thorns." If you're curious about that plotline, that is where our Aquaman stories are leading, and we will be getting to it soon. So click the link down below to find the Aquaman playlist and keep up with that. For days, she's been driving the ocean itself against the barrier, but it will not break. Diana tries to tell her to calm down, let them help, but before Diana can even finish, Mara screams, "No!" and blasts both her and Superman away and then traps them within 2 water bubbles. Simon and Jessica fly in to try and help, but Mara asks them, "How would you fare without your jewelry?" Water begins to flow towards the 2 lanterns and then easily washes over them, pulling off their rings. The Flash runs in stating, "You may have taken out 4 of our heavy hitters, but you're no match for my..." And Mara says, "No, I can't match your speed, but you're gonna find it hard to move when you're entirely dehydrated after sucking all of the water out of Flash." Cyborg jumps out of the water stating, "That's enough." A large spire of water shoots up, throwing Cyborg away, and Mara tells him, "I completely agree." Mara then shouts that they should just get the message by now. Leave her alone. Batman swims up from behind, leaping out of the water, holding a trank gun. But as Mara spins back, grabbing him by the throat, she asks, "Really? I know all about your playbook on everyone, and you don't have one on me. You don't even know me. None of you do." As she begins to choke Batman, he pulls out a small hypersonic scream and says, "I'm sorry, but this is gonna hurt." The sound waves stun Mara long enough for her powers to fade, and she yells, "I told you to stay back! If you assault Atlantis, you're gonna fail just as I have, and such an act by the surface dwellers will provoke a war. That is the last thing that Arthur would have wanted." Superman tells her that her assault nearly washed away the east coast of the US. Would Arthur have wanted that? She falls to her knees, stating that she wasn't thinking straight. Peace with the surface would have been all that Arthur wanted. He fought for it. It cost him his throne. And Superman says, "You're just lashing out because you had nowhere for your anger to go." And Mara asks, "Who should I vent to? I know no one on the surface." Diana tells her that that is how it was for Arthur in the beginning. He didn't trust us from the start. As Superman says, "Please, let us help." Batman walks up stating that he suggests that they take her back to the Watchtower. And Mara asks why. To replace Arthur? You're supposed to be his friends. And Diana kneels down with Mara, telling her, "And we will make you our friend as well." A short while later, up in space, Mara explains that she really has no identity, either in the ocean or on the surface. Her birthplace, Zebel, considers her a pariah, and Atlantis has only ever been her adopted home. As ashamed as she is to feel it, she was a bit excited when Arthur lost the throne. Perhaps then, they could have had an actual life together, freed from the burdens of the Atlantean politics. Batman then asks, "When was it that Arthur taught you how to take us down so effectively? You were playing off of our strengths and weaknesses." And Mara says, "Actually, he didn't. I was only bluffing, putting you all off your game. But I just made everything worse, didn't I? My fury against Atlantis has..." Diana stops her, telling her, "Allow me to show you something." And the two walk to the glass window. Diana says that up here they can see everything, surface and ocean alike. One world, one home. It lives or it dies together. Mara asks, where is it that she belongs in that? And Superman tells her, "We were all outsiders to begin with. Every one of us. This is where we came together. The planet is what keeps us together." Simon flies into the room and says that he's sorry to break in, but it looks like the Kwardian hate drones just deployed over Pakistan. So Diana tells him that they're coming with. And Batman says that maybe Mara should join them. Mara smiles and leaves with the team, but Simon asks Batman, "Is that really a good idea? You saw what she did. She was exhausted after days of effort, and not even using her full strength." And Batman tells him, "Exactly. Now imagine what she could do with us." In the ruins of New York City, a group of 6 children, all wearing the clothing of heroes past, prepare to make their final stand against the person who brought this destruction, Sovereign. As they prepare to move, the leader Hunter asks if there's any signs of Curry, and Cube tells him that he scanned the area and he couldn't detect anyone cloaked. From the waters, the girl Serenity jumps up to the ledge, telling Hunter that he better be right. Tempest's forces will overrun Atlantis now that she is gone, and Cruz tells her that they all know what's at stake here. There's no way to go back if they do this. Hunter looks out of the darkness, stating that it's spreading. They have to stop this no matter what. And the 6 put their hands together, stating that they will do this because they are family. Just then a boom tube opens up and Arthur Curry jumps out, shouting for everyone to get away. Cube stumbles back, stating that it's like seeing a ghost wearing his father's corpse. Cruz says that she will handle this, and as she runs up, Arthur Curry releases a temporal grenade, slowing her down, slamming her to the ground. Hunter then lunges in, but as he misses, Arthur Curry punches him in the gut, telling him, "You are in over your heads. You have to stop this before I have to kill you." Before Arthur can attack again, the twins, Jenny and Jason, use their red and yellow lantern lights to hold Arthur in place long enough for everyone to get back up. They then notice that Arthur is wearing a dark ring, and then everything around them begins to fade to black. Serenity is using her magic to distort the darkness and quickly teleports everyone across the globe to their target location. After checking on everything, Hunter says they need to hurry. They made a lot of noise and Sovereign will be coming for them. The group presses on towards the destroyed Infinity Core building, and Cube says that he can hear them singing. They're almost there. Once inside, Cube taps into the computer system, stating that he can hear them, though it's a bit faint. Seconds later, a screen lights up and Vincent appears, telling everyone that it looks like they got his message. They're all grown up now. The stones know what to do. Take you where you need to go. Save us. Just as the distorted video ends, Sovereign herself appears in a fiery blaze, shouting, "You should not have come here." Serenity tries to hold her back, telling the others that they need to hurry and do whatever it is that will make those stones sing again. And Sovereign jumps through the magic, stating that she has claimed the powers of Olympus and exiled her former gods. "Who are you to stand against me?" Serenity yells back that she is Eldorus Curry, Queen of Atlantis, and to that, she is no pushover. Moments after Hunter joins the fight, a bright light shines as a portal opens up and Cube yells that it's now or never. And one by one, the children escape. The present-day Midway City, the Justice League look over the recent battle that has left the city mostly destroyed. Cyborg scans one of the people, stating that it's the same pattern as before. These people were given significantly enhanced strength and they fought each other. Diana says that she has seen this too often: religion, politics, pursuit of power. She left her home to stop this, and every day she has failed. They have to stop this. Cyborg tells her that he's pretty sure they can't impose their will on the world. It would make them no better than the villains that they fight. And just then a ring of light appears before the group, and suddenly the 6 children from before fall out. Diana draws her sword, asking, "Who are you?" And Cruz jumps up, stating that they are their children from the future. Their world is destroyed and it's all their fault. Later, at the Watchtower, Cyborg tells everyone to sit tight. He's going to run a deep tissue analysis to figure this all out. And Diana asks how can they claim to be their children. She doesn't remember giving birth. Hunter tells her that it's because it all happens 22 years from now. While Mara meets her daughter Serenity, Jessica Cruz and Barry Allen learn that they actually have 3 children. Barry says, "Wait, I had 3 kids with Jessica, not Iris?" Cruz tells him that her name is actually Nora Allen, named after Grandma. That should mean something, right? But while everyone talks, Clark quietly asks Diana what's wrong. She hasn't said anything. She spitefully points to Hunter, stating that there's something about him. Is she his mother? Hunter snaps back that he knew that she would be like this. He's not sure why he even expected anything different. Diana asks, "Why are you so angry? What have I done to you?" And Hunter yells, "Nothing, absolutely nothing. You took one look at me and abandoned me the minute that I was born, all because I wasn't a girl. Not an Amazon like you." He grabs onto the lasso, telling her, "If you don't believe me, go ahead and use this. Face the truth." She turns away, telling him that he's not lying. He is telling the truth. And as the results come back, Cyborg says that the readings back up what they are stating. There definitely are their children, which means Cube here is his son. Simon then says that he doesn't want to sound weird or anything, but aren't any of them, well, his? Jason tells him no, actually, he ends up leading the Yellow Lanterns after he kills Sinestro. Superman says that he supposes they have to believe them, but now that they know who they are, why are they here? Cube tells Cyborg that it might be a bit quicker if they just sync up their information over the last 20 years. As the two connect, Cyborg sees the last 20 years in an instant, and he says that he has to tell them, show them what happened. Projected images begin to appear, and Cube says that they all grew up together, and just as they were coming of age, there was a war. A superhuman war. It was the most brutal war the world has ever seen, unleashed by a darkness that nobody has ever felt before that. They were all hidden away in Olympus, told that this was only going to be for a little while, but no one ever came back for them. Serenity eventually claimed her throne in Atlantis, while everyone else tried to bring hope back to the world. And that's when Sovereign appeared and took Olympus. Even though it was Sovereign's world, it may as well have been Apocalypse. So using the last Forever Stones and Vincent's help, they came here to find them. Jessica hugs her children, stating that that's no life for any child. As Superman tells everyone that there will be enough time to talk. I'm pretty sure you're all tired and hungry. While everyone begins to go their separate ways, Diana is left alone, angry. Meanwhile, down in the Batcave, Batman Batman continues his research on the Kindred and the song that they left behind. As Cyborg said before, there is a pattern, a signal causing all of this to happen. If you're curious about that, that's the entire Justice League DC Rebirth playlist. All of that leads to this. The computer system Jeannie says that she has received Cyborg's data from Midway City, and it would seem that the signals are all still transmitting. Batman tells her to go ahead and forward all of the information that he just found back over to Cyborg, and Jeannie says that she's trying, but the transmission is being jammed. Would him and Aquaman like to play a game? Batman asks, Aquaman? And suddenly 2 smoke canisters are thrown at Batman's feet. Before he can even have a chance to react, he's thrown into the terminal and a mechanical arm shoots through, punching him in the face. As the smoke clears, the future Arthur Curry stands over Batman's body, blood dripping from his arms, telling him, it's been a long time. I'm gonna have to borrow some stuff. While Hunter, Diana's son, begins to stay with the Kent family, all the other children spend time with their soon-to-be parents. With no children of his own, Simon returns to Midway City to help with the quarantine of the people who were infected by the darkness. He moves through the bodies and he begins to hear something telling him, here, like before, different, find, grow, feed, feast. Back with Hunter, Superman tells him that he's sorry if the clothes don't exactly fit, but Hunter looks at the room stating that this used to be his room. He lived here when Diana, well, he can remember everything about it. The bed sheets, the toys, the smell, everything. Hunter sits in the bed and he tells Superman, thanks. But before he can leave, he turns back asking, when the darkness takes over, what happens to John? Hunter tells him that John is just a little bit older than he is now, but he died by his father's side fighting. Superman then asks, what about Lois? And Hunter hangs his head telling him, I'm sorry. Silence fills the room and Superman places his hand on Hunter's shoulder, telling him that they will beat this. They will find a way. Hunter looks up telling him that they couldn't before, not when the Kindred already sang. If they could, why didn't they stop it then? Superman says that they did. They saved everyone almost. They did the best that they could with what they knew at the time. They stopped the Purge, stopped the world-breaking machines, and they stopped the Kindred. Hunter tells him right, but they sang. That song doomed the world. You should have destroyed the Kindred. That's what we came here to do. Superman tells him that would have killed thousands of innocent men and women. If I raised you, then you should know that you should never make that choice, even knowing what you know now. Meanwhile, up in the Watchtower, Diana goes over the old files of their encounter with the Kindred and how she was taken in by them. They told her that soon she will know who she is, and Diana begins to question if maybe the war started with her. Back over at the Kent house, just before Hunter goes to bed, Cube sends him a message. He tells him that he was connected to the Watchtower, listening everything that Diana was saying. Hunter tells him that if she's just now realizing this, then there's still a chance to save the world. They have to kill Wonder Woman. The next morning, Superman wakes up feeling weak. Lois runs over asking him what's wrong, and he struggles and he manages to say, kryptonite. Before she could finish asking where, Arthur Curry boom tubes in stating, here, and he slams a red solar flare down, telling Superman this is courtesy of Bruce. He was well prepared to take you all down. Arthur begins beating Superman with the kryptonite stone, and Lois grabs a bat and breaks it over Arthur's back. As she tries to hit him, he catches the next swing, telling her, don't make me hurt you, none of this is your fault. The longer Lois looks, the sooner that she realizes that this is Arthur Curry, Aquaman. But before she can ask why he would even do this, he throws her into the wall and he picks up Superman's body and he leaves. Meanwhile, over in Nova Scotia, where the League fought the Kindred, Diana stands there in the rain, thinking how the Kindred sang their song, sending a signal, but to whom? Over in the woods behind her, though, Hunter and the others gather, and Nora asks if he's sure about this. Hunter says that she gave birth to him, but she is not his mother. Serenity is coming, and this is their only chance. Back in the field, Diana quietly listens to the kids, stating that she really doesn't want to do this. Without warning, Jenny and Jason fire their beams at Diana, but as Nora runs in to grab her, Diana grabs her with the lasso. She then knocks away the blast of the two twins, and then she's thrown to the ground by Hunter as he shouts, I will kill you! She tells him, don't make me do this, I will defend myself. And Hunter tells her, go ahead and bring it on. I've waited years
what a
for
weird
this.
situation.
Over in Central City,
I wonder
Jessica
I
and the
didn't really
Flash
hear
wake
much
up to
about
find
this
their children
comic.
already gone, but then something breaks through their window. Seconds later, Arthur bursts in, and when the temporal grenade goes off, Arthur looks to the Flash, telling him, it's amazing that you can even still move. And while he negates Jessica's ring, Arthur holds out his mechanical arm, stating that the grenade will wear off in 3, 2, 1. As soon as the speed catches back up to the Flash, he runs face first into the mechanical arm, falling to the ground. Jessica begins to see what's happening and asks, wait, Aquaman? Arthur pulls back his fist and he tells Jessica, it's lights out for you. Back in Nova Scotia, the fight with Diana continues, and Hunter tells Cube to get the boom tube ready. As the portal opens, everyone is sucked in, and then they are thrown out into Midway City. Hunter gets up asking, what the hell, where are we? And Cube tells him he's not sure. Some weird interference brought them all here. As they look up, they see Simon's containment field and the darkness within building up. Everyone begins to state that it's already already here, and at that time, Simon turns back, releasing the field. The darkness soon begins to spill out, all pouring out onto Diana. And over in Amnesty Bay, Serenity and Mara sit watching the sun rise as Serenity says some of her happiest moments were sitting here. Mara then asks how is it that Arthur died, but rather than answer that, Serenity tells her that she died fighting until the very end. Mara then says, well, this is the kind of life that we lead. At least I got Arthur back. You're proof of that. Serenity gets up and Mara asks what's wrong as Serenity says that she didn't want to tell her, but Dad didn't die. It was worse. As Mara reaches out for her, Serenity's words trail off and she asks, how? He shouldn't be here. From the shadows, Arthur steps out and Mara turns to him. Serenity shouts to get away from him. She will kill him if she has to. And Mara tells her, wait, this is your father. Why would you? Serenity yells, he stopped being my father a long time ago. You died because he wasn't there, and now he's with her. Mara touches Arthur's face, asking if he's here to hurt them. Is he gonna try and kill them? And Arthur closes his eyes, telling her, no, never you, but I'm sorry. He presses the button and a portal opens up, bringing Sovereign to their time. And he says, Sovereign has come to reclaim everything that she lost. She will burn the world to find it. Back at Midway City, the darkness runs through Diana, filling her head with thoughts. Tear them apart. Feel them bleed. Feel them die. As Steve Trevor goes to check on Diana, Simon steps in, stating, I don't want to have to kill you, but the voices are telling me I do. I have to make you scream. Jenny and Jason bring out the red and yellow light to counter Simon's green, and while the army starts to point their guns at him, Steve tells them all to stand down. Hunter tells Steve that this is the darkness. It wants us to kill each other. That's what it does, and that's what it did to the entire world. But this is all wrong. It wasn't supposed to happen yet. And Cube says, yeah, we were born years from now, and we grew up before any of this even started. And Steve tells them, from my experience, folks coming from the future to fix things usually ends up making them worse. Jenny asks, what, you think this is our fault? And Steve says, you all tumbled in here and this just happened, so yeah, it's probably you. As the voices begin to fill Diana's head, she tells them all, I will kill you all, but not Hunter. My child, nurture him, kill the rest. Diana begins to get back up, telling Steve that she can't hold back the darkness any longer. It is consuming her. It came with the children from the future. It was already here, but knowing its own future, it became stronger. They've already failed once and all died, but Hunter, keep him safe. Steve asks, why? Is it because he's your son? And Diana says, it's because he's the only one that it doesn't want me to kill. Seconds later, a loud boom can be heard and Sovereign jumps down, knocking the army away. Right behind her, Serenity, Mara, and Arthur all jump out, and as Arthur tells Serenity to not get involved, Serenity pulls her arm away, telling him that they are her friends. They are more of a family to her than he ever was. As she runs in to fight, Mara says they're children. She can't stand by and watch. Can you? Arthur watches as everyone fights, and then he sighs. Damn it. But while it all happens, Simon begins to feel the darkness fading from him, and when he gets a chance, he breaks free of its control. He shouts for everyone to listen up, coordinate their attacks, and make it count. Let's make your parents proud. Elsewhere in the Black Void, the Flash opens his eyes, stating, okay, where the hell am I? Cyborg looks around asking, what just hit us? And Jessica says, someone that looked like old Aquaman wearing Cyborg's body. Cyborg begins to pull up his systems, and after a quick scan, he says that it looks like they're at a pocket of folded space inside of a boom tube wormhole, which he should be able to get them out of. But first, there's something, a message from him, from the evil Aquaman. The video plays, and Arthur tells them that Sovereign wanted them dead. She thought that they'd stand in her way, but he is not the man that he was when they knew him. The world went to hell and him along with it. And when he came back and saw everyone again, he felt something that he hadn't felt in so many dark years, and that was hope. Sovereign has to be stopped, but there is only one life in this world that matters to her. Back at the fight, Sovereign holds everyone back as she rips into Simon's stomach. Diana screams for him to stop, but Sovereign slams her glaive down, blasting everyone away. As the smoke clears, she walks up to Diana, taking off her mask, and everyone looks at Sovereign, asking, is that Hippolyta? And Hunter says, I didn't even know that. Just then a boom tube opens, and out come the four trapped heroes, and as Hippolyta touches Diana, the darkness begins to spread. The voice tells Diana to bring her friends into the darkness. They will take away their compassion and reason, let hatred and violence rule their thoughts as they now rule herself. Now go, kill everyone in the whole world. Diana begins to lash out, but it's at Hippolyta. Hunter tells Steve to get his men out of here. They don't have the power to stop the Justice League. And Steve asks, and what? You do? Serenity tells him, you better hope we do. The voices ask Diana what kind of a mother was she for her. Hippolyta killed so many in her name. Hate her! Diana punches Hippolyta down, taking her glaive and holding it above her head, and as she brings it down, Hunter jumps in, blocking the attack. Everyone begins to fight, struggling with their own parents, save for Superman and Arthur Curry. As Arthur tries to reason with Superman, Superman grabs the arm that is mostly mechanical and rips it off. Just then, the Batplane flies over, and from out of it, Batman jumps out with a red solar flare. He slams it on the ground, telling Superman that Lois sent him to bring her husband back. And I damn well am going to, even if it kills me. As Mara starts to overpower Serenity, Serenity shouts that Arthur killed her. That's why she banished him from the water. Mara doesn't listen and instead goes into attack again, but before she could, Arthur throws himself in Mara's path. Mara Mara's trident stabs into Arthur, and he tells Serenity, you need to get out of the way. Serenity blasts Mara away, asking why, and Arthur tells her it was because it was either one or the other. The darkness took us all so deeply there was no way back. Your mother was going to kill you, and that's why I had to stop her. I couldn't save Mara, but I wasn't going to let it take my daughter. I was damned every day since. Before the two could properly reconcile, Mara gets back up, stabbing into Arthur, shouting, I've always hated you! Over with Jenny and Jason, they hold Jessica back, shielding her from getting to Simon's body. But Jenny says that she can't hear Simon breathing. Maybe if he goes black and she goes white? Jason then asks, what, black and white? Death and life? Rebirth? At that moment, Simon gasps for air, and the green, white, and black light push Jessica away. Back with Hunter now having the glaive, he beats into Diana and gets ready to deliver the final blow. Hippolyta tells him to wait. He doesn't know why she abandoned him so long ago. The darkness had infected her. She felt it. It conceived him. It whispered to her that you would be its embodiment, the new dark power hunter. Diana had given you up to save you. She held back the darkness long enough to give you to the people that she trusted the most, knowing that she was going to infect the world, the purpose that the kindred have given her. She took her own life by her own hand, but it was already too late. She abandoned you out of love. This darkness is all the hatred, the fear, the rage, the intolerance that lies in the hearts of people who these heroes are here to protect. It took my daughter from me, and I've hated the world for it ever since. Hunter helps Hippolyta up, asking, how do we save her then? We couldn't beat the darkness in the future, and it's stronger here than it was there. Then, a bright indigo light shines, and the twins rise above everyone. Jenny tells them, compassion. There is no anger, just compassion. No intolerance, only forgiveness. No hate, only love. Suddenly, the darkness lifts out of everyone, contained in a ball of pure hate and vile rage. And as everyone gets up, they ask, what are they gonna do with it? Hippolyta gets up, stating that she's sure that they can't destroy it. It might be contained in someone who is strong enough to hold it, though. So she will be the one to do so. She will hold the darkness. Diana tells her to wait, but Hippolyta says that she must. After all she's done, she is saved, and now maybe the future. But she has to do this. She just doesn't think she can do it alone. Arthur then stands up, stating that she won't be alone. And Serenity says, wait, I just got back my father, but Arthur kisses her in the forehead, telling her, go home, all of you. You just might find what you've been looking for. Jenny and Jason push the darkness into both Hippolyta and Arthur, and Superman asks, where will you go? Arthur tells him that they will leave by boom tube to nowhere, forever. Hippolyta looks back, telling Diana that she is so glad that she found her again. She loves her so much. And 1 week later, the heroes and the kids gather at Embassy Bay to say their final goodbyes after taking some time to recover. Mara hugs Serenity, telling her that she will miss her, even if it's only for a few years. And Flash tells Nora and the twins that, of course, they won't cease to exist. They already exist now. Alternate timelines, divergent futures, it's all good. You either will exist for us or you won't, but you will exist for yourself. Diana tells Hunter that if she's there in the future, give her a chance. And he says that he is blessed to be her son, and hopefully he'll remember how proud he feels right now. As everyone gets ready, Jenny asks, do they really think the future will be any different? Jessica tells her that's why they keep fighting. With that, the ring of light appears and the children are gone. And Batman asks, what about you? Do you think the future will be any different now? The Superman tells him, it's out there waiting for us. So let's go find out. And there you have it, the Justice League Children of the League storyline. Now, this was interesting because at the time that this book came out, none of us were huge fans of it, as we were trying to figure out how it would fit into Rebirth. It felt so weird and out of place. But looking at it as a separate entity with its own timeline and its own storyline, it's actually a lot of fun. I really did enjoy what they did with the storyline. The art was on point, the storyline felt really good, and while some of the characters felt a little different from how they were being portrayed in other books, they weren't so far off that you couldn't see this actually happening, such as Barry Allen and Jessica Cruz dating. I had a lot of fun with it, and I hope you did as well. Thank you. Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take a lot of our older videos and combine them together to tell a linear, cohesive storyline, allowing you to get a better grasp because some of our playlists don't make any sense anymore. Today we're going to be doing the origins all the way to the what I consider the finale of X-23, where she finally accepts who she is and who her father is. So I hope you guys enjoy the storyline of X-23. Our story begins with Wolverine breaking free of the experiments conducted on him. You see, Wolverine is a mutant that can heal from any injury, and because of this, some scientists thought it would be a good idea to experiment on him and find a way to harness this power into a weapon for use by people who do that kind of thing. Well, Wolverine got free, and on his way out he murdered everyone in his path. But the one important individual for our story is a scientist named Dr. Rice. Wolverine murdered him, and then he left. His son Xander received the terrible news of his father's death from Martin, one of the heads of the program. And then Xander devoted his life to science so that he could eventually avenge his father's death. So he tried everything that he could think of to create a new weapon for Martin. But it all failed until one day. Martin brought in Dr. Sarah Kinney, and she proposed cloning the original DNA from the original mutant, Wolverine, and recreating him. She wanted to test her cloning technology, and Martin's organization would provide endless resources and money. It would also provide no moral oversight. So the experiments began as she tried to recreate everything that she could. Every enzyme, every codon, every sequence recreated from the little genetic material that they had remaining from Wolverine. But it was too damaged, and she couldn't recover the Y chromosome. So she suggested that they just use 2 X chromosomes and they make the clone a female. Well, originally they turned her down because they wanted an exact clone of Wolverine. That's what they were paying for. So Sarah went back to the lab to continue her research while secretly starting the female clone of Wolverine. It worked, and the subject began to grow, and she told herself she was making a weapon, not a life, not a child. Once the egg was ready to be placed into a surrogate mother, she told Martin and Xander what she had done. While they weren't happy, Martin did order Xander to find a surrogate as soon as possible. But Xander was more twisted and demented than anyone could have imagined. He was also not a fan of having Sarah here because she was ruining his research. So he waited until the last possible second, and then he approached Sarah saying that she was the only possible surrogate. If she didn't agree to come and do it right now, she would lose the egg, and the clone would be lost. So she didn't have a choice, and she became the unwilling mother of a weapon that was to be born. She was placed into the experiment, constantly monitored and experimented on herself, but the whole time, she tried to treat it like a baby. Until the day that X-23 was born, a living female clone of Wolverine. Right away they began training her, and they were using methods to strip her of her own humanity. But Sarah tried her best to fight for the child and give her some kind of a life. Martin and Xander refused, as they had paid a large amount of money for this weapon, and they were going to see it change into the best weapon it could possibly be. So the training continued regardless of what Sarah was trying to do, and X-23 spent a lot of time with her teachers and her sensei. As she grew, Xander grew to hate everything about X-23. This was a clone of the man that took his father from him. He was so removed from reality and any sense of morals at this point that he began to sleep with Martin's wife. When she told Xander that she was pregnant with his child, Xander just shrugged it off and told her to tell Martin that it was his. With all of this training going on, Sarah would try to sneak in and read X-23 bedtime stories by slipping in pages of Pinocchio into the pages of Art of War, so no one knew she was doing it.
Man, what is going on with this?
Xander and Martin got tired of waiting for her to gain her mutation, and so they decided to try and force X-23 to gain it one day. So, against Sarah's pleas, they stuck X-23 into a radiation bath to force her mutation to start. She nearly died with Sarah calling out for her daughter. But Xander was right, and X-23 gained her claws and her healing abilities. This led to the next stage of Xander's torture for the clone, and he tied her down, and without any painkillers, he removed her claws forcibly and laced them with the adamantium. But that wasn't enough for Xander because she survived, so his next plan to torment the poor young girl came when he laced her sensei's sword with a trigger that they invented. This trigger would send her into an uncontrollable killing frenzy. And with this trigger on the sword, it forced her to murder the only person who actually treated her like a human. She was heartbroken that day, and one of the last pieces of her humanity died with him. A few years passed, and X-23's training finally came to an end. They started sending her out to kill targets, the ultimate killer. No one ever expected this young girl to come in and murder people. So, she killed royalty, godfathers, drug lords, dictators, assassins, anyone and everyone for the right price. She was perfect, and Xander couldn't take it anymore. So one day he decided to go on a mission with her. The entire purpose was to leave her there to die, let the little clone rot by itself. Once she was set off, he killed the crew on board of the helicopter and sent out a distress call. He claimed that they took shots and they needed to leave X-23 behind. They had no option. He would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for the fact that this was X-23, as she just walked back to the facility one day. Shocked,
come on.
Xander claimed that he had no idea how she got back there. So things went back to normal.
You were just
as
working.
normal as they could get. Sarah tried more often to give X-23 her humanity, and Xander got more and more twisted, and X-23, well, she just continued to wall off the world around her.
Okay.
All of the stress on Martin eventually started to get to him, so Xander made him an offer. Let me take over the project.
Long last.
He always considered Martin a father figure, and he feels that he could take this project to the next level and take the stress away from Martin and his family. Not realizing that this was all some evil plot to take over the company, Martin went through with signing the makeshift document giving Xander all of the rights to the project. And he thanked Xander for being a caring friend. Once Martin was out of sight, Xander didn't waste any time going to his trunk where he was hiding X-23, and he gave her her new target, Martin and his family. She went inside and she murdered everyone as she was ordered to. Well, that is until she got to the child, and she saw a scared little boy. X-23 then set the building on fire as she left, and she reported back to the facility, where she was washed up like an animal by Xander and thrown back into her cell. Once everyone walked away, Sarah looked into the cell to see X-23 cutting herself, and shocked and appalled by this, she ran into the cell to ask her, "Why are you doing this?" She thought it was Xander making those marks on her arm. And it was while trying to figure this out that she got the news about Martin and his family dying. So as Sarah was trying to go get the full story, X-23 stopped her and opened her mouth. In it was a photo of Martin and his family. Sarah finally realized how far this had gone and that she needed to save X-23 before it was too late. "Xander and I both used you. We're both monsters. But I'm getting you out of here," Sarah told her. And for the first time in years, X-23 turned to her. "A mission?" And with tears welling up in her eyes, Sarah told her, "Yes, a mission." So Sarah set up a mission envelope that contained a key to X-23's cell and the objective,
was
kill
worth the
Xander.
work.
And then she slipped
What
it
can I
underneath the
say?
door to X-23's cell. She couldn't be stopped as she ran through the entire facility in a blind rage, murdering everyone in there. And eventually, she confronted Xander in his room. She started by slicing his gun's muzzle off and then pummeling him, because she remembered everything that he did to her, calling her an animal, torturing her for his father's death and his attempts to kill her. And after finishing him off finally, her next objective was to go outside and meet Sarah. Sarah planned to give X-23 the life that she deserved finally. She was going to have a normal life. There were finally going to be a little girl with her mother that cared about her. And when X-23 walked out of the facility, Sarah
That
looked at her
deserves
daughter
another-
and she smiled.
Another ball.
But Xander had one final trick up his
Some hard
sleeve.
work getting that puppy
He
to
rubbed
work
the
again.
trigger that would send X-23 into a blind rage onto Sarah the night
I'm
before this
using
whole
it.
thing started. He had planned to have X-23 kill Sarah before they enacted their own plan to kill Xander. So, as X-23's eyes went red with rage one final time, she leaped onto Sarah, stabbing her repeatedly. And as Sarah lay there bleeding out, X-23 came to her senses again as she realized what she had just done.
God, her life
Laura.
sucks. Just like
Your
her
name
dad.
is Laura, not X-23. My Laura. Sarah told her in her struggled breaths. Laura held Sarah's hand. "No, please no." And as Sarah died, she finally got to say,
Disappointed they never
I love
included
you.
this aspect
and that was it.
as as part of her
Laura
character in the
curled up
movie.
next to Sarah, just asking,
Having like a kill
"Please
scent.
don't leave me." Sarah was holding a packet for Laura at their rendezvous, and in it contained the information of the man that she was cloned from.
I suppose it's more of a scent
His name was
trigger.
Wolverine, and he worked with the X-Men. So Laura started her own journey at that point. She is the clone of Wolverine that was trained to be a killer. She is the girl that was treated like a thing and not a young woman. She is the girl that was tricked into killing her own mother, Sarah Kinney, as her mother tried to save her. And at age 13, she now sits on the snow next to her mother, the mother that she killed. She couldn't even mourn properly as a helicopter was fast approaching, so she grabbed the duffel bag and the paperwork that her mother had and she ran into the nearby forest. She is a trained assassin, so the normal soldiers that came looking for her weren't a problem. She dropped them rather quickly and effectively. But that's when Kimura got her with an
Holy
arrow in
shit.
the arm and in the legs.
I love this glass.
Come on, 23. You know you can't get away from me. So X-23 grabs Kimura's gun and fires a round into the mountains, burying the two of them in an avalanche. X-23 fled the area and she went to the only place that she knew away from the facility, Sarah's sister's house. She was there once before when Sarah needed X-23's expertise to rescue her cousin Megan. Megan had been told to not talk about the abduction, because if anyone knew that she was kidnapped and returned by X-23, the facility would have come and killed the whole family. This led to Megan thinking that she was crazy and thinking that no one would understand her. But X-23 told her the truth.
Turtle quests.
She saved her when they were both younger, and she killed Megan's abductor. But we need to go to the end of this tale, to X-23 sitting in a chair with two individuals asking, who is she? Captain America and Matt Murdock want to know, what is X-23? Captain America had first been on X-23's track when she pretended to be a handicapped girl and murdered a senator's family, and then the other 27 people there. But they want to know, where did Megan and her mother go? So X-23 continues her story. Megan ran downstairs to tell her mother what X-23 told her, and of course, X-23 denied saying it. After taking some of Megan's old clothes to fit in better, Laura followed Megan and told her that the reason she couldn't admit to filling her in, she can't ever let anyone know that she was here before or is here now. But she wanted Megan to know that she wasn't crazy. Laura then showed Megan her claws and explained that this was all to keep Megan and her mother safe. So they went back to school, where Laura's lack of understanding the social norms got her into trouble with two teachers, and then suspended for yelling back at the principal. So the girls stole a car and they headed off into the city for some much needed R&R. Museums, movies, roller coasters, a pet shop, and a jewelry store. They even had time to go to Dazzler's concert. Then, as the sun set, they sat down on the docks, and Laura revealed what happened to her mother. That the people who turned her into a killer also trained her to react to a certain scent. A scent that makes her black out. It was poured onto her own mother's neck, so they forced her to kill her. But as Laura explained to Captain America and Matt Murdock, the facility had already found her, she just didn't know, and they were planning to use that exact same trigger to force her to kill Megan. Desmond Alexander, Debbie's boyfriend, was actually a facility agent, and he was trying to put the trigger scent into some tea to give to Debbie and Megan. But as Megan entered the house, she swung the door open and into Desmond, and he spilled the tea on himself. He begins to yell at Megan, "Oh my God, Megan, where's X-23? Where is she?" And Megan pauses. "How do you know that name?" But Megan doesn't even have time to get an answer, because Laura is standing in the doorway, claws drawn. Captain America stops her right there. "Did you kill Megan and Debbie?" But Matt interjects. "You heard what she said. The trigger forces her to act, and she is therefore acting under the influence of a controlling substance. She can't be held responsible, Steve." "I heard what she said, Matt, but that doesn't mean someone isn't responsible for these deaths." "Alright, so what happened after the poison tea was spilled?" Laura ran into the house and she tackled Desmond, clawing him right down his back. But all the noise forced Debbie to spill her own tea onto herself. Megan began to scream for Laura to stop. "Please stop!" But then she remembered what Laura told her about the trigger scent and about her blacking out during the attacks. So Megan ran upstairs and she got her mother, and the two of them ran into the bathroom. They jumped into the shower and began to run as much water on them as they could, but it wasn't working. Laura sliced through the doorway and she came in swinging, ready to kill them both. But just as she was ready to take that fateful swing, the scent was washed off and she went back to normal. But the facility wasn't done with her. They sent in backup in the form of Kamara. But Captain America stops her again. "This is the second time that you've mentioned Kamara. Who is this?" Laura explains that Kamara was her handler, and she was enhanced to have skin so tough that not even Laura could harm her. She was the one who would punish Laura when she misbehaved in the facility. So Laura ran Debbie and Megan into the basement, where she cut open a water pipe and let the freezing water run on the two of them. Then as the facility entered the house using heat vision goggles, Laura ran upstairs and took out each of them until only Kamara remained. But that's the problem, because Kamara was built specifically to counter everything Laura can do, and she disables her quickly, and then handcuffs herself to Laura and drags her down into the basement. She intends to kill Megan and Debbie in front of her to teach her a lesson, and then she threatened and tortured Laura with her taunts. But eventually, she left Laura with no other option. Allow Kamara to kill Megan, or kill Megan herself and spare her the suffering. Matt Murdock stopped her there. "So you killed Megan?" "No," Laura tells him. "I cut my hand off." She then attached the handcuffs to the water main and left the building with both Debbie and Megan. With Kamara screaming that she'll get her revenge while handcuffed to the water main, Laura rigged the whole building to explode and walked away as it did. All three of them drove off until eventually they got far enough that Debbie felt she could stop. To tell Laura that she made Sarah, her mother, very happy. When they came to visit her that one time, she could tell that Sarah was happy. She saved her mother from a destructive path, and now she saved Megan and Debbie. She saved this whole family, and Debbie wanted to thank Laura for that. But Laura knew she had to leave Debbie and Megan. The facility would keep hunting her, and she didn't want them in harm's way again. So she left them. Debbie understood, but Megan, she didn't. On her own again, Laura had one option: to find the man who started all of this. Her father, if you will. The killer that she was cloned from. She went to the Xavier Institute and she stalked Wolverine for days until eventually, Wolverine got a sniff of her and he left. He went out to the Canadian border and he waited for Laura to jump him. He told her that she didn't need to do this. It didn't have to be this way. But Laura was determined as she forced Wolverine to pull his claws out. But he still refused to hurt her. He wanted to help. Sarah had sent Wolverine a copy of the letter that she had wrote for Laura, the one that explained everything. Wolverine knew about Laura, and he knew what had been done to her. And when he went to the facility looking for her, she had already left. With Laura on top of him, ready to try and kill them both, Wolverine told her, "If you want to kill me, go ahead. But I won't let you kill yourself." "No!" she screamed. "We both have to die!" "Maybe I do. You don't. You didn't choose this life. There's nothing you could have done to stop what happened." "No! I have to die! It has to be stopped! They made me kill my mother!" And Wolverine quietly told Laura that he was sorry. So with the battle over, they sat around the fire and Wolverine gave Laura the letter that Sarah gave to him. The letter explained that Sarah wanted a normal life for her daughter, and that she was sorry for everything that had happened to her, and that everything that did happen wasn't Laura's fault. Wolverine told Laura that things won't be easy, that he wants her to come back to the Xavier Institute. He can try and help her, and he knows a guy that can also help. A bald guy that can read her mind. And she told him, "They'll come for me, even at the Institute. Darling, they try and take you from there, and they're going to be asking for a world of hurt." But before they could talk anymore, the helicopters began to approach, and Laura begins to panic because it's the facility. But Wolverine tells her, "No, this is worse. This is the good guys." It was Captain America coming in to pick her up for all of the murders that she committed. And then he called Daredevil to act in the role of Matt Murdock and be the lawyer for this. And now, we've come to the end of her story. Matt tells Steve that he should have left her with Wolverine, that it was her best shot at a normal life. Sarah's letter is a written confession for all of the crimes committed, and it absolves Laura for every crime. But Steve doesn't care. Someone needs to answer for what happened, and I'm gonna bring her to S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve, everyone you're after is dead. If you bring her to S.H.I.E.L.D., they'll use her for what the facility wanted, a weapon. But Steve doesn't care, and he takes Laura with him. And as they leave, Matt asks Steve to please don't do this. They can still fix it. Captain America doesn't get very far before he realizes what he's doing. So, he had a change of heart, and he dropped Laura off at a bus station with a ticket back to New York. He told her that he was sorry, and that this is what she needed: to go back to Wolverine. He's the only one that can help her at this point. So Laura got back onto the bus, and with tears running down her eyes, she finally gets to read the final words of her mother for herself.
Tears running down her eyes.
Things begin with Laura taking bullets into her back. There's a sniper on the Eiffel Tower. And as she looks up at the tower, she takes a shot to the head, knocking her out. She wakes up shortly, allowing her brain to knit itself back together because she has the healing factor of the original Wolverine. As a matter of fact, she is a clone with the claws and temperament to boot. She drops her raincoat, throws on her mask, and decides that it's time for the Wolverine to go up the tower and say hello. She gets up the tower and is welcomed by the sniper opening fire on her as she cuts off the tip of the gun. They go back and forth with Laura asking her to stop, but the assassin tells her that she should be helping them. Laura takes the assassin's arm and breaks it. Doesn't that hurt? Nothing hurts. The French police arrive, pointing their guns at everyone, and the assassin leaps off the tower to her death. So Laura follows up the side of the tower, counting as she goes. 1, 2, 3, and nothing happens. I said 3! Anytime now! Angel comes swooping in to pick her up. I thought you weren't coming there for a second, Angel. Just counting to 3 when I don't know exactly where you are and gravity is involved is a bad idea, Laura. He flies her over to the airship, and she tells him to get the civilians out of the way while he drops her on the back of the ship. Using the claws in her hands and feet, she holds on tight, and then she starts to tear apart the plane's guts. The whole plane comes barreling down onto the streets, blowing up, and Laura bounces away from the wreckage. Angel flies over, watching her pop her bones back into place, and she stops him. Wait, don't hug me. I have 6 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, and 3rd-degree burns all over. Anything with a tight embrace is going to hurt. Is there anything I can do in the meantime? Anything that doesn't involve tight embraces. So Angel pats her on the head. Are you patting me on the head? A little awkward? A little awkward. I didn't say stop. Once she heals, Angel carries her over to where all of the civilians are taking pictures of the dead assassin. Laura removes her mask and sees herself, a version of her that couldn't feel pain. So Angel picks her up and they take off into the skies. She goes to the Alchemex facility to meet with the director of Alchemex. It was her son that she was saving from the assassin originally, and Captain Mooney, the head of Alchemex's covert operations, explains that these individuals have been targeting Alchemex facilities in acts of terrorism. This group has been trained as an advanced security team trained to protect diplomats and humanitarian organizations, but they became twisted and turned against the company, and now they're killing everyone connected to the company. Laura wants to know the obvious question: why do they look like her? And the director explains that they are her clones. His predecessor acquired her DNA and tried to make more of her, but they don't have her healing factor or her style of claws, or her conscience. Laura looks at him. I will find them and make them stop, and I will do what's right. As she leaves, though, the order to follow her is given. She is aware of it, and she scares off the people tailing her before Angel flies her up to Logan's old apartment that she now owns. She asks Angel to leave, and then she turns around to the clone of her. The clone asks if Laura killed her sister, and Laura tells her no. Then she looks at Laura while digging around her fridge. They're going to kill us. I don't want my sisters to die. It was you that led me to Paris, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess I hoped. We're your clones. You know what it's like to be used. You should be helping us. I won't help you kill. It took away pain and feelings from us. Don't hunt us. Help us. Then Laura begins to smell smoke, and she runs into her bedroom to find a fire on a plate on her bed.
No
She comes back
survivors.
out to the living room. The girl is gone. But Laura is the Wolverine, and tracking is her game. She follows the girls to the rest of the clones, and all of them point their guns at her. She holds her hands in the air. It's okay. I just want to. And then one of them shoots her in the stomach, and then over and over. Laura wakes up tied to a chair with the girl called Bellona holding a knife to her. They tell Laura that they want to talk, and Laura tells them that she wanted to before they shot her. They try to explain that it's not them. They didn't do the explosion, and there's more to this going on than she has seen. Laura tells them quiet, she needs to be untied. People are coming. Captain Mooney and his troops all appear on the walkway above them. Captain Mooney, I was talking to them. Give me a chance to work this out, Laura asks, and he tells the soldiers to shoot the clones. An all-out brawl begins with all four of the girls jumping in and cutting up the soldiers with claws and knives until eventually
They don't say
they're all
much,
down
do
and
they?
Bellona has a gun to Mooney's head. Bellona tells Laura that this one was their jailer for years, and Laura
What kind
pleads
of
with her not to do it.
silence,
No more
I
people need to
suppose.
die. Suddenly, she takes a bullet to the head, and then all of the other clones take hits because Taskmaster is standing there. He kneels over the troops and he reports in that they've all been handled non-lethally, though they'll be a little sore at the way Wolverine treated them. Then Laura pulls out her claws and Taskmaster stops. I'll have to get back to you. I was only hired to bring in these three. Not really interested in you. Laura isn't listening. The rage has taken over as she bounds in to fight him. But this is Taskmaster, and his power is to adapt and mimic any move that you use on him, allowing him to counter anything that she throws at him, until he catches a kick and she pops her claw in her foot, stabbing his hand. Then she hits him and beats him down, knocking him out. The three girls get up, telling Laura that was badass, and then they show her their body armor that protected them. Bellona wants to kill Taskmaster because he'll chase them, but Laura won't let her do it. So another of the girls shoots Taskmaster in the kneecaps, while Gabby, the youngest, is putting a man's fingers next to him just in case he plays the piano. They all load up into the girl's car and they head off, but quickly the Alchemex guys get on their tails again. Laura realizes what's going on. In the lab, Mooney cut her to check if it was the real her, and they put a tracker in her. Mooney then opens fire with armor-piercing rounds shredding the Humvee. Laura tells them to stay in the Humvee. They have holes in them from the bullets. She jumps out of the Humvee into Mooney's, smashing the windshield, and then she tears off the steering wheel and jumps out of the car, stopping her slide with her claws. Mooney's Humvee plows into a telephone pole, totaling it. Mooney then pulls himself out of the wreckage and Laura walks over. If you or Alchemex Genetics comes after them again, I won't hold back. I've already beaten you unconscious once today, and now I'm leaving you in the wreckage of a car alone and bleeding. That's me holding back. She walks over to the girls to see that Zelda's laid out, and Laura asks if she's gonna be okay. But Zelda tells her she wasn't injured, she's dying. And Bellona finishes the sentence. We all are. Alchemex took away their pain, but they also took away years from the girls. And Laura has an idea to fully understand the situation, but she warns them things are about to get weird. She takes them to see Doctor Strange. He appears before them asking, what could Wolverine want with Doctor Strange? She tells him that she doesn't need the Strange, she needs the Doctor. He takes them inside where the cupboard winks at Bellona, and Gabby is amazed that it's raining outside one window, but not the other. Before Strange is willing to help, though, he decides that he needs to look into the souls of the girls. Gabby has seen much evil. She is innocent and fundamentally good. Zelda, not so good. And Bellona doesn't like Strange judging her and is thinking of creative ways to murder him. Laura tells him, see, 2 out of 3 isn't bad. So Strange pulls her aside. Are you sure you want to help these girls? She tells him that she has done a lot of bad things. There's always a chance for salvation. That's when they both hear blam, blam, blam back in the main room. And they enter to see the cupboard glowing and opening. And Bellona said that it winked at her again. Strange tells them that they have broken the seal and to stand back. And at that moment, a giant monster pours out of it and it runs into the streets. Strange hands Wolverine his axe to use and he informs her it's an axe with a pointy end. You'll know what to do. She begins slicing through the monster's limbs with ease as the girls all get the civilians to safety. While they do successfully beat the monster, after the fight is over, Zelda is laid out on the ground across the street. So Strange takes her and teleports everyone to the nearby hospital where he hits her with some scans and discovers what's actually going on. They discover that there are nanites inside of the girls, killing them. They are far too small and numerous for him to operate on, but he has another idea: science. He teleports them all to Hank Pym's old lab to get the Ant-Man suit. And that's when Janet Van Dyne grows in front of them, demanding to know what's going on. Laura explains that Strange teleported them all in to get the Ant-Man suit and battle against nanites. So Janet calls up Strange. You have my number. The next time you want to teleport desperate armed people onto my property, you call ahead. It may not sound like Sorcerer Supreme, but it's common courtesy, Steven. But Janet isn't a monster, so she gives Laura the suit and the two of them shrink down and they enter Zelda's bloodstream. Going the brute force method, Laura does what a Wolverine does best and claws up all of the nanites that she can find. With her muscles constantly repairing, she doesn't even need to stop. But eventually, Zelda stands, feeling better. She wants to know what's going on, and Bellona tells her that it's a little hard to explain. So Gabby tries. Teeny tiny warrior women are fighting for your life against teeny tiny robots in your body. Then the windows begin to crack and Zelda sees blood on her stomach. Then she says the one thing that we never thought these girls would say. It hurts. An explosion rocks the lab and Mooney walks in telling the girls that they should have stayed in their cages. Then, as Gabby headbutts him, he throws her aside. Zelda stumbles over to him ready to fight and he shoots her again, happy that he could hurt her finally. In the pool of blood on the ground, Laura comes jumping out of Zelda, grows and slices up Mooney. Then Janet gets behind him, shocking his head with her wasp stings. Mooney hits the ground and everyone runs to Zelda's side. Gabby can't help but say, no, 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 no! Over and over. But we saved you! Yeah, you did, Zelda tells her. Then, when Laura gets over to her, she tells her, I know what you were trying to do, but fight it. Whatever is stopping you from unleashing, fight it. Hurt them. They need to understand that they can bring us into this world, but they can't own us. And then, Zelda dies. Janet tells Wolverine that she'll take Mooney in, and that they need to get these nanites out of the other girls. But Wolverine tells her, the nanites aren't killing them yet, and what happens next, they need not to feel. We're gonna go teach Alchemex a lesson. The next day, Mooney managed to take a car and drive it to the hidden base of Alchemex. He walked in and he told them that he had no idea how he got away, but he woke up and stole the car. But Mr. Chandler knows the truth. Wolverine let him go, and she's hunting him. Laura, Bellona, and Gabby are all outside, and they start shooting up the guards until Bellona runs ahead of everyone to take out more. She's instantly shot up and killed. Realizing that they are overwhelmed, Laura grabs Gabby and begins running back for cover. But once they get the body inside, they discover something odd. Bellona's hair isn't actually her hair. It's a wig, and that's when Laura wakes up from healing and pops both her claws. She threatens to murder the scientists unless they release all of the information out to the address that she provided, and then she walks out the front door, opening it. Bellona and Gabby walk in, and Laura and Bellona change their clothes back as Laura calls up Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. to inform her of the secret base with the experiments. Maria wants to know who this is. Only 8 people have this number, and one of them is dead. Laura tells her the dead one gave it to her. Bellona and Gabby run off, and they start beating on Mooney, who doesn't even put up much of a fight this time. And that's when Bellona shoots him twice in the head. She walks out to inform Gabby that she has to go. This is goodbye. And Gabby asks her if she'll see Bellona again. Bellona holds her close, telling her, when you grow up, look in the mirror. Laura walks in to find Mr. Chandler trying to make a break for it, so she slices his hamstring, keeping him from going anywhere. And once Gabby comes in, Laura says that they should go before S.H.I.E.L.D. gets there, but Gabby asks for a moment alone with Mr. Chandler. Laura leaves the room, and Gabby pulls out her claw, telling Mr. Chandler that regardless of what they tried to do to her, she still wants to be a good person. She then stabs the ground in front of him, telling him this is how close he came. Bye! As they leave, Laura asks Gabby if she killed him. She tells her no. You're the worst at what they wanted you to do, Gabby. And that's pretty impressive. They leave the base for S.H.I.E.L.D. to clean up, and that's when Bellona is on a helicopter. The person across from her tells her, I held up my end of the bargain. I broke you out and I helped you get your revenge. Now I want those nanites out of your body. Person across from her is Kamara, the woman that tortured Laura back when she was a weapon herself. Her handler.
Kind of reminds me of Ajax from the
Logan
The
is
Deadpool
riding down the
movie,
highway in the rain, and out of
specifically.
nowhere, he sees Laura in front of him. Are you crazy? Go back to the Institute. It's not my home, Logan. I can smell their fear of me. And then she eyeballed him. I trust you. Yeah, and you can't come with me. People get hurt around me. People get hurt around me too, Logan. I know, and that's what I'm trying to change, kid. He parks his bike and he hops off. Look, we don't get to play happy family. I don't get to have a 9-to-5 job with a picket fence, and I don't get to make you sandwiches. Because I'm Wolverine. I attract violence and insanity. And not just the normal kind of insanity. The kind where Galactus shows up to step on our picket fence. And our sandwiches, actually. He has a foot that encompasses both the fence and the sandwiches. The rain begins to come down even harder, and Laura looks at him. Please don't leave me. And Logan looks away, and he gets back on his motorcycle. Trust me, I won't be gone forever. That's when Laura wakes up. It's been a while since that night, and a lot has happened. Logan eventually passed on, and she took on the mantle of Wolverine to carry on for her father. But what woke her up out of that dream was a growling noise. She snicked out her claws, and she walked over to the doorway, where she opens it and sees Squirrel Girl and a growling Wolverine. Squirrel Girl is super excited to see Wolverine, and then she lets the live Wolverine go in her apartment. It runs into the house and into one of the other rooms, where Gabby, a clone of Laura, finds it and cuddles it hard. Squirrel Girl brought the Wolverine because she thought it could relay their situation a little bit better than she could herself. But Laura tells her that, you know, she can't talk to Wolverines, right? So Squirrel Girl ends up relaying the message herself. Laura has wronged the squirrel world. She explains that when Laura was out running after some men, they crashed into a tree, and then she put the tracker that they had put on her onto a squirrel. Well, they took the squirrel and separated a father from his family. So Laura suits up as Wolverine, and they head off on their adventure. But as they're leaving, Gabby really wants to go along. She can't wait to go on an adventure.
Yo,
and Laura tells her
JD,
that
how
she
you
needs
do,
to stay.
buddy?
She needs to lead a normal life. None of this craziness. Gabby looks down and she tells Laura that
Are
Laura's
you
the
in
only
a
person that Gabby has
post-work
left.
world
Please don't leave me.
right
Those
now?
words do strike a chord in Laura, but they do head off into the city where they find the tree that she damaged and a very angry squirrel family. One of the squirrels gives Laura an acorn and she uses that scent to chase after the fondest squirrel. When they get to the building with the apartments, Squirrel Girl
Watching
jumps over
Squirrel
the night guard,
Girl and,
stealing his key card before
X-23
returning it
team
back to Wolverine. Laura tells her that she did
Honey
really
Badger
good back
too,
there,
I
and
guess.
Squirrel Girl can't hold it in anymore. She just got a compliment from Wolverine. So she asks for a selfie, but Laura has to put the mask on. They walk deeper into the apartment building, and at the doorway where the squirrel is being kept, Laura knocks. A man answers, asking who they are, and she tells him Wolverine. The kid behind the man perks up. Wolverine? Oh, you're a girl. So Laura barges in,
okay.
goes into the kid's room, and finds the squirrel in a shoebox. They bring the father back
So
to his family,
this is your
and the daughter
Monday, so
squirrel
to
jumps
speak.
up on Squirrel Girl's shoulder to translate something to Laura. I want you to know that your actions caused us a lot of pain. We lost our home, and I
doing
almost lost my
pretty
father.
good.
However, I know that
Pretty
what you
good.
did was
Not
done without
complaining.
malice. Whatever pain you caused in the past
Been
wasn't your
taking a
fault.
little bit
I
of a
forgive
break
you.
from,
There's nothing more important than
Cult
family,
of the
and you
Lamb.
have brought us together. Squirrel Girl turns to the squirrel. Wow, elegant squirrel.
I'm gonna
Laura
be doing,
smiles and thanks the squirrel
Star
before
Wars
leaving. As she
Outlaws,
leaves, the
I
squirrel
believe.
asks Squirrel Girl if she translated or not. And Squirrel
think
Girl
it
told her,
comes out on
no.
the
I told her what
28th,
she
but
needed to
early
hear.
access
So you didn't
has it out on
translate
the
anything I
24th or
said to you?
something.
Nope. Laura
But-
sneaks back into her house to see Gabby sitting there with Jonathan
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna
Wolverine.
do,
Yes, they named the
I'm
Wolverine
gonna
Jonathan.
do some,
Gabby asked
Star
if Laura
Wars
found a way to
Outlaws
get rid of
when
her
that comes
already.
out.
And Laura tells her that
Like,
she should have
the
taken Gabby.
second
If Gabby is
I
willing
can
to
play
stay,
it.
this should be her home. I might
I'm
attract
gonna
a spontaneous
stream it,
Galactus attack,
I'm
and he
gonna
might step on her
run it
sandwiches.
from
though.
my,
Gabby is obviously
PS5.
confused by that one, and Laura tells her, never mind. You belong here, and I won't leave you.
Which will be a first. I haven't streamed anything from my console. Yes, sir.
Gabby
Looks
is currently
pretty
in their
good.
apartment playing with
I got high
Jonathan,
hopes
a
for
pet
it.
Wolverine that she picked up. She smiles.
I
as she
can't
puts a
remember the
mask on
last
his
time
face,
I
telling
played,
him
like,
they need to
a
hide his identity. And then there's a
good
shriek from Laura's
Star
bedroom,
Wars
and Gabby
game.
goes
I
to
could
check it
really
out, finding
sink
Laura
my
in full
teeth into.
costume, telling her to stay back. She leaps out the window, putting her fingers into the pose to thwip a web line, but of course she doesn't have web shooters and belly
It seems
flops onto
very
the roof of her
immersive.
car. Gabby rushes
So,
down in her pajamas,
we'll see
asking
what
Laura,
happens.
what was that all about? And Laura turns to her, who's Laura? I'm Gwen Stacy. Meanwhile, on Earth 65, Gwen Stacy, who is also known as Spider-Woman on this Earth, suddenly forgot how to play the drums while on stage with her band. The Mary Janes all look at her like, what are you doing? And she tries to slam down the drumsticks only to put her hands through the drum, because Gwen Stacy has super strength. Mary Jane asks her for the drumsticks, and then she realizes that she can't get them off of her sticky hands, and she just takes off with the door. She runs outside to find her father waiting for her, and when she gets into the car, she shuts the door so hard that she breaks the glass. Super confused, her father brings her home, and an aircraft lands in their backyard. A kid walks out telling them, my name is Reed Richards, and then he walks in telling her father that he's friends with Gwen, and he whispers to her, you might want to get your Spider-Woman suit, which is upstairs. Confused as always, she goes up grabbing the suit, and then Reed takes off into the skies and explains everything that is going on. Gwen Stacy is from Earth 65, and Laura Kinney is from Marvel Prime, and they've body swapped across dimensions. The big problem is that in 3 hours, the body swap will reverse, and since they are currently occupying each other's bodies,
you know
they'll have
what?
nowhere to go.
I
and
get why
poof,
they're
they'll be
doing
gone.
this, because they did this to Peter and Wolverine in the Ultimate Universe, where they switched Spider-Man, and then Wolverine got to be in Peter's body, and then tried to statutory Mary Jane. Yeah, but okay. I always wondered what the point of this was, switching X-23 and Spider-Gwen there. It's got to be a callback to that. Wasn't a very good story, but yeah, it's. I tell you, those can't come out soon enough. And I've been getting more into what is it, Ultimate Power, from the DC. You know, their latest event. That's been going pretty good too. I'm pretty excited that. I mean, what do you think about Failsafe? You know, Batman's little clone robot. Because I really like the idea of Failsafe, but I feel like they've killed him like 3 times now. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to not give away too much, but if you haven't seen too much of it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping like Failsafe isn't going to become like the Batman Who Laughs. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like as soon as they start to get a good concept and a new villain going, or a little bit of excitement, they just, like, they choke it to death. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's essentially what Failsafe is just a walking Brother Eye. That resolved itself. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's another one of the times Failsafe died, because the Batman of Zur-Anar not only found a way to, you know, exist within Bruce's mind, but he found a way to put himself into Failsafe, so, or at least make Failsafe believe that it was the Batman of Zur-Anar. And I believe it was the Batman of Zur-Anar that created Failsafe to begin with. So it's not like outside of the realm of possibility. Maybe he programmed himself in there too. Yeah. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the way that they defeated Failsafe that time around was Jason Todd volunteered to basically get himself killed by Failsafe, and when it happened, it triggered its shut down. I think I remember it exploding, but I don't. My memory is hazy. But you know, since Batman's prime directive is, you know, never kill, it just kind of shut down or exploded. It got disabled, to say the least. So I don't know how it's come back this time around. I'm sure I missed it. Because I watch I make the comic book rounds on YouTube, but Failsafe I don't think is going to go away anytime soon. And we got Lady Brainiac out there still, so I'm curious to see where this is all going. I don't want them to Batman Who Laughs Failsafe. That's all I'm saying.
On. So what they need to do is find each other and then find a way to swap back within 3 hours. Luckily, Reed is super smart and he can teleport her back to Marvel Prime. Meanwhile, back at the apartment with Gabby and Laura is trying to explain.
Yeah, that was essentially like part of the thing was like, I think Batman started the fight alone with Failsafe at the climax of Failsafe's getting disabled. But then Jason Todd swoops in and then ends up positioning himself in a way where he'd get killed by Failsafe, and then Failsafe has a little paradox in his mind and shuts down. But I do think I remember too, though, didn't Failsafe recruited Damian for a minute, didn't he? Didn't he try to use Damian as a Robin? Oh my god, no, I'm remembering other things now too. Isn't there a clone of Bruce Wayne running around too? that was a Robin for Zuranar or something like that. I can't remember if they resolved that. I feel like I'm having a fever dream. But wasn't there a clone of Bruce running around that was being Robin for a second for Failsafe or Zuranar? Or am I just making shit up? Because I'm like 70% sure that happened. Yeah, I think somewhere in that Failsafe Zuranar arc, they cloned Bruce Wayne, they aged him up to about Damian's age, made him a Robin, so I think it set up Batman, Damian, Robin, and then like Failsafe or Zuranar with the clone of Bruce Wayne as Robin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Bruce Wayne's clone. Like, it was a aged-up clone, accelerated clone that they had made, and I'm not sure the memories that was put in it. I think that even Failsafe or Zuranar maybe was planning on using it as like a, second body or something like that. I don't know. I don't take my word for it because my memory is hazy at best.
That she isn't who.
But I can't remember if that got resolved because I remember Failsafe being dealt with at the time, and I kind of just remember the Bruce Wayne clone kind of just fucking off for a moment. So I don't know if he's still out there or what. Oops. Because it's weird to think that there's just a little clone of Bruce Wayne running around. Like, feels like it's going to be a problem at some point. Maybe that's the whole point.
Gabby thinks she is. She's actually a girl named Gwen Stacy. Gabby explains that it's not that she doesn't believe her, but, well, she took a pretty big hit to her head. Her brain might still be healing. Then there's a knock at the door and Gwen walks in and both of them know exactly what this means. Now, for the sake of not confusing anybody even further because it's already going to be confusing, we're going to keep calling everyone by the body that they're in. So, the person in Gwen's body will be calling Gwen and the person in Laura's body will be calling Laura. Hopefully, that makes it less confusing. They realize that they have body swamped and Gwen explains to Laura that they have to swamp back within 3 hours or this is permanent, or they're going to die. So Gwen asks Laura to come to the window where she was hit with a blast and look across. She sees what looks like a gun and she tells Gwen to swing over there since she has web shooters that allow her to swing around. But Gwen isn't stupid. Let me guess. I'll try and then I'll fall and I'll hurt myself, so I'm gonna walk. Laura agrees, telling her that maybe it's best that she doesn't break her body before she gets back into it. On the other side of the street, Gwen kicks in the door and asks Laura, "How strong are you?" And Laura tells her, "I broke a lot of treasured things before I figured that out." Inside they find the gun, which is now broken by the door that Gwen kicked in, and then Laura picks up the scent of the person who used it. She keeps sniffing the air and then she mentions how dumb she feels sniffing the air. But Gwen assures her, "You're unkillable with metal claws that pop out of your hands and feet. Don't worry, you're not dumb." This, of course, is a reason to pause for Laura. Wait, I have claws in my feet and fists? Does it hurt? Have you ever had a paper cut on the webbing of your hands and feet? No, that sounds terrible. Well, this is knives coming out of them. Okay, I'm not doing that. Laura points to a basement where Gwen tears the doors off of it and they step inside. And then Gwen stops as the alarms are going off in her head. And Laura tells her that that's spider sense. A flamethrower bursts out of the ground and it begins to try and roast them. Gwen grabs Laura and tries to shield her from the fire, but Laura wants to know, what is she doing? Trying to save you. Well, don't. Your body heals. Mine doesn't. That's a very good point, Gwen tells her. That's when someone in a flying hornet suit arrives in front of them, demanding to know why they're here.
Does Gwen not have a healing factor?
Fire on them, so Laura tells Gwen to use her
just
webs,
being
and Gwen
dramatic?
takes aim and hits the ceiling. A flying robot person then opens fire on them again, so Laura grabs Gwen, getting her out of the path of destruction. Then Gwen whips onto the Hornet, pulling them down, and the Hornet blasts Gwen into the wall. Thinking her body's been killed, Laura turns to the person, demanding to know who she is and why is she doing this. She begins to angrily shake her fist
I'm
in
actually
front of her
starting
face,
to look
and
forward
Gwen
to the
tries to tell her
Venom
to
War
stop,
stuff
but it's too
too.
late. With that anger,
I didn't
Laura
mind the
pops her
first
claws
couple
into her own head,
the first
dropping
comic that
herself.
came
The
out.
robot girl lands and pulls her helmet off, deciding
remember how many
she's
they're
gonna be
into
sick
now.
watching someone stab themselves in the head. Gwen walks over, demanding to know
Like
what's
it's
going
going
on. The woman
okay
explains
so
that she
far.
fired her beam into Wolverine's apartment to get him. You know, the short and hairy guy. So who is the girl on the ground and who are you? Gwen explains that her, well, the real her, is the new Wolverine. Logan was killed and she is his daughter. The mystery woman is surprised. She had no idea. She's been living in this basement, living off ramen noodles for years, all to build the teleporter to send Wolverine away. She couldn't kill him.
noodles
She just
for
wanted him gone.
years.
Gwen walks
So-
over and retracts the claws from Laura's head so that she can
He's
heal it.
basically,
Gwen
like,
asks the
shaved
mystery
20
woman
years
why
off
she
her
wanted to
life.
send him away. And as it turns out, her uncle was the original Hornet and Logan killed him. While she explains, Laura wakes up curious as to what actually happened. And since none of this is what Hornet wanted, she agrees to help them both get into their right spots in their own universes in the right bodies. Gwen walks over and she waves goodbye as Hornet warps her away. And then Laura goes to the same spot and is put back in her body. And Hornet says, "Hi, I'm Melinda." And Laura tells her her name. Laura then begins to talk about what's next and asks Melinda if she'd like to work with her. She's not going to hold an urge for revenge against her because that's kind of what her entire family's about. And then with a whoosh, Melinda teleports Laura back to her apartment where Gabby and Jonathan are cheerful that she's returned. 100 miles off of New Jersey, two boats meet to trade off an interesting box. An exchange that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been tracking for a while, and they arrive to secure that box. But when you box a criminal in who has a secret weapon, they do what you'd think they would do, and she opens the box, revealing its contents to be an odor, a single smell. Back in the home of Laura, her phone goes off as Maria Hill calls her to let her know about the situation. Laura turns her down, stating that she won't be involved in any S.H.I.E.L.D. situations. But Maria is slightly insistent. She kind of needs Wolverine's help. She even paid for the noodles that they were having delivered. As Laura reluctantly goes to the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier to find out what Maria Hill wants, Maria shows her the box and asks her what the odor is. Laura sniffs it and says that it's something familiar, but she isn't quite sure. And that's when Maria explains that the other reason she called out to Laura, because that's what he said, the other Logan, the future Logan. Gabby sees the future Logan on the screen and asks if that's Laura's dad. Laura tells her no. That's someone from another dimension or something. It's not Logan. She asks where he went after he got the scent, and Maria explains that he left and told them not to track him. But Laura's not dumb, and she knows that Maria wouldn't listen to that, so she tells her to bring Laura and Gabby to the location that they're tracking him at. And as they arrive, no one can figure out what's going on since it's over the ocean. So Maria Hill has the box opened entirely, and inside they find a liquid. That's when it hits Laura. The box doesn't contain a weapon, it's a scent to attract Fing Fang Foom. But everyone figured that out as Fing Fang Foom rose out of the water, smashing the helicarrier. Laura figures this out all too fast. Maria, watch Gabby, I might not get another chance at this. Maria asks her where she's going, and she responds with, "I know where the old man is," and she runs off the helicarrier, leaping into the mouth of the creature. Over the
Red
ocean,
Bull,
Iron
but
Man rockets in, calling up
somewhere
Maria
in the
Hill. I
fridge.
couldn't help but notice your helicarrier is under attack by a 100-foot
How
tall
lazy I
monster in
feel
my
right
city.
now.
He then flies in, blasting it in the face, but Maria tells him to stop. Wolverine is inside of there, and that's when Captain Marvel arrives to uppercut Fing Fang Foom in the face. But inside of this beast, Laura slides down into its stomach acid, calling out for Logan. "Where are you, old man?" And he calls out, "Over here, kid. The stomach acids have eaten through my legs." So she pops all of her claws, grabbing him, and begins to crawl
that
out of the
happens.
throat of Fing Fang Foom. Meanwhile, Fing Fang hits the helicarrier so hard that it begins to crash. So Iron Man and Captain Marvel fly beneath it so that it doesn't crash too hard, holding it back from hitting the water hard. As they fall, though, Maria notices Gabby made a break for it. It turns out she grabbed a rocket pack as she flew out to meet up with Iron Man and Captain Marvel. Iron Man looks at the pint-sized girl and he asks Maria if her agents are getting smaller, and a big grin forms on Gabby's face as she explains, "I'm getting very mixed emotions right now. I'm flying around on a jetpack, meeting both Iron Man and Captain Marvel, and I really love your kick-assness and hair, Captain Marvel." She explains that her sister is inside of the raging 100-foot tall monster, and Captain Marvel is confused, asking who's her
hair.
sister. And that's when we see Wolverine crawling out of the
That's
mouth
like the
of
thing
Fing
I
Fang
like
Foom,
about her the
holding the old
least.
man. Gabby flies in to get Logan, and Laura dives into the ocean where the helicarrier is currently floating, and she crawls into the room where the scent spilled everywhere. She rubs it all over her clothes and then tells them to get her a jetpack. She then
Each his own,
flies outside, grabs Fing Fang Foom's attention with the scent being on top of her, and she drags him all the way out to the middle of the ocean. Once she gets back to her apartment, she then realizes that Gabby brought Logan there. Gabby explains that she literally only knows this place in a cell. Plus, isn't he Laura's dad? No, he isn't my dad. He's a twisted reminder of Logan. And then Gabby notices Laura is wearing a Captain Marvel shirt and asks about that. She explains that she had to throw her clothes into the ocean with the scent on
I
them,
know
so
it'll
Fing
probably
Fang
never
Foom would
happen,
follow
but
those.
I
And
would
then,
love
yes,
a
she flew
Midnight
back
Suns,
naked. It was cold. But as they're
sequel.
talking, Logan wakes up and he mentions, "I
game
know
was
this
a lot of
place."
fun.
And then he looks to Laura. "It's where I raised you."
Yeah, they really beat the death.
In the SHIELD
Old Man
helicarrier, our
Logan.
story begins with Ulysses receiving a vision that is going to change things. He sees Old Man Logan holding the dead body of Gabby. But forget that right now, because the old man just woke up to Jonathan, Gabby's pet Wolverine, looking at him, and Gabby apologizing. He tries to sit up only to find himself tied down, demanding to know what's going on, and then wondering why he can hear wails. Gabby explains that Laura thought he might wake up confused, so she was playing a tape of wails to try and calm him down. I'm Gabby. I was cloned from Laura, who was cloned from you, so you're kind of like my interdimensional dystopian future grandfather. Laura then walks out of the other room asking how he feels, and the old man tells her like it was hit in the gut by a giant beast. And Gabby wants to know if he was soothed by the whale song. Sure. But as they go to let the old man up, they hear footsteps coming to the door. Logan whips out his claws and Laura tells him to stop. This is her home. Two burglars break into the window and they see Laura, Gabby, and Logan all there. Gabby presses her hands together. Oh my god, are you burglars? And you broke into here? Both Laura and Logan begin to snicker, and then everyone begins to burst out laughing. This, of course, irritates our burglars as they demand to know what's funny, and Logan thanks them for the laugh. So they pull out a gun, pointing it at him, asking, is this funny? Laura tells them to take this one chance and leave right now. But Jonathan runs forward, protecting his owners, and a gunshot goes off, hitting him in the stomach. Both Laura and Logan pop their claws, but it's Gabby who leaps in screaming. Laura then cuts the gun of the other man to pieces, throwing him into a wall, and Logan gets his claws to the man's throat. But Laura asked him not to kill, so Logan headbutts him. Gabby runs over to Jonathan, and they all discover that he was only grazed. So Logan and Gabby take him to the other room to patch him up. That's when Logan tells her he knows that Gabby is hiding something. He knew her in his timeline. He looks her right in the eyes and he asks her, do you blend her, Laura? And Gabby snaps, no! You swear? I swear. Okay. Before, when you did that flying knee to the kid's face, yeah? That's the kind of thing an interdimensional dystopian grandpa might be proud of. Logan walks back into the kitchen and he pops the top off of a grape juice with his claws, and he has a seat next to Laura. You've been here before, right? When you got here, you said that this is where you raised me. I knew that you were here, not in this apartment, but in this world. You were avoiding me? I screwed up so much. I hurt almost everyone but you. There wasn't one damn thing I regretted about you, kid. You were one of the only things I got right. But we need to talk about Gabby. No, this isn't your past. I don't care about destiny. I don't care about what happened in your world. She gets to live her own life and ours. Logan smiles. It's good to see you tell me off again, kid. The burglars begin to wake up, so Laura decides to call up Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. and have them hauled off. But Hill stops her. Laura, we have a team en route. Logan perks up because he can hear the sound of combat boots moving up the stairs. Listen carefully, Laura. I need you to stay calm. This isn't about you, it's about him. He's going to kill Gabby. Outside, Laura can see Captain America waiting to bring Logan in. Cap leaps up to the window and he walks in, and Gabby comes running out of the room and sees him, saluting him right away. Oh my gosh, it's Captain freaking America. He explains to the group that Ulysses, the Inhuman who can see the future, saw Logan killing a lot of people, and someone close to him. Logan eyeballs him. What do you think, Steve? I think you should come with me until we feel the danger has passed. Laura gets in the way. Someone saw something in his head and you want to punish people for it? It's not a punishment, Laura. He'll have everything that he could ever want, except his freedom. Everyone stands there eyeballing each other, and Gabby stamps her foot down. This is so tense! Then over the radio in his ear, the soldiers report that Cap can stand aside so they can take the hostile out. Laura and Logan look at him. You know we have very good hearing, right? I wasn't feeling hostile until now. Whatever it is, isn't worth it. I'll get my stuff. And Logan walks into the other room, but the radio goes off again. Captain, he was in Fing Fang Foom's stomach yesterday. He doesn't have any stuff. Laura stands in Cap's way, so Steve slams her into a wall. The door gets kicked in and the soldiers open fire, while Laura leaps over Steve's shoulders and kicks the tranks away. Meanwhile, in the room without a window, Gabby explains that she'll protect Logan and pulls out 2 jetpacks that explains that since there's no window, they have a little bit of a problem. Leave it to me, kid, he says, smiling, and he pulls out his claws. While Laura and Captain America fight it out, the old man and Gabby start tearing down the walls, running through the other apartments until they make it to a window and they jump out. Captain America jumps out after them and prepares to throw his shield, but that's when a trank dart hits him in the back, and Laura is the one that took the shot. Shield isn't done though, as they use the helicarrier to blast Logan out of the sky, right next to Gabby. He crash lands into a fountain and he pops his claws, ready to go, growling. The guards all see it. Oh shit, fire! And they all begin to pump him full of tranquilizer. He begins tearing through them, burying his claws into their guts and screaming out. Gabby flies overhead, seeing him and calling out to him, telling him to stop. Laura and Captain America both arrive at that moment, and Cap tells everyone to stand down as Gabby lands in front of Logan. Laura sees what's going on and she yells for Gabby to get back. She warns her that Logan has become feral, but she tells him it's going to be okay. Logan looks at her sad and confused, and he stabs her in the gut. You took her from me, he shouts. As Gabby hits the ground, he jumps over to Captain America, but Steve smacks him away with the shield, throwing Logan off of him. Laura runs over, unable to say anything except, no, 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 no! And Captain America calls out for the medic. In the confusion, Logan drops down into the sewers, and Laura tells him that she's going after him. Captain America tells her that he'll go with her, but she says no. You've done enough. Do you think he would have lashed out like that if you didn't pump him full of tranquilizers? Do you honestly think this prediction would have come true if you didn't attack him? Laura then looks at Gabby, dead in her arms. I told her. I said I wouldn't leave her. Keep her safe. And Laura hands Gabby's body over to Captain America before jumping into the sewers. But as she finds him, he turns growling at her. What are you? What did they do to you? You're not Logan. You're just some twisted perversion with his face. And he jumps at her. Laura throws his claws aside and lunges at him herself, but he dodges away easily, so she leaps over his back. As she's on his back, he lifts up, throwing her down, and they both get up, lunging at each other. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Captain America sadly places a sheet over Gabby's body, and she sits up, and she demands to know where Logan is. The medic tells her in the sewers, so she makes a break for it. Back in the sewers, Logan swings and Laura dodges until finally she gets a slash in across his gut. Blood begins to pour out of him, and he finally begins to come to his senses. And he sees Laura coming in, preparing to stab him, so he shouts, "Wait!" And she tells him no. That's when Gabby grabs her hand. She turns and sees Gabby, and she's shocked. So Gabby shows her a claw, showing her that she now has Laura's powers. She's so sorry that she didn't tell Laura sooner. She turns back to Logan asking, "Did you know? Did she have powers in your world?" "No, I didn't know for sure." "You killed her, didn't you? In your world?" "No. You killed each other. You don't understand. She took you away. She's worse than both of us. It wasn't her. It's not her future.
Where
but
the
I can see
fuck
death
is
on
it?
you. Tell me,
Driving
was there
me
anyone in
crazy
your
with
world
this
who
shit.
didn't die for knowing you? Stay away from her and stay away from us. Laura and Gabby turn to leave, and Gabby turns back, apologizing for what happened. Logan growls at her. "You hurt her and I'll come for you." "Fair enough. You bring a single ounce of pain into that perfect woman's life, and I'll put you down like a rabid dog. Bye." They both crawl back out where Captain America and S.H.I.E.L.D. are waiting. Captain America tries to explain the Civil War II situation to Laura, but she doesn't want to hear it. As far as she's concerned, she's not in whatever is happening.
It's just like, I don't want to be part of that shitty event.
In their New York apartment, Laurie and Gabby try to live a normal life after all of the things that they've been through. One of those days, Gabby comes back from the downstairs mailbox to find a package addressed to Laura with no return address. As she looks at the package, she says that this is why they're moving. Things in this area are no longer secure for them. They've had burglars, been invaded by S.H.I.E.L.D., and even Squirrel Girl showed up. And now a mystery package. As Laura opens the box, her eyes widen as she looks down at a small vial with the word "Trigger" written on it. She quickly throws the box, telling Gabby to get her things, and Jonathan, they're leaving now. After driving her most of the day, Gabby asks Laura if she can tell her where they're going. And Laura says they're headed to a cabin in California. It belonged to Logan, and no one knows about it, so they have plenty of isolation there. Gabby says, "You know, that's the start of a horror movie. You want undead hordes? Because this is how you get undead hordes." Gabby then asks, "What about the other family? Isn't there some place that they could go?" And Laura says that she does have an aunt and a cousin, but she almost got them killed, and it was because of what was in that package. She then explains that back when she was born, she was raised with the sole purpose of being a weapon. To guarantee it, there would be a trigger scent made. One smell of it and everything turns black. Once the light comes back on, everyone around her's dead. A cross-country trip later, Laura tells Gabby,
Yeah, I really wish they worked that into the movies.
She gets out of the car yawning,
somehow.
telling her, "Okay, good. We should go deal with those soulless husks now." And as the two get into the cabin, Laura says that it may look bad, but they're gonna clean things up and get everything going. Even some internet. Gabby looks at the freezer and opens it to see a family of mice living in a hollowed-out loaf of bread. Laura says that's weird. Logan had bread. And Gabby says that it kind of worries her since the mice chose to live here. It means that the freezer is probably the most livable place in the entire... But before she can finish her sentence, the lights go out and the whole cabin loses power. Laura flips on a flashlight and checks the breakers, stating that there's nothing wrong out there. She's gonna head into town to see if it's not just them. Gabby asks if she's really gonna leave here alone with the smell in the cabin. And Laura tells her no. She has Jonathan, a pelican statue, and a family of mice. After a short walk into town, Laura finds a son and father and learns that the outage isn't just her. But just as she asks what they think could be the problem, she begins to hear something big, like a few planes. The father says that he can't hear anything, and Laura says that they are water bombers, and they're emptying something. Suddenly, the air begins to fill with green clouds, and Laura quietly says that it's the trigger sound. She shouts back to the son and father to run, and as the son asks why would they, she tells them that she's sorry. She's sorry that she ever came here. And then with a snip, her claws come out and her eyes go blank. Just after 10 p.m., Nick and his response team are sent out to Dalesville to see why the town went dark. But by the time that they get there, the town was wiped out. One of the soldiers asks asks what is it, and Nick calmly tells them that it was Wolverine. Laura looks back, telling them all that she's sorry, she's so sorry, and Agent Bennett runs up, hitting Laura with the end of her rifle, telling her to get on the ground. Another agent tells Bennett to relax. Does she really think that pissing off Wolverine is a good idea? And as Laura is brought aboard in Nick's aircraft, Laura mentions that she didn't do this. Someone made her. They used planes. Nick radios back to SHIELD Command asking if they have any planes on their radar, and the operative tells him affirmative. There are 3 water bombers heading out to sea. Nick tells them all right, patch him over to the fighters that are in their location. Once connected, the pilots report that they are en route, and the bombers are in their sights. Nick says good, just follow them. They need answers. So turn back once they land, and the pilot stops him, telling him wait, there's something else. Something big. It looks like the planes are flying straight into whatever it is. Nick shouts to the pilots to abort, but before the fighter jets can turn around, they're blown up in the sky. The operative on the radio reports that the warplane is heading back into the sea, but they did manage to see the flag on it. It's Madripoor. Bennett says that they can't follow them either. Madripoor is a sovereign nation, and if SHIELD attacked, well, Laura stops them, telling them that they can't go. But Bennett punches Laura back in her seat, telling her to shut up. She then pulls out her wrists in front of her and cuts off the handcuffs, jumps up, kicking Bennett to the ground. Bennett sees Laura grab the rifle, and he tells her not to shoot. If she does, she'll breach the hull. And Laura tells her, fine, she's okay with that. And she fires. An explosion goes off, and the hull begins to suck everyone out. Nick shouts for Laura to get back and fires a few times into her. She then just runs and jumps out of the plane. The next morning, Laura returns to the cabin to begin packing, and Gabby asks what's going on. Laura says they need to go. She just killed the townspeople, and the answers as to why are in Madripoor. Gabby tells her, oh, okay then, well I'm coming along too. And before you can tell me no, I am cloned from you, so I'm just as stubborn on that answer of no. Laura sighs and tells her fine. They're gonna travel by boat until they reach where they need to go. Later that night at the San Francisco docks, Gabby asks if it's an actual pirate ship. Can she say R? Also, can she get a wooden leg? Laura tells her that they're not those kind of pirates, and Gabby asks if she's sure because the woman behind them literally has an eye patch. Captain Ash tells Laura that she knows a lot of people are looking for her, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was just here, so there would be a great amount of appreciation if they don't draw attention to each other. A woman tells Bellona that it seems that her little X-23 has escaped. Is she ready to face her sister? Bellona tells her yes, she is ready. Back with Captain Ash in her ship, Ash tells everyone that they should be out of the worst of the storm. And as everyone begins to eat, Ash tells Laura that she's sorry to hear what happened to Logan. He was an above-average lover. Gabby says, ew, and Ash says it's because of him that she is doing this for them. And Laura adds, also the money, and Ash tells her, well, and that. The following morning, Ash's ships begin to reach Madripoor, and as Laura and Gabby talk about Jonathan's seasickness, Laura begins to hear someone else talking. She heads over to Ash and asks why is it that they parked so far from the port, and Ash says, well, they were just waiting for clearance from the harbor master, and Laura stops her, telling her, sure, you heard what you were transporting. Laura begins to feel a rush of pain as Ash pulls her gun back from her, shooting her in the stomach, and then the sounds of helicopters can be heard. Ash says, right. She also sold her out, so they are coming for her. Laura struggles and begins to break free from the other crew members and charges at Ash as she continues to fire, but with a quick swipe, Ash looks down at where her hand used to be. Laura then kicks her over the edge of the ship, handless, and Gabby says, all right, that was really violent. Care to share what's going on? Laura stabs a container and opens it, and Gabby asks, why is there a container within a container? The second door opens up, and Gabby sees a group of children and tells them not to worry. The woman out there is a superhero. Laura looks back at the helicopters and says that she's pretty sure they don't want to meet whoever's inside of those, and then a man jumps out. As the giant man lands on the ship, Laura says that it's Roughhouse. But before he can do anything, Bellona jumps down on a rope onto the ship, telling him to leave them. She'll take care of this. Laura tells her that this isn't going to happen, and Bellona says maybe she can win this. Maybe she can even kill them all, and maybe the kids will become some collateral damage. Does she really want to risk that? Bellona then takes out a pair of special cuffs, attaching them to Laura, asking where's the captain. A few moments later, after being pulled out of the water, Ash shouts for someone to find her hand, and Bellona tells her that she'll be turning the ship around and bringing those children home. Ash tells her, yeah, that isn't happening. She has a reputation to, and Bellona shoots Ash down and asks who's the second in command. One of the crew members says, and Bellona asks if she values her reputation more than her life, and the woman tells her absolutely not. Bellona then points to Roughhouse, saying that her friend over there will watch them and make sure that they do the right thing, and then she whispers to Roughhouse to kill every slave trader once the children are safe. As Bellona leads Laura to the helicopter, Gabby runs after her, telling her to stop, and Bellona covers her mouth, telling Roughhouse to put this one with the other kids. A short while later, as Laura begins to open up her eyes, she hears Kamara's voice telling her that she is so glad to have her little murder machine back. And now it's time to get to work. As Laura begins to open up her eyes again, she can feel herself hooked up to several machines, and Kamara pulls off the the mask, telling her that she's a weapon. She's her weapon. And right now they have their first target. A screen lights up and Kamara points to it, stating that this is Tiger. Laura then asks how long did she spend on her villainous presentations? And Kamara laughs, telling her that Bologna will bring her to the window. Kamara goes on telling her that Madripoor is a golden gateway where the free market and black market come together. This is also the place where the Empire will be born, and the only thing that stands in her way of her empire is Tiger. Back at Ash's ship, Gabby tells the other kids that she's sorry, but she's gonna have to leave them now. And one of the girls asks if it's because they took her sister. Gabby says yeah, she never called her that, but that works. Gabby then says that she's going to need some help from them. So first up, she just needs them to know that she does not feel pain. And second, please don't freak out. And finally, you need to absolutely freak out. As Roughhouse watches over the kids, they suddenly hear the kids screaming, and the girl from before says that Gabby fell, and another one says that her bones are on the outside. Roughhouse picks up Gabby, saying that they're going to go to the infirmary, and Gabby gives the kids a thumbs up before leaving. A short while later, over at the infirmary, another man recovering tells the nurse that that's gross, her bones are on the outside. And then the nurse and the man hear a cracking and a popping sound. Gabby smiles as she puts her arm back in place and pops out a claw, asking the nurse if she happens to have a satellite phone because she's gonna need to make a quick call. 1 week later, Laura is transported to her target location, and a helicopter flies through, releasing her canister into a building. The canister crashes into the ground and skids across it, and as soon as the latches open up, Laura jumps out, sniffing the air. Down the hall, the soldiers all run into Tiger's office, telling her that they need to leave immediately. But as the soldiers lead Tiger out, they see Laura standing there with her claws out. Before they can fire, she runs along the wall and knocks out the first two that were mentioned. As the second set fire their tasers, Laura grabs the cables that shoot by and then slams the hooks into the men. Tiger says that she doesn't know what this is, but before she can finish, Laura kicks and knocking Tiger's head off of her shoulders. A second Tiger walks out, stating, well, and then the rolling head begins to short out. Laura charges at the real Tiger, but before she can stab her, Gabby appears, grabbing onto her, telling Tiger to get back outside. As Gabby struggles to stay on, she tells Laura that this is going to hurt, like, a lot. And Gambit's voice tells her, it's true. And then he charges up a card, throwing it, leveling the entire floor. Later, Laura's eyes begin to open up again, and she sees Gabby holding a rabbit, and Gabby tells her, okay, don't freak out. Laura shoots up, asking how many people did Kamara make her kill? Angel puts his hand on Laura's shoulder and tells her none. She just cut the head off of a life model decoy. And those other people, well, they're mostly okay. Gambit says that's right. Before you could kill Tiger, he blew her up. And Angel says afterwards he flew all of the pieces of her here. And please promise him that he won't have to do something like that ever again. Laura then asks where are they? And Angel says at Tiger's safe house, which is practically impenetrable, and they figured that this would be a good place for her to heal. Gabby holds up a vial of the trigger scent and adds that it will also help with this. Laura stumbles back trying to get away from it, and Gabby goes on telling them that they also have the help of the world's most powerful telepath. And Jean Grey walks out waving. Laura asks what she's doing here, and Jean says essentially they'll be doing some intense mind training, and she needs to have the full support of Laura if they're going to go through with this. Gambit heads out and says that him and Angel will guard the outside of the bunker, and Jean says that that will be good. She's gonna need complete concentration. No interruptions. Laura looks at Angel and tells him that this is a bad idea, and Angel tells her that she's got this. She's Wolverine. She can kick the ass of anything. Laura then turns back to the rabbit and says that this is crazy. She's going to kill the rabbit. And Gabby says that comes later. She will be first. As Jean leaves and the doors shut, Gabby takes out the vial and says that it's okay. She can't feel pain and she can heal. And she loves her. And then she drops the vial.
First time I didn't do this one.
Laura's eyes change as she lunges forward, and as her and Gabby begin to fight, Jean taps into Laura's mind.
3 times.
Jean starts to see the room change, and it goes back to when Laura was younger, and her mother would read her stories. But while that goes on, Angel says that someone is coming, and it's not Kamara, it's S.H.I.E.L.D. Angel flies onto Nick's ship, telling everyone that he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He just wants to talk. Nick pulls out his gun and says, fine, they can talk. Angel asks how is it that they found them, and Tiger speaks for him, stating that she was the one. Though they did save her, they can understand her not feeling overly beholden to Wolverine, right? If Madripoor is going to become an international community, then working with S.H.I.E.L.D. would be their first step. There's a sudden beep, and the pilot says that they've been locked on by a missile. Then it asks, was it him? Angel answers her by asking why would he fire a missile at himself? Outside, Kamara's warplane fires missiles, and Nick tells everyone to jump. As the plane is hit, Angel runs to the cockpit, grabbing Nick and the pilot, and he manages to escape just as it explodes. Back with Jean, she tells the younger Laura that she can understand why she would come here. It's a beautiful memory. She's sorry that she's about to take it away from her. Laura tells her that she can't leave, the door is locked, and she should be going away now. Jean says that it is safe outside, no one can hurt her. She can be the one in control. The young Laura grows and stabs into Jean, telling her that she should go. But Jean continues stating that she is not X-23. She is more than a letter and a number. She has a name, and it's Laura Kinney, and she was born. She is the superhero Wolverine. Just look The image of Jean begins to fade and is replaced by Gabby. She asks Laura if she's there. As Angel brings everyone back to Tiger's safe house, Gambit shouts out that they can't interrupt Jean. Jean opens the door telling them, actually, they're not interrupting anything. Laura's petting the rabbit, telling everyone that it's okay. They can hide here. Nick stares at the rabbit and asks what's with the bunny. Laura tells him it's okay. She's free now. It's safe. As the bunker locks behind them, Kamara walks up to the entrance, telling everyone inside that she just wants X-23 and Tiger. If they are turned over, then everyone lives, and she would much rather not quarrel with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick shouts that she just killed some of his people. He's going to quarrel the absolute shit out of her. Nick then looks back and says that woman who tortured her and forced her to kill everyone in Daysdale? Bennett then says, even still, she has to pay for her crimes. Laura tells them that she understands, and after she deals with Kamara, she'll come with them. But as Laura begins to walk towards the exit, Gambit tells her that she doesn't have to do this alone, and Angel adds that honestly, they kind of wouldn't let her anyway. Laura then asks Tiger if there's anything in this bunker that can help them. Tiger reaches over the wall, telling them that there is something. A hidden door opens up with an Iron Man suit. Tiger says, please don't tell Tony that she has this. It was an early prototype that she got off of the black market, and she's going to return it, really. A short while later, everyone begins to exit the bunker with their hands up, and Roughhouse looks at Gambit asking, why is he carrying a can of beans? Gambit smiles, and he charges the can, throwing it into the warplane, creating a massive explosion of Frankenbeans. Okay, there was no Frankenbeans. I had to add Frankenbeans. It makes more sense. It's funnier. Anyway, as he watches, Gambit says, damn, he might have to start carrying beans from now on. Jean then grabs everyone and helps them aboard the warplane. Gambit then throws a card at some of the oncoming soldiers, and before it can go off, Roughhouse catches it and crumples it up. Gambit radios to Laura that they're here, and she responds telling them that she's on her way. Seconds later, she comes shooting out wearing the Iron Man suit, and Angel tells her that she does know it has a helmet, right, because she's not wearing the helmet. Laura tells her, yeah, but she can't hear or smell in it, plus she wanted to see Kamara's face when she finishes her. Kamara laughs, telling her that she's just gonna make her kill her friends again, then her aunt and cousin, and she tosses the trigger at everyone. Everyone stands there for a moment, and Laura asks, how is that working for you? Jean's eyes begin to light up, and Kamara shouts that those powers won't work on her. And Jean asks, why would she want to control her? Roughhouse's eyes begin to glow, and he swings back, knocking Kamara into the warplane. Laura and Angel begin to quickly chase after, and as she falls, Kamara shoots back up, hitting Angel in the shoulder. Back in the warplane, Jean uses Roughhouse to stop Bologna from shooting them, and as she's knocked down, her mask comes off. Gabby runs up asking what did they do, and Bologna says that Kamara saved her from the imprisonment and the nanites that are killing her. Gabby asks if this is really saving her. She's a slave to Kamara's will. Kamara is just using her as a guinea pig, and Bologna says that this was either going to happen to herself or to Gabby, and she couldn't let Kamara's people get to Gabby. Bologna then looks up at Nick and tells him that Wolverine didn't kill those people in Daysville. When the scent dropped, Laura stabbed herself in her own brain. Gabby then asks how were the people killed, and Bologna pops her claw, stating that she was the contingency plan. Back outside, Laura pulls Angel from the waters, and as she rubs her head, Angel coughs, asking, are you petting my head? Laura asks him, is it awkward? And Angel says, just a little, but don't stop. As Laura smiles, Kamara punches her in the back of the head. Angel blasts Kamara back, and as she gets up, Kamara tells Laura that it's pointless. There's no way that she can hurt her. Laura rockets off with the suit into Kamara, telling her that she might be unbreakable, but she still needs to breathe. Laura holds Kamara's head underwater, shouting that she is not X-23. She is not her experiment. She is not her property. Kamara crawls onto Laura's face, and she goes on shouting that she is not a thing. She is the daughter of Sarah, the daughter of Logan. She is Wolverine. And as the claws come out, the prototype Iron Man suit shatters, and Laura hears something behind her. Bologna holds up her hands, telling her that it's okay. It's done. Just look after Gabby for her. Laura asks what's going on, and Nick tells her that it's over. She's free now. A week later, Laura knocks on a door, and her Aunt Debbie answers. She asks what she's doing here. Laura tells her that it's okay. Kamara's gone. They are safe. They don't have to hide anymore. In the quiet apartment of Laura and Gabby Kinney, there's a scream as Pentagon the Pelican loses a leg. Gabby looks at Jonathan the Wolverine as he's chewing through the broken leg of the statue, asking, how could you? Laura comes in holding a leash, telling Gabby that her pet Wolverine just ate through a statue. It's probably time to take him for a walk. Gabby says maybe he doesn't need one. And Laura says if only they had some kind of universal translator so that he could tell them, oh wait, they do. After tying the small device around Jonathan's neck, Jonathan tells them, need outside, sunshine, air, taste of other bird statues. And a short while later, Gabby is out walking Jonathan. It's not long into their walk that Jonathan begins to smell something, and he immediately begins to growl and pull at the leash. Gabby tries to control him, but Jonathan just starts running full force, dragging Gabby behind him. Once he finally stops, he begins to growl towards a building with 2 armed guards sitting outside. Gabby looks at the building and asks, what is this place? And he simply says, bad place, hurt, Jonathan, hurt family. So Gabby calls the one person that she knows who can help in this kind of a situation, Deadpool. Wade picks up the phone telling her, hi kiddo, and Gabby asks if it's a bad time. Wade, who was in the middle of stabbing someone, tells her, oh no, I'm not doing anything important. Gabby tells him good, there's something that she was hoping that he could help her with. Wade asks, this isn't something Wolverine can help with, is it? Is it unethical? Is it illegal? Gabby says that she's not sure Laura would help with this, so it's probably unethical, and it's definitely illegal. Wade tosses the body off his sword and he tells her, all right, I'll be right there. Once Wade gets to where Gabby is, he looks at Jonathan and it says, oh my god, he talks. Who's a sweetie little snookums? And as Wade extends his hand to pet Jonathan, Jonathan snaps at him, telling him, we'll eat face off. Gabby yells at Jonathan and Wade tells her, no, it's okay. We've established some boundaries, that's all. And, what is this place anyway? Gabby then says that Jonathan was rescued from a lab and she's pretty sure that this is the one that he was experimenting on. Wade tells her, so, you want to burn it down? And Gabby yells, hell no, I want to save the animals. Wade tells her, oh, of course. And then burn it down? Gabby tells him they'll cross that bridge when they get to it, and they'll probably burn it down. A few moments later, Gabby walks up to the guards and says, hello, I'm not sure where this sentence is going, but it's okay. I'm only here to confuse and disarm you. The men stare at Gabby, and then Wade reaches from behind, holding a cloth over the 2 men's faces. Gabby asks, do you always carry chloroform? And Wade tells her, of course. In fact, I'd like to give you this bottle. How irresponsible would I be if I let you walk around without a means of knocking anyone out? Now it's time to suit up and get to business. After Gabby gets her honey badger costume on, Wade and her just walk right in, and his security guard yells, hey, you can't be in here. Gabby quickly takes out a cloth of chloroform, putting it on the guard's mask, telling him, shh. The guard falls backwards, hitting his head, and Gabby asks if she was supposed to catch him. And Wade tells her, yeah, but it's your first chloroforming. Don't stress about it. As Wade goes behind the counter, he looks at the computers and he says that the first few floors are full of animals, and he can open them all up from here. How convenient! Gabby then begins to walk towards the testing room, and Wade tells her, hang on a second. You need to prepare yourself for what you're about to see. These animals could have makeup on. Wade pushes open the door and sees a pack of zombie rabbits and squirrels and says, well, they are not spraying perfume in their eyes. But this also means that they have done something else. They've reanimated the dead. Gabby looks at the animals and says that those are monsters. They made zombies cute! Wade then says that he's not sure how to handle this situation. He's had dreams like this before. And Gabby tells him that they're already dead. They have to destroy them. So she pops her claws and yells, I'm really sorry about this, but we're gonna put you out of your misery. Come hippity hop to your doom. After cutting up a pack of zombie animals, the 2 head down the hallway. They see a zombie sloth. Wade shouts, whoa! We have to be careful with this one. And they stand there. And they wait. And they wait. And they wait. Wade simply says, okay, this one might be a little while before it becomes an actual threat. You want something from this vending machine? Gabby yells, vengeance! And Wade tells her, they're all out of vengeance. How about a soda? And Gabby tells him the soda will do for now. But as the zombie animal killing continues, Laura sniffs the area and walks into the front door asking, is that Deadpool? Wade spins around, surprised, with 8 squirrels skewered on his swords, and he yells, this is not what it looks like. Laura tells him that it looks like he just made squirrel kebabs, and Wade tells her, okay, that's actually right. Gabby then runs up asking Laura how did she find him, and Laura tells her that she only went 4 blocks. Plus she's Wolverine. Now tell her why she passed a half-dead sloth back there. Gabby then says that this is the place where Jonathan was kept. They've done terrible things to the animals here. She didn't say anything because she thought that she would get mad and stop her. Laura smiles, putting her hand on Gabby's shoulder, telling her that she should have called. She would have come, and now she's here, so how about they finish this? Just then one of the scientists runs out of a door with a shotgun, yelling for everyone to get on the floor. Wade looks at the man and laughs and tells him, look at you! You think you're an actual threat. That's just the cutest little thing that I've ever seen. Laura walks up and says that she'll take it that he's the one responsible for all of these abominations. The scientist yells, of course I am! They all tried to stop me, and Wade looks at the door that the scientist came from and reads the words, the pit, spray painted across it, and asks, what is this? The scientist tells Wade not to go in, but Wade, being Wade, opens it up. Inside is a pit filled with some more zombie animals, and Jonathan says, family. Laura looks around and sees that there's no computers or cameras anywhere. This whole thing is for sport. The scientist points his gun at Jonathan, telling him to step back, and Laura swipes her claws, cutting the shotgun in half. Jonathan begins to growl and inch towards the scientist, and as he steps back, he ends up falling into the pit with the zombie Wolverines. While the scientist is being eaten alive, Wade begins stacking barrels, and Jonathan says, leave now. Hungry, eat bird statue. Wade then kneels down with Gabby and holds out a gas can and a lighter, asking, would you like to do the honors? Moments later, the three leave as the building bursts into flames, and Wade says that badasses walk away from a fire and can't look back. We should probably watch it burn. Gabby shouts, oh hell yes we should. They all sit down with Jonathan stating, old family gone, new family here. Wade begins petting Jonathan and says, aw, he's just a big softy, isn't it? And Jonathan tells him, we'll eat piece of you while you sleep. As everyone watches the building burn, Gabby says, wow, catharsis is really pretty. And there you have it, another full story completed. Now, as much as I love Logan, I also love Old Man Logan, and I also love X-23, and I also love Honey Badger. I love all the Logan stuff. I'm a Wolverine fan. I don't care if he's an X-Men and I hate the X-Men. He's not really an X-Men. He's also an Avenger, so I'm going to count that. I'm going to be like, well, Wolverine's an Avenger, and I like that because the mutant thing's kind of weird, and they all got weird political storylines, so I'm not going to do that. We're not doing X-Men. We're doing Avengers. Avenger Wolverine. He's so cool. And now that he's back with Return to Wolverine, what do you think about that? Anybody who's watched the full story knows that normally at the end of these, like 2, 3, 1, 45 minute, I don't know how long this one was, at the end of these long full stories, I just let myself ramble and my brain go in places that it is. And you know what? I'm really hungry. Chipotle's being delivered right now, and I can't wait to go eat that, have some chips. You know they got a queso over there? The queso's not as good as Qdoba though. The Qdoba queso is better, but the Chipotle one, it like suffices. So we're having that, and I'm gonna have like a burrito bowl. Okay, so what do you think about the Return to Wolverine? And if you were putting your order into Chipotle, what would you order? Okay, and then the next time we do a full story, I'll order all of you Chipotle. It's gonna be in the mail, so it might be like stale and bad. And if you're international and I'm sending you like a bowl from Chipotle, do you even know what Chipotle is? Okay, so let's start at the beginning. Chipotle is like rice and you put a meat on top. Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take some of our older videos and put them together into a long audio drama of some of your favorite comic books, creating almost like a motion comic movie. Today we're going to be telling you the full story of For the God
Why are they dead?
A lot of things happen.
What happened?
He travels through time and battles against one of his craziest enemies. This is also a prelude to some of the events that lead up to War of the Realms, so it may help you to some extent. Hope you guys enjoy, and don't forget, if you do enjoy this, consider giving this video a like and subscribing to our channel. I'll tell you again at the end of the video, it's kind of long.
For the God Butcher? I like that.
Enjoy.
That was a good storyline. Hey, just in time for Gore the God Butcher.
93 just off the coast of Iceland, where a young Thor enjoys the.
I really don't like what they did to him in War and Thunder.
Has been terrorizing the people for weeks, and Thor saw to it that his axe
The guy was literally just terrorizing children at one point. It's terrible.
And drank enough mead to drown a dozen sailors, and he made love to more than half of the women in the village. Life was good for Thor, Odin's son, god of thunder, prince of Asgard. But on that fourth night, there was a scream. Everyone runs outside to see what it is. What was it? The young girl runs up stating that someone is in the water, a devil man, and one of the villagers
did not do
pulls
it.
up a floating
And they
head
dragged
from the
poor
water,
Christian
tosses it to
Bale
the ground,
into it.
stating that he is not from their village.
Poor
Thor
shame.
looks at the
Poor
dead man's
shame,
eye, and he
Marvel.
says that he was a god. The villagers begin to panic.
I believe he
Thor tells
could
them
have
that
been a
whatever it
good
was that
Gore,
killed this man,
but
his
they
skull
didn't.
will be
They
no
just
match for Asgardian
Nah.
steel. He picks
Fuck
up the
that,
head, and the
I guess.
village elder asks Thor if he's ever
Pisses
seen
me
anything
off.
like a butchered god before. Thor examines the head and he says that he's seen gods suffer and bleed. Immortal fathers subject their own sons to torments. But this, I
No,
have
it
never seen
didn't.
anything like the horror in this god's eyes. The elder falls to her knees and she begins to chant, and Thor
It didn't
asks,
even.
to what
His
god
powers
are you
didn't even really
She
fall
tells
in
him that she
line.
is
I
praying
think in the
to
comics
all of
either.
them.
Like
On
I
the
don't
current
remember
day on
him
the
using
planet
little
of Indigar, a young alien girl
venom
prays for rain on their
shadow
dry land, for
things
without
to
it,
attack
they shall
people.
die.
It was
Suddenly
just,
there's a strike of
just not
thunder as a
good.
hammer
They fumbled
falls,
that
and with
character
it
so
rain
hard.
washes over the ground. Thor grabs Mjolnir and he says
But
that
at
he
least
is
Thor has a daughter
warrior of
now, right?
Asgard, avenger
So-
of Earth, and he swears on
Whoa.
all that is holy, no one will die today. The young girl runs over telling him that she never thought he would actually come, and Thor tells her that he heard her prayer. What kind of god would he be if he did not answer? As for his aid, the aliens offered Thor their best cave slime ale, and he told them stories of his travels and triumphs. As the young girl sleeps, the elder tells Thor that they owe him their lives, and Thor says that what they owe is this girl and her prayer. Why is it that they do not pray to their own gods? And the elder says that that is because Indigar has no gods. However, as a child, his mother would tell him stories of gods from long ago who lived in a jeweled city high in the clouds. Shocked to hear this, Thor takes the skies to find that jeweled city, and soon he does. He walks through the palace to find no one in sight and nothing disturbed.
Yeah,
There is one
I
thing
mean,
strange. A
we all saw
with chains
Hulk's
locking it
son,
tight.
She-Hulk.
With one swing from Mjolnir, Thor breaks the chains, opening the
they
door, and he
got,
smells why no one has been
between
in here.
Iron
These
Man, you
gods
have,
are
Ironheart
dead. Hog
and,
Scar the
his
Harsh,
daughter,
Crawlskin the Cruel,
which I'd
Lady
be
Vile, the
surprised if
goddess
they
of
don't
atrocities,
use,
and the
Iron
entire
Man's daughter
pantheon
at
of
some
fearsome
point.
immortals, all butchered like animals.
For all we
While
know,
Thor
Captain
looks around
America might
outside,
have
those chains
kids,
begin to
because
melt
now
and
he's
pull
there's a whole
together. Thor
timeline where
realizes
he,
what's going on,
you know,
and
grew
he
old with
says,
Peggy
"Oh,
Carter.
hell." He turns back to see a giant black beast lunging at him, and the beast attacks wildly like an
we
animal.
got?
No skill, no fury. This is not
Oh,
the
Hawkeye.
killer, this is
We
his
got,
guard
what's
dog,
her
a very
name?
strong one at that.
Kate
Thor is
Bishop.
knocked into a stone
We got
wall, and as he
Kate
gets back
Bishop.
up, he thinks that there is only one person who could have done this. Gore the God Butcher yet lives.
Yeah.
And that can only mean one thing.
They're-
More gods are sure
They're
to die.
trying to create
Many
the next
millennia from
generation,
them, in the
but
far-flung future,
Ant-Man's
in the great
kid,
hall of Asgard, King
she
Thor
did
sits upon
stuff.
his throne with no subjects to rule. He shouts for someone to bring him his arm, and then he remembers that he is so damn old, he keeps forgetting that there is
Not
no
too
one
many
left
good
but him.
movies,
He is
but-
Thor Odin's son, king of a broken Asgard.
I'm looking
last
forward
of all of
to,
the gods.
Daredevil and
today,
Punisher
he will
coming
try
back.
yet again to see Valhalla.
I hope they don't fuck
With
that
sword
up.
and hammer in hand, Thor leaps out
The
to battle
Defenders,
against
I
the
think,
Black
was
Beast.
not
Knowing
their
whatever
best
may
work.
happen, he will face it like a god. Back in the
I
past,
think
young
that
Thor
was-
travels with the Vikings
Yeah, that was the
across
last
the
time
sea
any of
to
them
see
had their
more of the
show,
gods
I
who were
believe.
slain and washed up
Outside
on the
of Punisher,
shores.
maybe.
They sail for 3 days until they reach the banks of Neva River, and they find the Slavs. And Thor asks, where are the gods that they pray to? One shouts that their gods will be here soon enough, Norse swine. Pirun the Storm Lord and Chernabog the Black will come on their winged stallions. Soon everyone begins to hear the flapping of wings, and when they look up, they see Pirun's steed bloodied and with no Purion. One of the Vikings says that it would appear the gods hadn't the nerve to face him, and Thor takes the steed flying into
Part
the
of the
skies,
problem
telling
with
the Vikings
Thor's
to make
kid
sure that
is
they see
she's
the cask
not-
of ale
she's not
for him.
anybody.
He flies
She's
up
just
and he begins to feel the droplets
some
of blood
random
raining down,
incarnation
God
of
blood from the
eternity.
skies. Seconds later, Chernabog the
So
Black
it's just,
rides by.
like, what are
now
we
with
supposed
his
to get
head cut off,
excited
dripping
about
blood into
for
the
that,
clouds.
you know?
And behind him is Gore, the God Butcher, readying his black blade. Without even so much as a flash, the winged horse had its own head and legs cut right off, and Thor begins to plummet back to the earth. Gore shouts for him to feel the sense of helplessness. This is how it feels to be mortal.
Yeah, we
Next,
just did
you will
not
learn how it
get-
feels to be butchered. As
We
Thor
did not
falls,
get
he grabs a
this.
hold of Chernabog's steed and he flies back yelling, "My name is Thor of Asgard, warrior
I don't
born,
even know
and
that
the
you could
last
do
of
a
the gods that you will ever see."
PG-13
Gore asks
version of
Asgardian,
Gore the
"I've
God
never
Butcher.
killed
Like,
one of you before,
I
but
wanted to
fret
see like a
not.
rated
Soon the
R
entire pantheon
version of,
will join you.
you know,
The two
Gore
fight
the
in the
God
skies,
Butcher.
exchanging blow after blow.
That's
And
asking
Gore's
a lot,
weapons are unlike
but-
anything that Thor has ever seen. They form and they whip about, all
I
striking
mean, the dude
perfectly,
was
and in one
literally
last attempt at
tortures
victory,
gods.
Thor slashes into
Not-
Gore, but he
and
responds
what did he
by
do in
shooting
the
out and
fucking
knocking
movie?
Thor off of his horse.
Ooh,
Thor tries to
kids
fight him off,
in
and
a
Gore takes his
cage.
black blade,
I'm
thrusting it into
spooky.
Thor's stomach. And he asks, "What are
Yeah,
you
it
even
was
the god
not-
of?" Gore begins
it's
to
not
laugh as he
good.
brings Thor closer, and Thor tells him
Terrible.
quietly, "The god of thunder." Suddenly there's a crack-hoom and the lightning strikes Gore off and the two begin to fall towards Earth. Back in the current time, the present day,
pity the
normal
fool.
middle-aged Thor stands above the defeated beast, thinking that if the strengths of these creatures are a part of Gore, that he has grown considerably in the time since they last fought. Mjolnir then pulls Thor into the air and Thor shouts they must make haste to the omnipotent city, the gods of all-knowing. For the longer that they tarry, the gods will soon suffer. Upon reaching the city, the Lord Librarian takes Thor to the Hall of the Lost, past. The room filled with books and scrolls on gods who have been inactive. Thor looks at the giant rows of tomes and asks, isn't anyone alarmed by how many of them that there are? And the librarian tells him that gods come and go. Such is the way of things. With so many places to start, Thor picks one. The Oaken King and Sequania of the Garden Eternal. No one has seen them for 2,000 years, and when Thor arrives, he sees exactly why. These gods were nailed to their trees, and just like before, a black beast appears. World after world, planet after planet, all of them the
gods
same.
were nailed
the bodies
to
of the
their
gods
trees.
butchered by a
Yeah,
black
see, they were
beast
never gonna
keeping
show
watch.
any of it.
As Thor gazes off the massive
They were
body of what was once
family-friendly,
polygon of a
fun,
behemoth, he
Marvel
swiftly kills the black beast.
Thor
He
movie.
then rips the head off and he screams to Gore to come and kill him. Come and kill Thor.
Like,
if you
I
so
was
dare.
looking for
Back in the past,
and I
young
actually
Thor
like
wakes
some
7
parts
days
of
after
it,
his
like
encounter with Gore.
Jane
As he
Foster
leans
looks
up, he
cool as
asks,
Thor.
Did I kill him?
I thought
And a
what they
Viking
did with
tells him that they
her
are unsure. They just
her
found him
hammer
lying in the
was
snow.
neat.
Thor gets up telling
That
the man
version
to
of
bring him meat,
Mjolnir,
mead, and
but
then his axe.
they
Hours
didn't
later, after
really-
regaining some of his strength,
just
Thor
the
sets
movie
out
was
into the wilderness
surrounded
to
by
look for Gore,
garbage.
but instead finds another god. The god calls
Smelly,
out that he is, or
terrible
was,
garbage.
Hinkon, Siberian god of the hunt. The Black Butcher told him to relay a message, and that was to come to his cave along the lake. Just follow the screams. Thor holds out his axe, telling him that there is no honor in the way that the God Butcher fights. Now be at peace, Hinkon, the hunt has ended. And the current times with our present-day Thor along the shores of Lake Ladoga. Thor takes Iron Man with him to scan the area for the cave he once found so long ago. Tony tells him that he knows that he can call the Avengers, right? But Thor tells him no. And Tony says, that's right, God business. That's okay, we got plenty of mortal problems to deal with right now anyway. So Thor looks at the cave that he was once in 1,000 years ago, hoping to never see again. There have been plenty of things that he has forgotten over the years. The face of the first maiden that he kissed, the first troll that he felled, or even the first dragon that he tamed. But this cave is something that he will remember to the end of time. This is where the God Butcher taught him fear. As he steps in, he calls to Queen Freya that she needs to have every Asgardian called back home. Their gates locked behind them. Anyone of immortal blood is under threat. Freya asks what happened, under threat by whom? And then there's a snap of a twig. Thor grips his hammer and he charges forward at the being fleeing. He grabs a hold of him and the creature shouts, "Don't hurt him! I am not Gore!" And Thor demands to know why he is here. The creature tells him that he is hiding from him. After what happened, Gore would never set foot here. Everything that is happening now is all because of what happened here. It's all because of Thor, that the gods are dying right now. Thor stares at the creature asking, "Who are you?" And he says that his name is Sadruk. He is the type of god that you don't meet every day. One who looked upon the face of Gore and lived. He's not sure why he was kept alive, why he was made to witness as his whole pantheon was slaughtered by
Limitless
the
Blue
Black
is all
Berserker.
done.
Every day he begged to be killed, to stop it all, but Gore just cut off his eyelids and said that he had no choice but to watch. Gore also said that he would never come to this cave, and that he was saving Thor for last. Thor asks where he can find the God Butcher, and Shadrach tells him that there is no need to look, he will appear soon enough. But perhaps Kronux. Thor then tells Shadrach to come with so together they may finally end this thing once and for all. And later at the Omnipotent City, Thor and Shadrach head to the Halls of All-Knowing to find more information on Kronux. When Thor finds Librarian beaten, Shadrach begins to panic, stating that he knew he shouldn't have come. If only he could close his eyes. And back in the past, the young Thor wakes to find himself bound and chained, hanging in front of Gore. Gore tells him that he is now awake and he will tell him where to find Asgard, so that he can watch how he kills everyone there. Thor shouts that you can wrap me in as many chains as you want, but I will never say. Gore tells him, "You know, I'm not exactly a novice in the ways of torture. I once tortured the god of torture. After an evening with him, he gave up where his children were hiding." Thor struggles to free himself and Gore tells him, "I have so rarely taken my time anymore. Hopefully, you can prove to be of some excitement." Back in the current times, in the present day, Thor begins to fight back the Berserkers when the Librarian bashes one with the books. Thor shouts that these beasts are up to something, trying to hide something from Kronux. Who is the god called Kronux? And the Librarian tells him that Kronux isn't a god, you imbecile. It's a world, a hidden one at that, and only the book can tell you where to find it. It's over there burning. Thor reaches down and he opens the scroll to read its contents, and soon it begins to burn to ash. And Thor tells him, "It may have burned, but I read what I needed. I fly to Kronux, the Palace of Infinity." Meanwhile, on Kronux, the Berserkers slaughter all of the gods there, draining their blood into a large pool. Gore looks at the last god and he asks, "Is this enough?" And the time god tells him, "It will have to be. There's none left." Gore tells him, "Just keep in mind, if I don't return, the Berserkers will tear you apart." The god says that he can't promise that he wouldn't be killed once he gets to where he's going. "You're going extremely far back. Do you even know what's waiting there?" And Gore says, I know more about gods and their history than you do, last god of Chronix. As Gore begins to step into the pool, the god says that there will always be peaceful beings, caretakers of time. And Gore tells him there are two kinds of gods, those who do harm and those who do nothing at all. And I had yet to decide which is more worthy of my wrath. Soon enough, though, you will all be dead. As Gore is sinking into the pool, the worlds begin to change as he teleports back 14 billion years ago into the void. He looks upon the elder gods, seeing how he made awkward creations, all minutes old and already begging for death. Life will still find a way to thrive, though. However, they will not be worshipping this god, at least, for he is Gore, son of the Nameless Father, and he still believes the dream of a godless age. Soon the blood begins to bubble, and Gore reaches up, pulling himself out, and the god says, impossible. Gore tells him, sorry to disappoint, but Gore yet lives, and I have claimed my prize, the still warm heart of an elder god. Now all I need is a moon or two, some centuries to myself, and some space to build, to slave. I need so many slaves. But before he can leave, lightning strikes Gore, and Thor shouts, it is time that you know the wrath of Thor. Back in the past, with the younger Thor, Gore asks Thor, should he stop now? It's been 17 days and you've endured far longer than even the sturdiest of the immortals. Gore stands up, telling him, come on, is there anyone in your family that you hate? A sibling, perhaps a parent, to just tell me. However, there comes a shout from outside, and the Vikings rush in, stating that they shall redden their spears. Rather than 1,000 deaths for one retreat, this night they will feast in Valhalla and die for Thor. Gore tells the men that they need to stop this. He has come to liberate them from the yoke of the divine servitude. And the men don't listen, and they continue to fight. So Gore says, fine, you shall die for your god. See if he even takes notice. One by one, the men are killed and slaughtered, and Thor uses all of his strength to free himself. As Gore grabs the last of the men, he asks, where are the gods now? Do you see the truth yet? Where is your savior, Thor? However, without a word, Thor grabs his axe and he swings it upward, cutting off Gore's arm. In the current times, the present day, the berserkers overwhelm Thor and they hold him down as Gore tells him, I thought you were dead that day, but instead, they saved you. I've saved you from a life of failure, which is why I must repay my debt by letting you die last. Gore looks at the last of the time gods and he asks if it's done. And the god says that he's programmed it just as he asked. One of Gore's tendrils whip out and stab into the god's neck, and then the berserkers hang him over to drain his blood into the pool. Gore shouts that all the gods will die, from the first to the last. He must go now and build an army and explore the new horizons of Deicide. As Gore sinks into the pool, he tells Thor to make sure that he stays alive for a very long time. I would be terribly disappointed if we do not meet again. And Thor shouts for him not to go, and he bursts out of the pile of berserkers. He shouts, the universe is not big enough to hide, and he rockets after Gore into the pool. The world shifts and we see the broken ruins of Asgard, and Thor asks, where is the butcher of the gods? And a voice tells him, well, look at that. I wasn't expecting you. King Thor steps out, and Thor asks, what happened to the Asgardian father? King Thor tells him, I am not your father, you beardless whelp. Now get ready with that hammer and show me you're all that I remember you to be. Together the two Thors fight and they destroy the berserkers, and as they go, King Thor notices that they are dissolving. Bless his eye, they're being pulled back. Thor asks, where is the God Butcher? He was just behind me. And King Thor says, right behind you? You're even dumber than I remember. He goes on explaining that he did appear at the same exact spot that he did, but he's late. The God Butcher has been here for 900 years, and he's been busy. Elsewhere, Gore returns his berserkers into himself, stating that it would seem that we have another Thor. Splendid! We can never have too many of those. I once said that I would save him for last, and that day is imminent. And soon, the first day of a new age of freedom will begin.
I picked the wrong deck.
3,000 years in the past, on a planet that had no name, the young Gore sat with his mother as they slowly starved on their barren planet. With the last of their cave apple, they offered it to the gods to watch over them and help them through this hardship. The young Gore asked why would they pray to the gods to watch over them when they allowed his father to die from the sun fever. His mother told him that his father lived a long life, and they will soon see him again when the night comes. He will be there with the rest of the blessed ancients that shine upon them. Gore then asks, but why? Why can't he see his father? Why can't he ever see the gods? His mother patted him on the shoulder, telling him, you must always honor the gods, and they will shower you with blessings. Yeah. But then there was a booming roar from the distance, and Gore's mother grabbed her spear, telling her son to run and never look back, and may the gods watch upon him. As Gore did that, leaving his mother behind, he never did see her again. The days turned to months, and the months turned to years, and Gore found a small bit of happiness.
Oh boy. You know, it was funny. There's this DC hero, not a villain, but a hero I was talking about this morning with a friend, Dog Welder from DC. I want to see Dog Welder, but they're never going to show a guy welding dead dogs to people. It's never going to happen. I don't believe it. But, yeah. That's a hero they can't do. What else? Symbiote King. Null? Oh man, Null would be great. It's hard to imagine Disney doing horror, you know? I want them to do Null, but, like, I don't know. Like, seeing what they've been doing with Venom, I cannot stand... Listen, I haven't seen the Tom Hardy Venom movies, but the trailers alone, they're supposed to be, I don't know, really interesting to me. What's that little ding noise? I wonder what that was supposed to be. But villains, there's this series of comics, I think it's called The Big Game. It's made by the people who did, I think, Jupiter's Legacy? Or I might have been making that one up. God, I can't think of the name of the comics. But there's this one comic series called The Big Game, where it's a bunch of indie comics that get thrown together into a big world. And, like, you've got some really dark subject matters there. I could think of a zombie-related one they couldn't straight up do, like The Crossed. Have you ever heard of that comic book series? I mean, I think most Marvel villains you can do. Yeah, The Crossed is basically what if zombies were like super rapey. That's pretty much the premise of Crossed, and like torturous as well, I suppose. Yeah, no, they're rapey zombies essentially. That is something we may never see. At least nothing with like money behind it. It could be maybe it'll be like a Yui Bull movie or something if he's still out there. But yeah, they could. I would find it hard pressed for anyone to do The Crossed. Ah man, but a Marvel villain that they just straight up couldn't do. Like, even some of the DC villains that they've done, they've kind of toned down. Like, I think of, like, Victor Zsasz from, like, the Gotham series, where he's, I think, classically a guy that just murders women. And they toned him down big time. I feel... Marvel villain that they just couldn't do. Oh, speaking of Disney-owned properties, because I believe they're owned by Disney now too, did you see Alien Romulus? Because that's another one I wasn't expecting. Well, I mean, I didn't go in with a whole lot of expectations to begin with, but I liked it. Thought it was an alright movie. I agree with what a lot of people are saying. Third best Alien movie.
With his wife.
Yeah,
One day,
if I had to pick a movie, I'd see Deadpool, Wolverine, and then
took her life.
Alien
All the
Romulus.
while, Gore begged and pleaded with the gods to please save him and his family.
Picking and choosing
as many
my
months
movie
went by, Gore and his son traveled in search of something to eat. His son asked if there was really a waterfall over the hills, and Gore told him
I've always
yes,
really liked
there's a
Alien.
waterfall. trees thick with fruit, so much that we will
Not
never
every
be
single
hungry
movie,
again. Later, Gore buried
a
his
fan,
son. He could not
nonetheless.
even cry, for there was no water left inside of him. He told his son that he was sorry for bringing him into this wretched world. And the tribe leader, Rugok, told Gore that he can't do this. Burying his son's body is forbidden. The dead must hang from the trees so that the gods may take him into the sky. By leaving him in the ground, he only damns his soul to sacrilege. But the only words that Gore could find is that they are already damned. The tribe leader asked, "What did you say?" And Gore lashed out, telling him to open his eyes. We moved from one dried up cave to the next, eating slime off the bottom of rocks, leaving only a trail of our dead behind.
Okay.
The tribe leader shouts that he must be careful with his blasphemies, for the gods hear every word. Gore then says, "There is only us. The sooner that you accept that, the sooner that we can." But before he can finish, someone from the tribe throws a rock, hitting him in the head. The rest of the tribe joins in, stoning Gore until he falls. And the tribe leader says that he is now an outcast. May the gods have mercy on his soul, though he expects the son will not. Gore is left to
I don't know
die
what
alone, and
Disney's
he
been
manages to
thinking
crawl through
lately
the
with their
deserts, waiting
casting.
for the moment that he can
Robert
finally
Downey
just
Jr. as
die.
Dr.
However,
Doom,
before that moment can
Chris
come, there's a
Evans as
fire in the sky
Magneto.
that crashes
I
down
don't-
onto the planet's surface. He runs
I'm not
over
saying they
asking,
can't do
"Why
it,
can't I
I
ever
just-
die in peace?" And what he
Are they
finds
that
are two
afraid of,
gods
like,
struggling
picking
for
somebody
power.
new?
The god in gold lifts his bloody hand, asking
Gotta
for
keep
help from the
recycling
dying
the old
life form.
actors.
And Gore asks him, "Help? Help you? Where were you? Where were you when my children were starving? When my wife was screaming for your help? When my mother was butchered like an animal? Where were you when we needed the gods?" From the god in black, a strange black liquid shoots into Gore's hand, and he took that power and he killed the
big
two
man.
gods. He had just killed his first gods, and there was only one question that he had left. Were there more gods to kill? Many centuries went by, and Gore goes on telling the story of how he came to be to a slave god. He then asks if it answers his question, and the god tells him no. I asked what the weapon that you use is, the one that you stole from a god.
Right.
And Gore whips the god, telling
What is
him,
this
"You
card
speak
called?
like someone who would rather die than be whipped. What is your name?" The god shouts in pain, telling him that he is Volstagg. He is, or he was, Volstagg the Valiant, Lion of Asgard. Gore goes on whipping, and Volstagg tells him, "Not even the Allfather can save you now, but in the end, there will still be the mighty Thor." Rage takes over, and Gore stabs a stake into Volstagg's hand, and after a moment, he tells his son that he can come out now. His son asks, "When will it be over? When will all of the bad gods be gone, father?" And Gore walks his son
Alright.
out as Volstagg
Let's do
is
some more
bound to a
side
cross,
quests.
telling him, "Soon, very soon." Back in the past, the young Thor wakes from a nightmare where he sees Gore's face, telling him that he is not finished. Thor wakes up stating, he isn't dead, and the woman with him asks him, who? Thor tells her, "Do not worry your pretty little head." And the woman gets up telling him that he should know that she makes war like she makes love, naked and in a berserker rage. Thor then says that he's coming at the shadows. "It's been 8 days since I killed
Yeah, I
the
bet he
god butcher,
is.
and I wished to not dream any more of this night." She drops her blanket and sword, stating that she can do for the glory of Asgard. Meanwhile, in the ruined Asgard, Thor asks, "What happened here? Is that the arm of the destroyer?" King Thor asks if he simply is going to gawk at him like some half-witted Hercules, or may we see to our business. The two walk, and as Thor looks around, he notices the high seat of Odin, though no one but the Allfather is allowed here. King Thor tells him, "That's right. Well, I am the Allfather, and you are, what again? An Avenger? Guardian of the Galaxy? Have you moved to the sun to become a cosmic cop yet?" Thor asks him, "What? No." And King Thor says, "Just forget everything I just said then." King Thor looks through the terminal and says, "By my beard, they're gone." Gore had called the Black Berserkers home for the first time in 900 years. We still have a chance. King Thor walks on, telling his younger self to make himself ready for war. This is no mere Ragnarok that comes. This is an apocalypse unparalleled. But before leaving, King Thor says that there is a chamber in the East Wing, one that only Allfathers are allowed in, and on the eve of their extinction, go there and make ready so that they can leave. Thor walks, telling himself, this can't be right. Perhaps this is one of those alternate futures that the X-Men are always on about. And what could you possibly need me to make ready for myself? I am ready to pound the Butcher of Gods into the dirt once and for all. A massive door swings open, revealing the Allfather's room is full of ale. And then Thor responds with, well, I suppose that one drink wouldn't hurt. Back in present day, Thor's night of lust is interrupted by two of the Black Berserkers grabbing and pulling him aside. He cleaves one, asking, where is the one-armed coward? The second Berserker then takes out a magic crystal and throws it at Thor. The ground begins to change and Thor sinks through it into a pink glow surrounding him. As he is lifted up, the future Gore looks down, telling him, ah, my favorite Thor. Welcome to the place where the gods go to die. Over in the future, Thor in his king version get ready to depart on Skithblatnir. And the king mentions that for the first time in a long time he can feel it. The Thor Force. The younger version asks, wait, don't you mean the Odin Force? We wield the awesome power of the Odin Force. And King says, we call it the Thor Force now. And we have been for 10,000 years. I've even held it longer than the old man ever did. But let us leave
Oh
for
my
honor in the
God.
realm eternal.
Something is going on with my audio here. One moment. There we go. I don't know why, but once in a while I get like a weird feedback loop in my headphones. What's a little more hearing loss, you know? Alright. Good times.
For vengeance divine, the last charge of the armies of Asgard, the last ride of the gods of thunder. Currently, in the present day at Omnipotent City, the great librarian tries to save what documents he can, but the one with the location of Pronux was lost. The librarian turns to Shadrox asking, who are you again? What are you a god of? And Shadrox tells him, it's better this way. You wouldn't have helped. This way is better. And the librarian asks, how? How can I help him? If I have to dig through these records to find out who you are, I will beat you senseless with the tome. Shadrock begins to cry, stating, he came to me, asking how to build it. To make him stop killing my people, I agreed. I am Shadrock, the god of bombs. While the current and future Thors ride to Gor's unholy world, the youngest of the Thors is put to work collecting materials for the massive god bomb. But after one last crack of the whip, he throws the stone onto a berserker, shouting for them to come. This god is no man's slave. Someone grabs him by the hair and a voice asks, what the hell does he think he's doing? Thor asks who dares lays a hand on him, but before he can finish, a woman kicks him to the ground, stating, she dares. Now get back to work or it'll be both your arms broken so that you can clean the boots with your tongue. Thor whips the blood from his mouth, stating that he will never submit to the will of Gore. And to see such cowardice among his fellow gods fills him with the shame for all of divinity. The woman asks,
No, I
did
don't
this
wanna
boy
kill
god
these
really
things.
just
Look
call
at
us
that.
cowards? And the redheaded
Cute little
sister says
guy.
that she wouldn't mind if he reached through his stubborn,
that's
fearless
lucky.
face to rip out his stone. Maybe he'll be less annoyed. The orange-haired sister says, but he's so handsome. Seems like a shame to waste it, not to mention the stones. The blonde one tells Thor, you best be back in law. And she won't tell him again. He's going to get some poor god killed with his immature pride. As the girls walk off, Thor has no idea that these girls are Atli, Ilisfa, and Frigg, goddesses of thunder, and his own future grandchildren. As Thor is worked as a slave, moving rocks and materials from one place to the next, as he sets a stone
If they
down, he
didn't
quietly
include the
asks,
last part
what
of the
the hell is
movie,
that
it wouldn't
thing
have
anyway?
bothered me.
Gore's son
But
happily
I
tells him
think
it's a
because
bomb,
that they
and it's going to
did,
kill all the gods.
some of the movie
After
felt
900 years of
rushed.
labor,
I'll
it's
say
almost
that.
finished.
Like,
Thor asks, do
the
you
plot
think it's
just
really a
kept
good thing
moving,
killing all of the
moving,
gods?
moving.
And the son
So
says
I
that
felt
it
like
will
he
be
lost a
better
lot
world
of that,
without them. No more fear of eternal
tension,
damnation or lust for
horror
eternal
movie
reward. No
tension,
more hatred between believers of
that you
rival
would get
faiths.
normally in an
Thor
alien
leans down,
movie.
stating, you should flee
I didn't
this
feel like you
world.
got to
Your
spend
father's
enough
going to
time with
die
a lot
for
of
what
the
he has done by
characters.
his own hands. Fates be with him. The son then
Right.
holds out a finger and using the darkness to pierce into Thor's throat, he tells him, never speak ill of my father again. You are but a
But the
jealous
last
god.
part,
Now
I don't
get
know.
back to
I'm
work
not like
before I
mad
have
at
you
it or
crucified.
anything. I
As the
just
night
don't
comes, the
feel
god
like
slaves gather to discuss their plans.
it
Plans that
added
must
a
be
whole
acted
lot to
upon
the
now
movie.
before it is too late.
I don't think it was
Some of the
worth
gods say
rushing
that they should
other
do it
parts
tonight,
of the
and Frigg
movie
says
just to
that
get to the
it's
end of
not
it.
a matter of when,
So
but
I'll say
rather
that.
who among them can they trust to lead the way and carry the burden, knowing that even if they succeed, they will still die? A voice tells her that if she is talking about destroying that bomb and killing that bastard Gore, then look no further, for he is their god. Thor jumps
I
down
also
and Frigg
think that
tells
it
him,
adds
"No
some
offense,
problems
friend,
to
but we
the
don't
lore
even know who you
too.
are." Thor announces, I am the favored son of Odin, the omnipotent,
but
heir to the throne of the
I might
eternal
be missing
Asgard, the
something.
lord of storm and god of thunder. You may call me Thor. Elizabeth gasps, oh my heavens, I've been having impure thoughts about my grandfather. Frigg says, Gore is known to pull gods out of the time stream, so if you really are who you say you are, then you should have no trouble summoning a thunderstorm to
Like,
cover
the whole
our
beginning
attack.
of the
Thor looks
movie
away, stating
heavily
that he
depends
has
on
tried. This
Wayland
world is too
Yutani
barren.
being
There are
a
no
stupid
storms that
company.
answer Thor's call.
Like,
Frigg
Walmart
tells him,
levels
fear
of
not,
dumb.
even the rain god could not make it do anymore. But our plan is simple, destroy the bomb before it is finished. Thor asks, how? It is the size of the moon. Do you really expect me to destroy it with a few ragged slaves with clubs and sharp stones? As two gods set a glowing stone down, Frigg tells him that for the last 900 years, we ragged slaves have mined the cores of dead stars and broken planets for Gore's god bomb. This scrap of unstable matter is all that we need to steal and hide. We have a bomb of our own. Frigg looks away, stating, the only issue is getting close enough to set it off. There are different ways, but each would lead to death. She then asks everyone by a show of hands who is willing to volunteer to, and Frigg stops, looking at the place where the bomb used to be. She says, oh, you stupid, stupid Thor. Outside, Thor runs through with the makeshift bomb, asking for one last storm. That's all I ask. If today the god of thunder must die screaming, then let the sky scream with him. Just then, the low rumbles of thunder can be heard, and it begins to fire off from the clouds. The sisters watch, and Frigg says, she'll be damned. He is Thor. And Eli's Fib shouts, go, Granddad, go! With all of his strength, Thor throws the bomb into the side of the giant god bomb, and the explosion goes off. Up in the skies, the Thors feel the tremors from the explosion, and the king tells the younger, you'd best get your hammer. Something is close. On the side of the longboat, a hand reaches up, gripping its side, and then the beast climbs aboard, screaming, hitting Thor with a space shark. The king blasts through it, and Thor asks, what just happened? Was I really struck in the face by a shark? What manner of foul beast has Gore conjured up this time? King stares at the beast, stating, the foulest, I'm afraid. Seems we found another one. The youngest then asks, are you really my father? And King says, by Thor's bones. Are we certain there isn't any hell left?
Oh my god.
In a brief exchange of words,
How did we not get
the
it?
older King Thor, the middle-aged present-day Thor, and the youngest Thor, readying themselves for
What
battle. King,
happened?
Thor,
We only
and
got to
youngest,
attack
and
it
the
for like
youngest
5
explains that the bomb that
seconds.
they attempted to use on
That's
the
some
god bomb
shit.
left it untouched, not even a scratch. King Thor tells him, I hope that you're a better slayer of god butchers than dismantler of bombs. And the youngest shouts, calling out to
Oh my
Gore,
alive.
but Thor tells him, nay. The time for words is past. Now let the hammers talk. As the ship begins to descend downward, the Thors see a black creature appear before them, and Gore tells them that they really should have brought more Thors. The youngest jumps off shouting, and the king follows, stating, these idiot children have yet to learn what it means to be the king. For the glory of Asgard. The Thors fight valiantly, and Gore's weapons make their efforts for naught. King gathers his strength, stating, I've waited 900 years to feel the thunder in my blood again. Let's see if it's still there. He holds out his arm, releasing the Thor Force, blasting Gore light years away into a far-off planet. With the awesome might of the All-Father unleashed, the God Butcher had felt something that he hasn't felt in a millennia. Fear. Gore begins to hurl chunks of the planet back towards the Thors, shouting, I need more blood! Massacre all of the gods! Down on the unholy planet, the Black Berserkers slay groups of gods, all throwing them into a pile, allowing the darkness to take them. With that darkness, it reaches up into space to aid Gore with the power in the form of a giant serpent. As the serpent begins to swallow two of the Thors, Gore says that he can feel them drowning. No Thor shall survive this day! The youngest's voice calls out, and no Gore will either. Faster, you stupid shark! And with one mighty swing of the two-handed hammer, Thor launches Gore back into the planet, telling him, I know that you pray to no god, but if you'd like, you can pray to me now. Back with the serpent, King musters his strength to open up the beast's jaws, telling the younger to hurry and go. Let the Lord of Asgard deal with the worm. The mighty Thor races down to the planet, swinging into Gore so hard that he could feel his fingers crack and his muscles tear. And yet he swung again, even harder than before, and again, and again! With each and every cut, Thor could feel Gore's weapon creep inside of him, burrowing deeper into his flesh. Thor ignored the pain, focusing on the bludgeoning, ignoring everything else. And as the struggle continued, it took the cracking of a planet to snap his mind back to reality. The planet's surface begins to crack and explode, and there to mend it is Thor, and soon the fissures are settled. As Thor returns to the battle, Gore tells him, I understand you now. The old you is fueled by regret. The young one uses his arrogance and rage to mask his crippling shame. And as for you try so desperately to seem noble, all because you see just how petty and useless your kind really are. At that moment, the king, the youngest, and the Thor came together to fight side by side to take down the universe's greatest foe. King blasts Gore one more time towards the sun, and the mighty Thor shouts to follow. The group flies faster and faster towards the sun until there is no sight of anyone. And just then, for the first time in the galaxy, people could look up and see the sun turn black. Down on the unholy planet it began to rain, and it rained blood. God blood. Next it rained hammers, and then Thors, and despair. Gore stands atop the three bodies shouting, make ready the bomb. The thunder fell silent, and as King Thor was nailed to a comet and sent roaring through the space, Thor the Avenger was cast into the ground that opened into a great black maw. Mjolnir's lay encased in a cage of god flesh, unable to fly to the master's hands. And the youngest found himself too spent to even muster a curse as the countdown began. Gore drags the youngest through the lands when his wife runs up asking if he is unharmed. Please tell her that her love is unharmed. And Gore tells her, go back inside, it'll all be over soon. His wife praises him, stating how she waited for this day for so many years. He has suffered so much, endured horrors beyond imagining, and he is the only being that she has ever known worthy of worship. He is the brightest star in all of the heavens. He is Gore, her lover, her savior, and her god. Gore releases his grip on the youngest, and then he turns back asking, what did you just say? She explains that what she said was that he is. But before she can finish, Gore uses a tendril and stabs inside of her mouth, telling her, I am no one's god. Moments later, Gore's son runs up asking if it's true. Is it time to trigger the bomb? Gore tells him, indeed it is, and if you could, go to the tower and look for your mother. I have many gods to kill. The boy smiles, yes, and of course, make sure to kill them all. But before leaving, he turns to see his mother's hand sticking out of the sand. As Gore walks to the entrance of the bomb, he says, it took us 900 years to make this, and now it will explode throughout time, killing every god who has ever lived and ever will. He then takes Thor's hand and he slams it into the door, stating, Amen. And a path opens. Gore drags the youngest, stating, only a few more drops in the pool of forevers. Now bleed, God of Thunder. Bleed for my blessed bomb. Down on the crack of the planet, the mighty Thor struggles to maintain his hold, and then he hears a voice talking to him. Gore's son tells him, you will never make it. Gore's triggering the bomb as we speak, and Thor tells him, you must run away. This is no place for the likes of you. The boy says that he cannot. He is what his father created, but the question now is, what is his father? He was a good man once, a family man, a loving man who suffers unfairly. But what would his younger self say of his older self now? Thor tells him, you must leave now. Take whatever family you. And the boy says, my mother is dead. She always dreamed of a life after the bomb, but there is never going to be a life after it. Gore is dead, and in his place is something that I have been raised to despise. Thor loses his grip and he falls back, and the boy catches him, stating, I know not how to pray, but I will pray for you, God of Thunder. Pray that you will kill my father. At that moment, there's a rumble in the ground, and the cage of god flesh pops, freeing the hammers. Back inside of the god bomb, the youngest screams in pain, asking Gore, if you want my heart so badly, I will gladly trade you for an eye. The youngest leaps up, sinking his teeth into Gore's eye socket, then he's thrown out of the bomb. Gore steps out shouting, you are too late. You are all too damned late. Thor spits into the eye, stating, that's one down. Now just to take the other. And then a battle cry from Attili can be heard, and Thor asks if she's holding Jornbiel. He takes the axe from her, and Attili shouts to get his own, but he says he's sorry. This axe and him have unfinished business. With two hammers returning to the rightful owners, the two missing Thors come crashing down to the planet. With everyone distracted, a berserker kills the last god needed, and he pulls his heart out to finally begin the era of man. The youngest Thor fights outside while the older two fly into the god bomb's core to try to stop it. But once they get in, Thor tells them, you are but too late. Behold your doom. The king rockets down to pin Thor, and Thor asks, what do we do? The bomb's triggered. King shouts, you're a Thor. You hit it with a hammer. And with the power of 2 hammers, Thor does just that. However, as he swings at the core, he thinks, just for a bit, what if Gore was right? What if a godless age is what man deserves? What if Gore isn't a madman at all? God help him. What if he is? The bomb goes off and its effects can be felt across all of time, killing each and every god in existence. And as the mighty Thor grips the 2 hammers, the darkness begins to go into him. Gore asks, "What are you doing?" And the king tells him that he is dying, like a god. All across time, the dying gods can see one thing, a vision of a god with a mighty hammer in each hand, fighting at the heart of a bomb to save them. It was at that moment that every god in all of the universe closed his eyes, and he prayed for Thor. The king holds Gore back as Gore shouts, "He's absorbing it. He's taking the blast into himself. That is not possible." And the king laughs, "Ha ha ha ha. Then we shall watch the impossible together." In only a few moments, the blast soon begins to fade, and all that's left is Thor, covered in darkness, holding 2 hammers. Thor tells Gore that this is no longer his weapon. It laughs at him. The name of it is the All Black, the Necrosword, the slicer of worlds, meant to be wielded by a god. But you are right about one thing. It was meant to kill them. He takes the power of his 2 hammers and he releases their full devastating force into Gore. And as the smoke clears, Gore is left with nothing but his son. He calls out to him, and his son tells him that he can't blame the gods anymore. It wasn't a god who betrayed him. It was only ever yourself. The sun begins to drip into a black puddle, and Gore tells him, "Please, don't leave me alone." The mighty Thor asks, "How?" The boy, "He helped me defeat you, Gore." And the king tells him no. It was a lonely little man who helped him defeat the god Butcher. Gore screams out, and the youngest swings his axe, cutting off his head, stating, "Enough of that. Shall we drink mead and think of ways to defile his ashes?" However, that day was the day that Thor died. For the 9th time that could be remembered. And 3 days later he rose again. He woke up screaming, saying that it was so strange. There were 3 of them, and the king tells him, "It appears dying hasn't made you any smarter, has it?" Thor asks, "What of the Necrosword?" The king says, "We left it and dared not to touch it again." The youngest says, "I would have, if his majesty here hadn't thrown the whole damn planet into a black hole and then brought you back from the dead." King says, "That's right, burning out the last of Gore's sickness. But I figured that it was in my best interest. So would you like to see what you died for?" The Thors walk outside and King Thor says, "Asgard lives again, and with the gods from all of the cosmos. So with the universe saved, the old king uses his all-father's magic to send his younger selves back into their time stream. Soon, things return to normal. The youngest set out to become the Viking god once again, and the mighty Thor went back to being an Avenger, and the old king sought to make memories with his granddaughters. However, due to the nature of time travel, they knew that their memories of their adventures would fade, and no one would remember this time. Back on the planet of Indigar, Thor returned to see the young girl who prayed but never received an answer. He told her that she prayed to him because she had no gods, and he can assure her now that she never needs to pray to him again. And the world without gods became one with many gods, all thanks to a little girl's prayer and a madman's murder spree. Now, out in the deep reaches of space, Thor looks upon those that were easy enough to find. The dead worlds. Worlds that were once teeming with life but are now either burned or frozen. Flooded or dry as a grave. Battles between the armies is something that Thor understands, but who do you fight when it's the world itself killing its people? The Earth is dying, and the God of Thunder knows not who to smite in order to save it. Over in the Southern Ocean, Agent Rosalind Solomon investigates a recent disturbance with a herd of blue whales who seem to be running away from something. As she dives into the water, she finds the cause: the Yashida Industries underwater whaling fleet. Rosalind radios over one of the subs, telling them that their presence in these waters are a violation of international law, so surface and prepare to be boarded. The sub doesn't respond by radio and instead fires 2 torpedoes at Rosalind's car. Next, a harpoon is shot into the car's windshield, and Rosalind quickly ejects before she can be trapped inside. Agent Coulson radios in, telling her that backup will arrive in 3 minutes, but now get to personnel. She may want to call her boyfriend. Rosalind asks, "Boyfriend? Thor? He just came with me to the SHIELD Cadets Ball. We're not dating." And at that moment, Mjolnir shoots down into the water, destroying the 2 whaling subs. Rosalind says that she only sees a hammer. Where's the rest of him? And Coulson tells her 30 miles up in closing. Suddenly, there's a giant splash, and Thor grabs the hammer, bashing it into another sub, shouting, "Have at thee, foul Leviathan!" Coulson then radios back, stating that once they're finished down there's something that he'd like her to take a look at when she's topside. Later, in the Glacier Bay National Park of Alaska, CEO Roxanne Dario Agar holds a conference telling the new individuals that they are here today to show them something that can make the world a better place. Global warming has become an issue, and the glaciers are all over the planet and melting away at an alarming rate. As Dario goes on, a helicopter flies over, lowering a large chunk of ice, and once it's set on the stand, Dario tells them that this is what they've been gathered here today to see. This big, blue, beautiful chunk of ice is the end of their problems. It was chiseled out of one of Jupiter's moons, and there is plenty more where that came from. As Dario goes to make a toast, Rosalind walks up telling him congratulations. He managed to make even a simple glass of water ostentatious. Dario tells the crowd to pardon him for a few moments, but please enjoy the water. He turns to Rosalind and he tells her that he's going to assume that she's Agent Rosalind Solomon from S.H.I.E.L.D., correct? Rosalind explains that they know about his ozone depletion project and the greenhouse gas satellites and the mobile factories that even Latverian government is calling toxic. Now he's trying to profit off the effects of global warming by having a fancy space ice. Dario laughs, stating that all they're trying to do is give the people of today what they need to survive tomorrow. Roxxon is the world's wealthiest and most powerful supercorporation. If they don't know what's best for the people of this planet, dare he ask, who does? Just then, the people begin to hear a low, rumbling thunder, and Thor appears with a giant ice boulder stating, I heard the people of Midgard needed frozen water. Will this suffice? The reporters in the crowd run over and they surround Thor, asking where he got the ice from, and he tells them just to consider it a generous donation from his old friends, who happen to be frost giants. Then Thor turns to Rosalind, asking, I brought you the largest mountain in all of Jotunheim. Might that finally be enough to win your company for the evening? Rosalind tells him that now is probably not the time, and Dario steps down, stating, what an unexpected pleasure. My name is Dario Agger, CEO of Roxxon Energy. It's so rare that someone in my line of work would get to shake hands with a relative equal. Thor turns to Rosalind and asks, is this the villain that you spoke of? The one who seeks to poison Midgard for financial gain? Rosalind tells him, yeah, one of the biggest. Think of him as Dr. Doom of corporate scumbags. His nickname back in business school was the Minotaur. Dario says, let it be known, my company has never been convicted of any wrongdoing by any court in the world. Thor looks at Dario and says, you, man of Roxxon, mark well my words. Anyone who threatens Midgard will come to know my hammer in ways that they will find most uncomfortable. A few moments later, back at Dario's floating factory, his advisor says that it cost them $478 billion. The ice pipeline project will have to be put on hold. And as a few of the other advisors begin to project losses, Dario shouts at them to get out. If they value their lives, get out. As he says this, his eyes begin to turn red and something in him begins to change and back on the ground. Rosalind says that there is one thing that Dario is right about, and that's that they can't touch him. His record is squeaky clean. If Roxxon gets caught breaking the law, they'll just pay to change the law. Thor tells her, there's one thing that you have, that's me. And gods are not bound by laws of man. I have a few ideas, perhaps you would like to come to Asgard and discuss it over mead. Rosalind says that she has some forms and stuff to do. So how about they just get coffee tomorrow? Thor shouts, splendid! On the morrow it is! We shall drink coffee and decide what is best to save the world. But many millennia from now, King Thor sits on the once blue planet, thinking how it used to have such pretty shade. King Thor's granddaughter, Atli, says that it is certainly not very blue anymore, more like crap actually. And Elisfa says that Atli can be quiet, and says that she is sure that Midgard was quite lovely in its day. Frigg then tells him that Elisfa is right. It's been gone for a very long time. Perhaps coming back here wasn't such a good idea. But King Thor stands up, stating that he didn't come back here to feel sorry for himself. Some things are still worth fighting for. Frigg says that with all due respect, the Earth is gone. Its age has passed. Its fate was in a large part its own doing. Then there's a rumble, and as King Thor looks up, he says, it would seem that I'm not the only old fool looking down at this planet. Galactus appears before the Thor them and tells them one thing. I hunger. Everyone looks up and Frigg says that Galactus has killed more worlds than anything in the history of the cosmos. She does hope that her grandfather knows what this means, and Atli says, yeah, he should have brought his arm. So Thor says, that blasted thing weighs a ton, hurts my back. Frigg shouts, no. It means that it's time to let go of Midgard. There's nothing left of this world that you once loved. You cannot risk battling against a being as powerful as Galactus. King Thor whispers to his hammer, telling it, take my granddaughters back to Asgard and fetch me my arm. Frigg says, please don't do this, and King Thor tells her, it is already done. The thunder has spoken. King Thor throws Mjolnir with all of his strength, creating a portal and sucking the girls up, and Frigg yells, you can't possibly hope to. The King Thor asks, whoever said that I was going to fight him? You can't fight Galactus with one arm and a hammer, but you can die. And that I could still do. King Thor makes his way down, calling out to Galactus that the King of Asgard would like to have words with thee. Back in the current times, Thor and Rosalind finish up their meeting at dinner, and Thor asks, so companies like Roxxon are harming the Earth as we speak? And Rosalind tells him that she's working on it, but this is the first time the S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever had an environmental task force. And against Roxxon, they're outmatched. Thor smiles, and Rosalind says that that's the smile of someone who's about to get her in trouble. And he asks, how would you like to see how it feels to stand inside of a thundercloud? Later in the skies above South Africa, Thor asks if she's absolutely certain that there's no one inside. Rosalind tells him that she scanned it again. The whole place is automated. It's too toxic for anyone to set foot in. So he holds the hammer in the air, and the lightning strikes down on the Roxxon facility. A short while later, over on the Roxxon Island, Dario asks, what do they mean by no longer there? His advisors explain that there was some sort of anomaly, a localized superstorm, and what's more, the insurance is refusing to pay. They're stating that it was an act of God. Dario then leads his men into the lab, telling them that this means war. Our enemy has drawn the first blood. It is time for us to discuss retaliation strategies. There are many projects here, like these bears, for example. Their jaws and stomachs have been augmented, genetically engineered to gorge themselves to the point of obesity. They won't stop eating until they are fat and dead. The plan is to drop them into the rivers in Canada to begin cull-tailing the salmon population. Soon, if anyone is to want salmon, they're going to have to buy it from the Roxxon hatchery. Also, there's this button. The hatch opens and fish pour onto the men, spelling certain doom for them. And Dario then opens up the cages for the bears, the ones that will eat those fish, until they are engorged. And he shouts, all right, let's get brainstorming. Back in the future, King Thor climbs up a rock, stating, damn my beard, I should have flown up here before sending that blasted hammer away. Once he gets up, though, he shouts to Galactus, telling him, I know that you can hear me. Stop being rude. Galactus tells him, you have climbed all this way for nothing. That is, unless you have come to watch your Earth die. King Thor tells him, I did not come here to fight. As you can see, I am unarmed. I have come to talk. Galactus turns his attention towards King Thor and he asks, why do you wish to defend this planet? And King Thor says, it's because it has saved me more times than I can count. And I haven't saved it nearly enough. Galactus goes back to his drill, stating, this planet has defied me more times than I can count. This wretched Earth, it imagines itself so precious, so supremely important. Look at it now. Look what man hath made of the meagerness he was given. All worlds must die. This they all know. And thus, Earth's time is up. Galactus continues digging into the Earth, and King Thor shouts, this is my last warning. Step away and we will find another world for you to dine on. I wish to do you no harm. Galactus tells him, your mind has gone soft. I am done showing you courtesy. You should have allowed me to eat in peace. Just then, Galactus holds out his hand and a devastating blast shoots from his palm, knocking King Thor to the ground. King Thor pulls himself back up, stating, and you should have killed me when you had the chance. Up in the sky, the armor of the Destroyer and Mjolnir return to King Thor, and once they are set, King Thor shouts, for Midgard! But back in the current times, Dario punches out the last bear after eating the other advisors, telling the remaining advisors that, I like that idea. The advisor says that this place is called Broxton. The next morning, Roxxon trucks begin to make their way into the city. But once again, in the future, during the final hours of the planet Earth, King Thor and Galactus battle. As Galactus has King Thor in his grasp, the king swings Mjolnir, breaking one of Galactus's massive hands. King Thor laughs, stating, ha! Even the bones of giants can be broken. And I would know, I've felled an entire race of them. Galactus then takes his other fist, slamming it down at King Thor with a force that literally punches him through the planet and into the moon. The moon cracks and it explodes, and King Thor says, the bastard just punched me through the Earth and broke the moon. I quite liked the moon. Back in the present day, over in Oklahoma, 3 weeks have passed since Thor returned to Midgard. He missed Broxton, and as he arrived, he begins to cough. When he looks around, he sees something that he wished he didn't see. Roxxon has taken over the once quiet city. Thor flies down to see the old buildings are gone, replaced with new Roxxon-owned businesses. And as he takes it all in, Rosalind shouts to him, stating that she's been trying to reach him for weeks. He really needs to get a cell phone. But before he goes and does something, just stop and listen for a second. Still not believing what he is seeing, Rosalind tells Thor that it started a few weeks ago when Roxxon got approval from the state senate to move their flying factories in. Thor begins to say, this is because of me. And Rosalind says, look, I need to be the one to handle this. I'm gonna shut these factories down. We just have to do it the legal way. Some of the townspeople begin to walk up to Thor through the smog, all stating their problems. Homes being taken away, nursing homes closed, their water is now polluted. And they ask Thor, why is this happening? Thor grits his teeth and he rockets into the air. Up on Roxxon Island, the sounds of thunder can be heard, and the advisor asks if this was really a good idea. They have over $1 trillion of equipment here. Dario tells him that he carries a hammer. I have a good idea of how he's going to react. And just as Dario thought, Thor comes crashing and destroying everything directly in front of him. As the armies begin to fire on him, he easily takes out the weapons, and Rosalind flies up shouting for him to stop. Thor doesn't respond, and Rosalind pulls out her gun, telling him that if he does not put the tank down, he'll be fighting her. Thor tosses the tank and tells Dario, "Be a fool or a madman. You will end your assault on Broxton at once." Dario asks, "What do you mean assault? I simply made a significant financial investment into Broxton. In fact, in a matter of weeks, I've reinvigorated what was once a small town on the brink of collapse. This is all done as a gesture of goodwill towards you after the awkwardness of our previous encounter." Thor tells him, "If it's money you want, I'll buy Broxton from you. There is enough gold in the vaults of Asgard to satisfy even your greed." Dario whispers, "I don't want your money. At least not until you're on your knees begging me to take it." Thor holds out his hammer, telling him, "I will pay. Whether it be in gold of Uru, the choice is yours." Dario then looks back at the men behind him, stating, "We're done here, wouldn't you say?" One man steps forward, telling him, "Yes, we've seen quite enough." And the man walks to Thor, telling him, "Thor Odinson of Asgard, you've been served." Thor looks at the paper, asking, "What is this?" And Rosalind sighs, stating, "Oh hell, that means they're suing you." The lawyer goes on stating that, "You've never been sued before, so I'm going to explain. Broxton is not only seeking compensation for the damages that occurred here today, but also the recent destruction of the various facilities. Also, a restraining order has been filed that will prohibit you from coming within 300 yards of any Roxxon facility on the face of Earth, and that includes the town of Broxton." Thor's jaw drops. "This cannot be!" And Dario tells him, "You could go back to fighting goblins and rescuing unicorns, whatever it is you do. But back in the future, the battle between King Thor rages throughout the galaxies. The more that they rage, the more the ground beneath their feet turns to dust. No matter who claims victory in the King Thor versus the Galactus battle, it would appear that the Earth is doomed." As Galactus' giant body falls to the ground, King Thor hurries over, telling him, "Yield! Yieldor!" But King Thor's words trail off as he begins to see the skeletal remains of those that once lived on this lovely planet. Galactus tells him,
"You have failed the Earth before, as you can see. Failed to save those wretched humans from themselves. So tell me how it feels to see this. Tell me if it stings."
Galactus then holds out his hand, releasing a blast so powerful that it could kill even the All-Father. And back in the present, Thor stands in the outskirts of Broxton, where the sign that once said, "Neighbor to the gods," now reads, "Where gods fear to tread." As Thor tries to figure out a plan, Dario is continuing his own plans that involve Ulik, the king of the trolls. Though in the future, the destroyed planet would seem to have finally succumbed to Galactus' hunger. The skies crack with lightning, and Galactus asks if
He's back for more already. Now that I have feasted, he will find that there is not a man alive who may stand before my might.
The three granddaughters fly down, and Elisif says that it's a good thing that they aren't men. And Frigg shouts, "Girls of Thunder, take him down!" The three waste no time in beating into Galactus, asking where is it that he sent their grandfather. He must also speak quickly before his tongue becomes a bed for their goats. Galactus asks,
"Is that all you seek? Well, very well, little one. I will see to it that he will join Thor, wherever it is that he is dying."
Back in the past, a few more days go by, and Rosalind is no closer to finding a solution to stopping Roxxon than she was in the beginning. However, tonight she is investigating recent sinkhole appearances that appear to be mysteriously popping up all over Broxton. She flies down into one, and a boulder breaks and it crashes down onto the flying car. Rosalind crawls out, stating, "There goes another car. Coulson's going to kill me." And a voice tells her,
"Not likely. Not unless he hurries."
Rosalind looks up and says, you actually, what the hell are you?" Ulik tells her,
"We are trolls. What are you?"
Rosalind pulls out her gun, telling them that she is Agent Rosalind from S.H.I.E.L.D., and they're all under arrest. And Ulik laughs, stating,
"Yes, I'm sure we are. Now eat her quickly. Just save me a thigh."
With that, Rosalind loads a magazine into her gun and begins to let off into the trolls. Back in the future, the goddesses of thunder also continue their fight. Elisif is wielding the weapons of her great uncles, Fandel and Hogun. Frigg, feeling the power coursing through her body, swings the hammer Stormbreaker, and Atli uses the great axe Jarnbjorn. They are a match made in Valhalla. Or hell. If there is one thing to note, though, it is that Galactus is not the least bit amused by their actions. He shouts at them,
"You are nothing but insects before the might of the World Eater. Fly back to Asgard, little gob bugs."
Frigg pulls back her arm, telling Galactus, "Be careful, for even the tiniest bug can cause a giant to choke." The hammer is thrown down Galactus' throat, and Frigg holds out her arm, and the hammer returns, ripping and blowing off Galactus' jaw. Atli shouts that is enough. Let them kill this bastard already. And Galactus calls to them,
"Many have tried, including your fool of a grandfather. Your withered bones will litter these cosmos from one end to the other. All while Galactus still burns like a billion suns."
But as Galactus begins to release his power, many light years away, the All-Father begins to wake up, asking, "Where am I?" Once Mjolnir appears before him, King Thor remembers what he is doing. He's saving Earth from Galactus. However, as he takes the strap of the hammer, King Thor flies in the opposite direction of where Earth is. In the present, Dario walks through Broxton, enjoying the recent progress that his company has made when he hears the roars of thunder. Dario walks over to Thor, stating, "You're making this almost too easy. You should have at least brought Daredevil with you as legal counsel." Thor tells him, "You may have lawyers, but I have a hammer. However, if it will end these people's suffering, then I, Thor, will beg this day. How much begging will it take for you to feel like a man?" Dario takes out a device and presses a button, telling him, "I wouldn't know. It's been a very long time since I felt like anything quite so simple as a man." Just then the floor begins to shake and the ground begins to fall into the sinkhole. Hands reach out and they begin to grab onto Thor, and he shouts, asking, "What devilry is this?" Dario begins to walk up in his Minotaur form, telling him, "Never mind. But please continue. I believe the begging was just about to start." Back in the future, King Thor finds what he was looking for, a black hole. At least, back then it was a mere black hole. Now it is something more dark. King Thor takes his hammer, and after spinning it, he goes through the darkness and begins to carve a path into it. He flies into the small opening to claim what was once thrown away, never to be touched again. All black, the Necro Sword, the blade that slew 1 billion gods, the black blade of Gore the Butcher, and the last hope for planet Earth. Back on Earth, the three sisters stand after another attack by Galactus, and Frigg shouts that they're about to die here on this chunk of rock once known as Midgard, and they will die for the All-Father. Elisiv says, "I, for their grandfather Thor," and Atli yells, "To hell with it, for blood and guts and glory, and also for Thor." Galactus stomps on the ground, asking,
"Did I just hear that you're ready to die?"
But before Galactus can land the finishing blow, lightning begins to strike, and Galactus asks,
"How many times do I have to kill these Asgardians?"
Elisiv says, "He's back, isn't he?" And Frigg quietly asks, "What has their grandfather done?" The girls look up into the sky to see the All-Black, the All-Father, the God of Butchers, the Necro-Thor, the Eater of World Eaters. As he comes racing down, he blasts straight into Galactus' torso. Meanwhile, back in the present day, one of the trolls holds Thor still as Ulik punches into his stomach. Thor manages to curse him, telling him, "You will rot in Nastron for this, if I allow you to survive the day." Ulik tells him, "A troll's home is wherever we can carve it, such as it always has been," and then he punches again. Dario calls out to Ulik, "That's enough. It's time to get down to business." Once he readies himself, he charges into Thor, knocking him into cars and anything else in his path, and from the smoke and debris, Dario walks out, dragging Thor, telling the trolls, "Earn your pay, pillage and destroy, murder at will, burn everything to the ground." Ulik shouts to the others, in other words, "Brothers, go be trolls." Thor struggles to pull himself up, telling Dario, "You're just another monster. Hired trolls to kill men, transformed into a beast with the strength of the Hulk? So that means..." Dario leans down, asking, "Yes? What does that mean, oh mighty God of thunder?" And seconds later, the sound of a thunderous punch can be heard from all across as a body is shot into the air and onto Roxxon Island. Through the smoking body, Dario crashes back to the ground, and Thor tells him, "That means that I can finally do that." Now the final battle for the two Thors can finally begin as they both begin fighting for their very lives in order to protect the Earth. One in the present day, one in the future. The mighty Thor battling against all the odds to hold the trolls with Dario back, and the King Thor using the dark power that is the Necroblade to unleash a power never once seen. But as true as there is a King Thor in the future, the mighty Thor does prevail, and Dario is stopped for now. As Thor looks up to see his work, he weeps, knowing where his tears fall, nothing will ever grow again until the end of time. The King too sits back to examine his work, finding it surprising that Thor, the King of Asgard, still draws breath and bleeds. But where those drops of god blood fell, the dead rock drinks it deep, and the Earth has blood of its own again. The last day of Midgard. It would seem we'll have to wait until another tomorrow. In the wake of the destruction that once was the city of Broxton, a man tells the people how the sickness came, and his name was Asgard. Dario tells the news reporters that if they look around, they can see what happens if they allow the gods to walk the earth. It was their fault that the trolls came, and it's their fault that these attacks happened in the first place. But perhaps it may be partly their faults as well. Trolls and ogres are a normal part of their lives, but it shouldn't be of theirs. So it is time for everyone to gather together to tell these Asgardians to go back to wherever it is that they came from. Days pass since Dario's speech, and She-Hulk Jennifer Walters walks out of the courtroom telling Rosalind that the injunctions for Thor have been lifted, but that's not their biggest problem. What Dario has been feeding the people is working. Congress wants to revoke Asgard's embassy status. Rosalind tells her thanks for letting her know. She's gonna try and speak to Thor now. As she tries to get out of her third car, she asks if it's alright if she parks here. Heimdall tells her that her flying chariot will be saving Asgard. She has his solemn vow. Rosalind says, "Okay, cool. Not sure if I should be tipping or something." And then she looks for Thor. Heimdall says that she must follow her ears. The rumbling will direct her where to go. Inside of the
then I'm
halls,
gonna
more thunder can be
call
heard,
it
and the
for the day.
All-Mother begins to ask if the indoor thunder is really necessary. Thor sits up asking if they voted already, if there's still a chance for the fools to listen to reason. And she tells him that there's a growing unrest in the Nine Realms, as he can already see. Meleketh and his Dark Elves continue to scheme from their swamps. Every day there are more worrisome rumblings coming from the land of the Frost Giants, and even some claim to see war bonfires burning once again. Whatever is coming for them, they must face it out there, out where they belong. It is decided. Asgard is leading, and as for the All-Mother, she is commanding him to do his princely duty, or she will find someone else to carry that hammer. And as his mother, she understands his pain. If there is one thing that she can part on him, it is that sometimes they must let go of the things that they love most. Later, as Rosalind finds Thor, he looks out into the world, stating that Roxxon has won. Dario is a murderous monster who consorts with trolls, and yet he walks free. The Congress of Worlds bent to his will, and it has been decided that Asgard must go. Rosalind says, wait, you're leaving Earth? What about Broxton? And Thor tells her that the first time he came to lay eyes upon Midgard, people there still lived in caves and fought with one another with sticks and stone. In those days, he only came to make war and revelry, to be worshipped and feared, and above all else to destroy. His world and his people have changed so much since then, but has he? Down below, the people of Broxton try to clean up their broken town, and a little girl picks up her half-destroyed teddy bear. A glorious light then shines down. Thor, along with some of Asgard's finest, kneel before the people, telling them that they all know that it is a time of hardship, but they humbly ask the favor, may they please be of assistance. As Thor and the others clean, Jane tells them they are here to bury buildings, not people today, remember that. Thor says that these are more than just buildings. When he brought Asgard to this land, there was life, and now Asgard leaves and there is nothing. He did this, and he is not worthy of this world. Jane asks, you're not planning on leaving, right? And he tells her, no.
Alright, well, that'll do it for me. JD, good seeing you. Bravo, glad to see you again. Hope you're all gonna be doing well out there. Stay safe. Hopefully your workday goes by quick there, JD. But whether you watch now or later, wherever you are, whenever you are, I'll be back tomorrow. And we'll see what I get into then. Take care.